Chapter 37-26. What? Jiang Chen actually forced Imperial Emperor Tianqi to retreat? Even Imperial Emperor Tianqi was extremely careful when facing him now. How did this guy do it? Weren't martial emperors invincible? How could he be defeated by a half-step martial emperor like Jiang Chen? This battle wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. However, Jiang Chen was already exhausted from running for his life. His situation was worrisome, and it was no longer an easy task for him to turn the tide. Yan Zhao Wuji and Liao Tianxing's faces were solemn. If they could help the Martial Dan Hall kill Jiang Chen now, it would be killing two birds with one stone. There's always a way out. I thought that I wouldn't have a chance to kill Jiang Chen anymore. But now, it seems like this guy is really asking for it. He had a great future and a good hand, but he played it too badly. Yan Zhao Wuji's lips curled into a sinister smile. The three of them were facing Jiang Chen from afar, stepping forward cautiously. Those who block me shall be killed without mercy. Jiang Chen carried the crystal coffin on his shoulder and the heavenly dragon treasure sword in his hand. He was domineering, like a war god that had fought hundreds of battles on the battlefield. He stood proudly between the heavens and earth, fearless and invincible. The three of them were frightened by Jiang Chen's prowess, but they had no way to retreat. They had to deal with Jiang Chen. This was Imperial Emperor Tianqi's order and also their responsibility. Little rascal, don't try to be brave. Everyone, let's join hands and kill this guy. Good. You dared to go against my Martial Dan Hall. I'm afraid you've lived for too long, humph. There's no need to speak anymore. Let's kill him first. The three of them held their divine weapons in their hands and rushed towards Jiang Chen with a trace of fear and dread. Jiang Chen shouted and the three of them instantly became dispirited. After witnessing Jiang Chen's prowess, the three of them naturally couldn't remain calm anymore. Even Imperial Emperor Tianqi was defeated by Jiang Chen. How awe-inspiring was that? How domineering was that? However, the three of them had no other choice but to fight Jiang Chen to the end. Fighting for their dignity, fighting for the glory of the Martial Dan Hall. Jiang Chen's heroic spirit soared to the clouds as he charged forward with his sword in hand. Even though he was surrounded by three half-step great emperor experts, Jiang Chen was still calm and composed as he carried the coffin on his shoulder. Although he was injured, there was no Emperor Realm expert who could hurt him now. Jiang Chen roared in anger. The sword intent of the 22 sword revolved like a magnificent army. The sword intent swept across the sky and was invincible. The might of the 22 sword had raised Jiang Chen's swordsmanship to the pinnacle. Even Imperial Emperor Tianqi didn't dare to be careless, let alone them. The limitless sword had a beginning but no end. Its destination was the pinnacle of the sword. The 22 sword was just one move of the limitless sword. As for how far it could reach, it all depended on Jiang Chen's own fortune. Jiang Chen's expression was stern. His momentum swept across the heavens and earth. The 22 sword sealed the sky, forcing the three half-step sovereign realm experts to retreat. However, the three of them weren't easy to deal with. Even Dan Xiaoxing wasn't their opponent. At this moment, the three of them joined forces to resist Jiang Chen. Although the situation was difficult, it wasn't as if they couldn't retaliate at all. Countless blade lights and sword shadows, layers of clouds and lightning. Above the void, Jiang Chen was standing on a green cloud, sweeping across everything in his way. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps was ascending to the heavens. The three of them were getting more and more disorganized as they chased after Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's steady attacks had caused the three of them to lose the strength to move forward. They had also lost their will to fight. Their hearts were filled with fear. Naturally, they couldn't fight against Jiang Chen. 5 Thunderbolts Edict. Jiang Chen waved the Imperial Edict in his hand. The power of lightning surged out and rained down. In the blink of an eye, the three of them were defeated. In the distance, Imperial Emperor Tianqi clenched his fists. This fellow was obviously holding on. If he didn't make a move now, when would he? This was his best chance. If he let Jiang Chen leave, it would be like letting the tiger return to the mountain. Brat, hand over your life. Imperial Emperor Tianqi traversed through the void and closed in on Jiang Chen at the speed of light. An incomparably huge palm descended from the sky like a guest from the void. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. He wielded his sword and pierced through the sky, merging with the huge palm. Light and shadows interweaved. However, Imperial Emperor Tianqi's strength was still very strong. Although he was heavily injured, he was still stronger than Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen fought a few more people and fought with Imperial Emperor Tianqi. At this moment, his every step was a mess. Imperial Emperor Tianqi's huge palm also pushed Jiang Chen down from the sky. In the end, A mountain range was torn apart and Jiangchen was pressed into the rocks of the canyon. Only then did the palm gradually dissipate. Dust flew everywhere and the wind howled. Countless beasts in the mountains and forests died here. They panicked and fled. Imperial Emperor Tianqi looked arrogantly at the peak of the sky. His eyes were cold as he looked at the mountain valley that had been turned into dust. In just a short moment, a rainbow light burst out from the ruins with a shocking aura. Jiangchen stood up once more. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and stared at Imperial Emperor Tianqi. At this moment, Jiangchen was filled with battle intent. He was like an undying god of war. As long as he was alive, as long as he had a breath left, he would not compromise. He would not hesitate. Because he wanted to stay alive and bring little you away from here. Not bad, you can still stand up. Then give me another palm. Imperial Emperor Tianqi roared in rage. His thunderous strength was like a tidal wave that swept through the world. This kind of unstoppable ferocious might sent chills down one's spine. Jiangchen took a deep breath and immediately slashed down with his saber. The Dao accumulation seal was executed once more. This time Jiangchen gave it his all and fought to the death with Imperial Emperor Tianqi. He had no other choice but to fight to the death. Heaven's Envy Seal. Imperial Emperor Tianqi had witnessed the terror of the Heaven's Envy Seal in the past. This time, when Jiangchen executed it once more, Imperial Emperor Tianqi looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Chapter 37-27. Imperial Emperor Tianqi was also shocked. He didn't expect Jiangchen to have such a powerful combat strength. His strength had already been reduced to 70 to 80%. He wasn't in his peak condition right now. He didn't know if Jiangchen could match his strength. Both of them stared at each other. Imperial Emperor Tianqi stopped his attack. Without absolute suppression and the confidence to kill Jiangchen in one strike, he didn't dare to continue fighting Jiangchen. If he failed, he might die on the spot, his reputation would go down the drain, and his name would go down the drain. His name would be tarnished for thousands of years. Haha, I just happened to pass by this place. Emperor Tianqi, it's my honor to meet you. Yanzhao Wuji said with a smile. At this moment, it was finally time for him to attack. Imperial Emperor Tianqi narrowed his eyes and looked at Yanzhao Wuji indifferently. Imperial Emperor Tianqi might not know, but I'm the supreme elder of the 8 Extremes sect. That brat Jiangchen injured my clansmen. Today I've gathered with the elders of the Mountain and Sea sect in the St. Martial City to capture Jiangchen and kill him to vent my anger. I didn't expect to meet you here. Imperial Emperor, we're willing to work together with you to kill this brat to appease your anger. Yanzhao Wuji, Liao Tianxing and the others appeared. Imperial Emperor Tianqi nodded his head slightly. He already knew that there were people hiding in the depths, but they were all half-step emperors. At this moment Yanzhao Wuji appeared. But facing Imperial Emperor Tianqi, they didn't dare to act rashly. After all, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Imperial Emperor Tianqi was an emperor expert and an expert of the martial Dan Hall. They didn't dare to touch the tiger's whiskers. Not to mention they were planning to join forces with the Martial Dan Hall to kill Jiangchen. That's fine. This brat is too ferocious. I've tried several times but failed to kill him. This time I'll join forces with the elders of my clan. Imperial Lord Tianqi said indifferently. Yanzhao Wuji and the others looked at the 3 elders of the Martial Dan Palace. 6 half-step Emperor realm experts once again took action against Jiangchen. Jiangchen was already at the end of his rope. Yanzhao Wuji and the others were full of confidence in this battle. Thank you, Lord Emperor, for fulfilling our wish. We will definitely not disappoint you. Liao Tianxing smiled. Now that Jiangchen's strength had been depleted, it was time for them to beat him up. How could they let go of such a good opportunity? What a bunch of disgusting flies. Jiangchen frowned. Yanzhao Wuji and the rest had been waiting for an opportunity. Their appearance was within Jiangchen's expectations. However, he could no longer fight anymore. The battle with Imperial Emperor Tianqi had exhausted all his evil qi and divine origin energy. Even his 3rd Dao accumulation was almost depleted. A half-step martial emperor had become a sick cat. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy. Imperial Emperor Tianqi was afraid that Jiangchen would unleash a devastating attack and perish together with him. That's why he held back against Jiangchen and didn't dare to push Jiangchen into a desperate situation. But now he could sit on the mountain and reap the spoils later. It saved him a lot of trouble. Wouldn't it be better if someone took the lead? These people seemed to have an irreconcilable enmity with Jiangchen. Imperial Emperor Tianqi had heard about the matter between Mountain and Sea sect and Baji sect. It wasn't impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen with a borrowed knife. Moreover, these people were destined to rely on the martial Dan Hall, so Imperial Emperor Tianqi was naturally high and mighty. Now, you should be thinking about how to die a more dignified death, Silver Fox sneered. Silver Fox sneered and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. 6 great half-step sovereign realm experts were gathered here, cooperating with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen would have been fearless if he wasn't injured, but now he was struggling at death's door. He could be ambushed by these fellows at any moment and die without mercy. Cut the crap. If you have the ability, then kill me first. Wishy-washy like a woman. Jiang Chen sneered. Even at this moment he was still determined to die. As long as he had a breath left, he would protect his beloved from any harm. You're still so stubborn when you're at death's door. Looks like you're really stubborn. Fine, we'll send you on your last journey. Yan Zhao Wuji clenched his fist and punched out. Thunder rumbled through the 9 heavens. 6 rays of light soared into the sky, displaying the might of a half-step martial emperor. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He didn't dare to be negligent. This battle concerned his life and death. There was no way out. Let's see where you can escape to this time. Imperial Emperor Tianqi squinted his eyes and murmured. Jiang Chen didn't have the strength to fight anymore. But no one knew if this mad dog would choose to perish together with others. Young Master Qinjiang, Qing Luo was struggling in her heart. At this moment she didn't know if she should act or not. Facing 6 half-step martial emperors, her strength alone was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood. It was impossible for her to resist. However, if she left like this, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Young Master Qinjiang was the only person she admired in her life. Ever since she was young, she had always been a monstrous genius, the pearl in the hands of the elders of her clan. As a woman, she was not inferior to any man, no one could make her submit to him. However, the appearance of young Master Qinjiang had made her feel extremely complicated and anxious. Everyone had feelings, even she wasn't a cold-blooded person. Young Master Qinjiang was the best person she'd met after leaving her family. Handsome, skinny, dying for his beloved, young Master Qinjiang was unparalleled in the world. To Qing Luo, any one of them was extremely attractive. To her, young Master Qinjiang was the best person in the world. A man should be like this, with a clear conscience to the heavens and a clear conscience to his heart. If I leave today, I won't be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. Everyone needs to be crazy once in their life. I'm sorry, please forgive my stubbornness. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat under the combined attack of Yan Zhao Wuji and the others. Every step he took was difficult. The 22-sword technique was on the verge of collapse. Without enough energy to support it, Jiang Chen couldn't unleash his sword intent to the fullest. He could only rely on the strength of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants to forcefully hold on. Facing 6 half-step great emperors, Jiang Chen was in a dire situation. Just as Jiang Chen was finding it difficult to move forward and was facing Yan Zhao Wuji's relentless pursuit, a green beam of light shot down from the sky. It was a long spear in his hand. The green blade was 9 feet long, and it was extremely soul-stirring. After forcing Yan Zhao Wuji back with a single strike, he stood with his head held high. Qing Luo. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He was already in a dangerous situation, and he didn't want anyone else to die with him. Chapter 37-28. Hurry up and leave, this is not a place you should be in, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. However, Qing Luo was holding the purple golden spear with red embellishment in her hand. She stood still like a mountain, completely blocking their attacks. It was not easy for a peak divine emperor to have such combat strength as she was facing 6 half-step sovereign realm experts. The water of the Luo River comes from the heavens and flows to the sea, never to return. Qing Luo's divine spear shone brightly. Purple golden holy light rained down from the sky. The 6 of them did not stop their attacks. They might be afraid of Jiang Chen, but Qing Luo's strength was not even at the half-step emperor realm. They were fearless and used their full strength to block the spear shadows. The 6 of them continued to attack. Qing Luo had nowhere to hide and was forced to retreat. Puff! Yan Zhao Wuji took the lead and finally landed a palm strike on Qing Luo's shoulder. Blood gushed out, and Qing Luo's face gradually turned pale as she staggered backwards. Jiang Chen extended his hand and pulled Qing Luo into his embrace. Why are you so silly? To save a nobody like me, you're willing to risk your life. Jiang Chen frowned, he was worried. This last was so silly that it made his heart ache. Shouldn't a person be crazy for once in their life, young Master Jiang Chen? Qing Luo said with a bitter expression on her face, but she still could not hide the smile in her eyes. Jiang Qin, I should have known. Qing Luo's smile made Jiang Qin speechless. He sighed. How could he not know Qing Luo's identity? Born from a great clan, powerful and invincible. She came here for the painting. Who else could it be other than the senior sister of the god Luo clan? Even if Jiang Qin did not open it, he knew that it was the god Luo's scripture. However, a person must be trustworthy. He would not rob it. This was also why Qing Luo admired Jiang Qin. Even if he did not know what he was robbing, he knew that it must be a rare treasure. Otherwise, why would a heroine like her risk her life to steal it? It was just that both of them were well aware that they didn't poke through that layer of window paper. Or even now, am I right? The eldest senior sister of the Luo god clan? Jiang Qin said. Back then, he had heard from De Huang that the big sister of the Luo god clan was someone that even he had to avoid and search for the Luo god scripture. At this moment, the two of them never imagined that they would meet in such a manner. Qing Luo was taken aback, then nodded. That's right, I'm the great senior sister of the Luo god clan, Luo Qing. Although the two of them were facing each other with sincerity, they didn't feel close to each other. They even felt a little awkward and hesitant. However, since she had already made her choice, Qing Luo wouldn't regret it. She already knew that Jiang Qin and Qin Jiang were the same person. She just didn't want herself to be destroyed in the fairy tale. In her heart, there was only that unruly young man, young master Qin Jiang. Luo god clan. An ancient and mysterious clan. Compared to the great achievements of the Xuanhuan clan in the ancient times, the Luo god clan was filled with a mysterious feeling. The Dragon River and Luo River carried the river diagram on their backs. The Luo god clan was the origin of the 8 trigrams Tao. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They had already guessed it, but neither of them poked through that layer of window paper. Now Luo Qing was fearless and risked her life to save Jiang Qin. This made Jiang Qin's heart filled with gratitude. I never thought that even the Luo god clan would interfere. However, you alone are not enough. If it was the old man from the Luo god clan, it would be interesting. Yan Zhao Wuji sneered. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. If no one could save Jiang Qin, he would definitely die. Today, with Monarch Tianqi here, who could save him? Then try. If you want to kill young Master Qin Jiang, you'll have to get past me first. Luo Qing's aura was like a rainbow. Her beautiful eyes were cold and fearless. You're courting death. Silver Fox coldly snorted. The 6 of them no longer spoke and charged forth. A mere lass from the Luo god clan would not be able to shake their determination to kill Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin pulled Luo Qing behind him. Even if it was extremely dangerous, Jiang Qin was not willing to stay behind a woman. Jiang Qin and Luo Qing were forced to retreat. It was already difficult for them to move forward. There was still a huge gap between Luo Qing's strength and the 6 quasi-emperor realm experts. A smile rose on the corner of Monarch Tianqi's lips. As long as he could kill Jiang Qin, his sister would be able to return to his side. Even the Saint Grade pellet was snatched away by Jiang Qin. He would not allow him to leave. At this moment, it was Jiang Qin's time of death. Jiang Qin was constantly recovering his strength, but it was still difficult for him to continue. Although he was standing in front of Luo Qing, the other party's momentum was too ferocious. Their injuries were getting heavier and heavier, and their lives were hanging by a thread. Get lost. Jiang Qin and Luo Qing were already on the brink of death. Under the hands of 6 quasi-emperor realm experts, they were on the brink of death. A cry was heard as a blood-red divine weapon appeared in front of Yan Zhao Wuji and the others. If you want to kill Jiang Qin, you'll have to ask the blood Qi Fangtian halberd in my hand first. Wu Yunfang said indifferently with a cold expression. Wu Yunfang. You bastard, why don't you open your dog eyes and see who's here? You dare to defy the monarch's order? You're simply courting death. Wu Yunfang, get lost. You're just a city lord, what qualifications do you have to strut around here? How could my Marshal Dan Hall raise such a treacherous thing like you? Kneel down and accept your death, and the monarch might leave you with a complete corpse. The 3 elders of Marshal Dan Hall were infuriated. They were also forced back by the terrifying might of the blood Qi Fangtian halberd. They did not expect Wu Yunfang's strength to be so powerful. However, what was truly frightening was the blood Qi Fangtian halberd in his hand. Even Imperial Emperor Tianqi's eyes narrowed slightly. This divine weapon was truly extraordinary. Wu Yunfang's expression was cold and unmoving. He completely ignored the 3 elders of Marshal Dan Hall and looked at Jiang Qin and said in a low voice, "Today I'll escort you out of here. Brother Jiang, it can be considered as my Wu Yunfang repaying the debt of gratitude." Wu Yunfang's smile was mellow. The camaraderie between men was needless to say. Wu Yunfang had always regarded Jiang Qin as his greatest benefactor. The blood Qi Fangtian halberd was the fruit of his life's work. Even after thousands of years he was unable to complete it. However, Jiang Qin had helped him fulfill his wish. Therefore Wu Yunfang had always been grateful to Jiang Qin. Now that Jiang Qin was in trouble, he naturally would not shirk his responsibility. With the blood Qi Fangtian halberd in his hand, he had to protect Jiang Qin. Brother Wu, you're exaggerating. Chapter 37-29. Jiang Qin knew that Wu Yun was doing this to repay a debt of gratitude. However, the price he had to pay was too great for him. Once he started a war with Imperial Emperor Tianqi, there would be no place for Wu Yunfang in the martial pellet hall. Regardless of success or failure, he would bear the infamy of being a traitor. He was destined to never become a member of the martial pellet hall. Wu Yunfang gave up a lifetime of glory to fight for Jiang Qin, fighting against the people of the martial pellet hall. This made Jiang Qin sigh. Wu Yunfang was worthy of being a hero. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. Wu Yunfang displayed this to the fullest. Others might not understand, but Wu Yunfang knew that the most important thing in his life was to refine the Qi blood polearm. Even in the eyes of Jiang Qin, it was just a divine weapon. But in Wu Yunfang's heart, it was akin to giving him a new lease of life. That was his life's pursuit. Jiang Qin had fulfilled his dream. To Wu Yunfang, the prosperity and wealth of the secular world were just fleeting clouds. So what if he didn't want it? The martial pellet hall was full of talents. He didn't think that the Saint Martial City wouldn't be able to survive without him. But if he didn't make a move, Jiang Qin might die here. Wu Yunfang held the Qi blood polearm in his hand, his battle intent soaring. Imperial Emperor Tianqi, I'm sorry. If you want to kill Jiang Qin today, you have to go through me first. Looks like you're determined to betray my martial pellet hall. Monarch Tianqi stared at Wu Yunfang. To him, Wu Yunfang's strength wasn't enough to pose a threat. However, the divine weapon in his hands was something that even he felt trepidation towards. Seems like this fellow wasn't someone easy to deal with. If the Imperial Emperor is willing to let Jiang Qin live, I, Wu Yunfang, am willing to accept my punishment. Wu Yunfang held the Qi blood polearm tightly as he spoke with his head held high. Are you threatening me? Imperial Emperor Tianqi said with a faint smile. He had already enveloped Wu Yunfang and the others with his Emperor Realm soul. Wu Yunfang's expression was solemn and he did not dare to be careless. The outcome of this battle depended on himself and the Qi blood polearm in his hand. Wu Yunfang doesn't dare. Your Majesty is mighty and powerful, and I am no match for you. But today I must accompany brother Jiang Qin to the death. Wu Yunfang's persistence made Jiang Qin and Luo Qing admire him very much, because they were both such people. If it wasn't for the purity and sincerity in their hearts, Luo Qing wouldn't be standing here. Alright, then kill them without mercy. Imperial Lord Tianqi spoke slowly. His voice was calm, but it was filled with boundless killing intent. You refuse to take the path to heaven. Wu Yunfang, I didn't expect that we would have the chance to fight again. Back then, outside the Saint Martial City, you tried everything you could to stop me. I couldn't refuse you because you are, after all, the Saint Martial City's city lord. But today you even dared to disobey the words of Imperial Lord Tianqi. You're simply courting death. Yanzhao Wuji said with a smile. With Imperial Lord Tianqi supporting them, they had nothing to fear. You didn't want to be the city lord, but you chose to get involved with a traitor like Jiang Qin. Today will be the day of your death. The elders of Martial Dan Hall looked stern as they glared at Wu Yunfang. The 6 of them were already prepared to fight Wu Yunfang again. But at this moment Wu Yunfang's strength was obviously stronger. With the Qi blood polearm in his hand, the 6 of them did not dare to be careless. Brother Wu, be careful. Jiang Qin warned in a deep voice. I was also worried about not having an opponent. Let's see how strong this Qi blood polearm is. Wu Yunfang was not afraid of the 6 of them at all. As an emptiness emperor, he was one step closer to the Emperor Realm. He was stronger than a half-step Emperor Realm expert. That was his strength. With the Qi blood polearm in his hand, as long as Imperial Lord Tianqi didn't take action, he was absolutely confident that he could deal with these people. Wu Yunfang's expression was cold as he gripped the Qi blood polearm tightly. Fighting against the 6 of them by himself, he was domineering. The Qi blood polearm's might was like a dragon, slaughtering the heavens. Rays of blood-red light filled the air. Wind, thunder, and rain whistled past. Wu Yunfang's cultivation was profound. With the addition of the Qi blood polearm, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Even when facing the encirclement of Yanzhao Wuji and the others, he was still very confident. He fought steadily, advancing by retreating. At this moment, the Qi blood polearm revealed its true ferocious might. Wu Yunfang let out a long roar. He was in the middle of a fierce battle. This was the most satisfying battle he had ever fought since he had obtained the Qi Fangtian halberd. The terrifying might that erupted from the Qi Fangtian halberd caused even Yan Zhao Wuji and the others to retreat, not daring to face it head-on. "Come on!" Wu Yunfang bellowed. Gradually, he gained complete control of the Qi Fangtian halberd. Although he had refined the Qi Fangtian halberd, he had fused with it during the battle. His battle prowess didn't increase at all. In fact, he was starting to gain the upper hand. Wu Yunfang's domineering aura was overflowing. His might was unparalleled. Rays of polearm shadows soared into the sky, sweeping across the area. The Qi blood polearm transformed into blood-red dragons that swept across the land. Mountains and peaks crumbled continuously. Its might was like that of a tiger. With a peerless divine weapon, Wu Yunfang caused Yan Zhao Wuji and the others to complain incessantly. Even with the 6 of them working together, Wu Yunfang still had the absolute upper hand. This was a great humiliation. Although Wu Yunfang was strong, he was not that terrifying. However, with the powerful combination of the Qi blood polearm, his means were already unparalleled. The 6 of them found it hard to resist. Without a divine weapon that surpassed Wu Yunfang's, they could only passively take the beating. If this continued, they would very likely be defeated by Wu Yunfang one by one. "Wu Yunfang, you ungrateful bastard. How has my Martial Dan Hall treated you? How dare you collude with outsiders? Now, even Monarch Tianqi can't order you around. You are too arrogant." The Martial Dan Hall's elder was furious. However, he was not a match for Wu Yunfang. The traitor who wielded the Qi blood polearm was too terrifying. They advanced cautiously at every step and found it hard to continue. If this continued, they would most likely be killed by Wu Yunfang's polearm. Wu Yunfang sneered disapprovingly. The Martial Dan Hall is indeed a good place. However, it is also a place that is filled with filth. With my means, how can I be on equal footing with Dan Xiusheng? The Saint Martial City was originally controlled by me alone. However, your Martial Dan Hall added a city lord to be on equal footing with me. You even called him the city lord of 2 cities. Ah, this must be your scheme. You are afraid that I will be the only one in power. Who knows how many benefits Dan Xiusheng has given you? Now you want to talk to me about the benefits of the Martial Dan Hall? You know very well how the Martial Dan Hall has treated me. Wu Yunfang reprimanded. His face was filled with unswerving determination. At this moment, he was no longer the puppet city lord that was guarding the city. Instead, he was like a peerless king that wielded a polearm. Cloud startling halberd. Wu Yunfang gave it his all, and together with the blood Qi Fangtian halberd, he struck out a powerful strike. The void was filled with blood, making one feel extremely pressured. You are just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Monarch Tianqi's expression was cold. Under his palm, Wu Yunfang was directly suppressed, flying hundreds of feet away. He was in a sorry state, and the divine might from before was nowhere to be seen. Monarch Tianqi stood with his hands behind his back. He was unstoppable in the void. Amidst the dust and rubble, Wu Yunfang slowly stood up. He held onto the blood Qi Fangtian halberd and struggled to lean against it. His face was ferocious and his arrogance did not diminish. Again? Wu Yunfang took a step forward. An Emperor Realm expert was just SOSO. Since he couldn't kill him in one strike, he would be able to last until the end. You don't know what's good for you. You deserve to die. Pui? That's right. My Martial Dan Hall has such a scum. We have lost face. Let's see how Lord Monarch Tianqi deals with us today. Facing Wu Yunfang, all of them put up a strong front. Their methods were not as tyrannical as Wu Yunfang's, and they could only rely on Monarch Tianqi's existence. Jiang Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. His gaze was like an arrow as he slowly stood out. Leave these scums to me first. After I kill them, I will help you fight against Tianqi. Jiang Chen carried the coffin and looked at Wu Yunfang. He held his saber horizontally and stood between the heavens and earth. He was like the backbone of a mountain, fearless and fearless. Wind and rain would eventually pass, but he, Jiang Chen, would never lower his head. Young Master Qin Jiangyu. Luo Qing looked at Jiang Chen worriedly. Wu Yunfang was the same. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Jiang Chen doubtfully. Brother Jiang, do you still have the strength to fight? Wu Yunfang asked worriedly. Tianqi, after I take care of these scums under you, I will fight with you. Jiang Chen took a step forward. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pointed it at Yan Zhao Wuji and the rest. What a big tone. Have you forgotten who was beaten to the point where he couldn't even fight back? Ah. Just an arrow at the end of its flight. Why do you need to put up a desperate struggle? I will grant you death and leave your corpse intact. Isn't that good? There are always some people who think they are smart. Do you think we are weak? Yan Zhao Wuji and the three elders of the martial Dan Hall were furious. They had been fighting intensely with Wu Yunfang for a long time. They were forced to retreat with every move and couldn't display their half-step martial monarch prowess. Now that Jiang Qin was like an arrow at the end of its flight, what else did they have to be afraid of? The six of them would definitely tear him apart. Jiang Qin, Yan Zhao Wuji, have to admit that you are indeed strong and majestic. You are even a peerless genius. However, you are too arrogant and conceited. You don't put anyone in your eyes. If you stayed in the martial Dan Hall, I wouldn't dare to do anything to you. However, you went against Imperial Emperor Xianxia. You are simply courting death. How can I let you live? You asked for it. No one can take it for you. Die. From now on, there will be no more Jiang Qin in this world. Yan Zhao Wuji clenched his fists tightly. His aura was still strong, as if he had already killed Jiang Qin. That's right. Today my mountain and sea sect swears to send you into reincarnation. Liao Tianxing's palm was extremely powerful and domineering. 6 half-step sovereign realm experts were about to kill Jiang Qin. Let's do it. Yin shouted coldly and took the lead to attack. Chapter 37-31. After Silver Fox, Yan Zhao Wuji and the others also acted quickly, surrounding Jiang Qin in the center. However, Jiang Qin was not flustered at all. Even Imperial Emperor Xianxia had to face Sword 22 head-on, not to mention them. Ashura Sword Formation activate. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Qin retreated in order to advance. In an instant, the sky was in chaos and the 9 heavens and 10 earths were sealed. Yan Zhao Wuji and the others' expressions changed, and they looked at Jiang Qin in confusion. Another sword formation? Do you have any other abilities? Jiang Qin, looks like you're really at your wit's end. Silver Fox said with a sneer. He knew about Jiang Qin's sword formation, but he didn't expect that Jiang Qin would use it again at this critical moment. Who would give a half-step sovereign realm expert the chance to do so? Who would be afraid of his mere sword formation? Is that so? Then let's have a trial. Help me see how good this sword formation is. Jiang Qin smiled indifferently. In an instant the formation was formed. Above the heavens, 108 mid-grade primal origin divine swords swept across the void. The Ashura sword formation swept across the 8 desolate lands, trapping the 6 people within it. At that moment Wu Yunfang was completely dumbfounded. 108 mid-grade primal origin divine swords. What kind of motherfucker was this? Not to mention those who had never seen the world, even he, a master refiner, couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. 108 mid-grade primal origin divine swords gathered to form a sword formation. Even he didn't dare to imagine how terrifying it was. Domineering. Wu Yunfang was speechless. He couldn't even find any words to describe how domineering Jiang Qin was. This Ashura sword formation made him feel a chill down his spine. The 6 people's expressions changed. What did primal origin divine swords mean? Although the 6 of them had primal origin divine swords, they were only low-grade. Jiang Qin had 108 mid-grade primal origin divine swords. They were completely invincible. This was simply a hellish killing formation. Didn't you say that his formation couldn't withstand a single blow? Liao Tianxing glared at Silver Fox, his heart trembling. The 6 people held their breath. The Ashura sword formation had already activated. Their lives finally felt threatened. Silver Fox didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Back then Jiang Qin's strength was indeed rather weak. He was only at the mid-divine emperor realm. His sword formation's power couldn't do anything to a half-step emperor realm expert. Who knew that he would have grown so fast in just a few years? Moreover, it had changed from a low-grade primordial essence treasure to a middle-grade primordial essence treasure. This wasn't just 10 plus 10 but 10 times 10. Silver Fox knew that Jiang Qin was now able to fight against an Emperor Realm expert. Now that the formation was activated, he was like a completely different person. I don't believe that he can sustain this formation. It won't be so easy to kill me, Yan Zhao Wuji. Wu Qin and Wu Yan Feng and said. I Wuji Feng, Feng said. Yan. Whether you believe it or not, it's right there, neither increasing nor decreasing. Jiang Qin's lips curled up. His eyes were like torches. He moved his palm and waved the Heavenly Dragon Sword. With the Heavenly Dragon Sword as the eye of the formation, the 108 mid-grade origin divine swords finally burst out. What a terrifying sword formation. Emperor Qianxi wanted to stop them, but he was blocked by Wu Yunfang and Luo Qing. At this moment, Emperor Qianxi was already severely injured. Otherwise, how could they possibly be a match for a great emperor? The word, terrifying, came out from Emperor Qianxi's mouth. It had already proved something. However, the people facing the Ashura sword formation were Yanzhao Wuji and the others. One could imagine their situation. Save me, Emperor Qianxi, save me. The three elders of the martial Dan Hall had a drastic change in their expressions. Their bodies trembled. They couldn't resist the domineering Ashura sword formation. In just a few breaths they were already heavily injured. Sword after sword rain shot across the sky with unstoppable momentum. The terrifying sword aura made their hearts palpitate. That kind of speed and power had completely suppressed them to the point that they couldn't even lift their heads. Yanzhao Wuji and the others were also beaten to the point that they didn't know which way was north. The terror of the Ashura sword formation was displayed to its fullest at this moment. Although Emperor Qianxi wanted to help them, he might not be able to break the Ashura sword formation with his current strength. Not to mention that Wu Yunfang and Luo Qing were entangling with each other. It was impossible for him to help them resolve their crisis. Get excited. My Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen's eyes were dazzling as he unleashed all his means. The divine origin energy in his body was also unleashed. The domineering Ashura sword formation continued to rise. In the end, Yanzhao Wuji and the others were all pierced through by thousands of swords. The might of the Ashura sword formation was unparalleled. In the end, when the great Yu-Soul forming light was unleashed, the six people's soul intent was absorbed by the great Yu-Soul forming light. They died without a complete corpse and their souls were extinguished forever. Jiang Chen's face changed. The divine origin energy in his body was almost completely sucked out. At this moment, Yanzhao Wuji and the others were all killed by Jiang Chen. Even Emperor Qianxi took a deep breath. He didn't expect Jiang Chen's means to be so domineering. That Ashura sword formation was something that even he had to avoid. However, Wu Yunfang and Luo Qing still couldn't contend against Emperor Qianxi. The two of them didn't have the slightest initiative and were heavily injured by Emperor Qianxi. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. The soul energy in his body surged crazily. Great soul derivation technique, soul destruction. Jiang Chen unleashed all his means. The Emperor Realm's soul energy swept across the horizon. Emperor Qianxi's face changed drastically. Although he was prepared, Jiang Chen's soul attack was too terrifying. He didn't expect that his soul energy would be weaker than Jiang Chen's. Puff! Emperor Qianxi was blown away, spurting out blood. This was the second time that Jiang Chen injured him. Emperor Qianxi's face was extremely gloomy. He knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, he didn't know what other tricks Jiang Chen had up his sleeves. The mountains will never change. Let's wait and see, Jiang Chen. Imperial Lord Qianxi roared furiously with boundless unwillingness and resentment as he transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky and vanished at the ends of space. Jiang Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. He slumped to the ground and his face turned ugly. He put down the crystal coffin in his hand and collapsed. Currently he was already at the end of his rope. Young Master Qinjiang, are you all right? Luo Qing hugged Jiang Chen. She was still used to calling him Young Master Qinjiang. I won't die for now. Chapter 37-32. Wu Yunfang could not help but give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen and said in a low voice, Brother Jiang, your methods are simply too domineering. I can't compare to you. Wu Yunfang admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. This guy was simply an unparalleled all-around warrior. Whether it was alchemy or refining weapons, he was able to do it easily and even suffocate others. Such a person was too terrifying. Even an Emperor Realm expert was ruthlessly killed by him. How much ability did he need to do that? Wu Yunfang admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. You're still not dead but not alive. I almost died here. Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. If it wasn't for Brother Wu's help, I would probably be on the road to hell. It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning. Wu Yunfang waved his hand and said with a smile. He felt at ease as long as Jiang Chen was fine. As for you, you will definitely be pursued by them after leaving the Martial Dan Hall. Jiang Chen was a little worried about Wu Yunfang. Wu Yunfang shook his head and said, This matter is a huge scandal. Even if they want to chase after me, they will definitely do it in secret. After leaving the Martial Dan Hall, the world is so big that I can go anywhere I want. Even if I'm not in the central region Divine Land, my martial cloud side might not necessarily be caught by them. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He was very grateful and did not say anything else. The more he said, the more it would make people feel like he was being sentimental. Since that's the case, I won't stay any longer. Brother Jiang, we are fated to meet again. Ah. Wu Yunfang turned around and left, laughing loudly. He was extremely delighted. This made Jiang Qin feel that Wu Yunfang's loyalty was something that he admired greatly. Jiang Qin glanced at Luo Qing and smiled. Luo Qing also nodded his head and did not say anything else. Words of thanks would make people feel like they were strangers. At this moment, his gaze fell upon the crystal coffin in front of him. Xiao Yu's elegant and refined face was so beautiful that it caused Jiang Qin's heart to wrench in pain. After so many years, he was finally able to hold the love of his heart in his hands. However, she was already unconscious. Jiang Qin had never forgotten his mission. The meaning of his existence was to find Xiao Yu. His heart was constantly thinking about her, but he had no way of knowing where she was. Even when he stood at the peak of the Central Plains, he was still unable to obtain any news of Xiao Yu. If it wasn't for a freak combination of factors that allowed him to help Monarch Tianqi repair the Saint Grade pill, he might never know where Xiao Yu was. This time he had finally rescued Xiao Yu, and she had survived by a hair's breadth. Jiang Qin's heart was filled with both sorrow and joy. He had finally fulfilled his heart's desire, and he had finally fulfilled his heart's desire. Once upon a time, he was fearless and only sought the truth, only to find the love of his heart. Sister Ning, Qingqing, all of them were here, but Xiao Yu was nowhere to be found. As time passed, Jiang Qin's hard work had finally paid off. At this moment, Jiang Qin tightly hugged the crystal coffin as tears of joy flowed down his face. He was no longer a strong man, but a husband who missed his wife. Luo Qing's eyes turned moist at this moment. She could clearly feel the love and longing that Xinjiang had for the woman in the coffin. It was something that no one else could compare to. Although she was quietly lying in the crystal coffin, Luo Qing was envious of her. She wished that she was the one lying in the crystal coffin. If the two of them had been in love for a long time, they wouldn't be together day and night. However, they must have been separated for so many years for Xinjiang to be so heartbroken. Back then, when De Huang entered the God Luo clan, it was the day they separated. Luo Qing knew that no one knew how dangerous it was for Jiang Qin to enter the divine world from the 9 prefectures' immortal world. Although the God Luo clan had coveted Jiang Qin's inheritance of the craftsman god, it wasn't important to Luo Qing anymore. At this moment, Xinjiang's value far exceeded that of the craftsman god. Only Luo Qing could understand his existence. He was an all-round warrior. Deep feelings couldn't last forever. Being able to stay by the side of the one she loved was a great joy. However, Jiang Qin and the one she loved didn't have much time left. It would be better if she could stay by young Master Xinjiang's side like she did. Even if she couldn't be with him, she could at least be with him. Everyone had their own stubbornness, and it was the same for love. Luo Qing didn't know if she had truly fallen in love with Xinjiang, but at the very least, she would never forget the unrestrained and brilliant Xinjiang for the rest of her life. Otherwise, why would she risk her life to go crazy for once and fight together with young Master Xinjiang? Now that she had survived the calamity, it was a good thing for her. However, the feelings she had for Xinjiang gradually faded away at this moment. That was because she knew that no matter what, it was impossible for her to make young Master Xinjiang miss her more than the woman in the crystal coffin. It should be a good thing that I found my big sister. Luo Qing smiled, but she was filled with jealousy in her heart. It was the same for every woman. She was once all-powerful, and no one in the God Luo clan could compare to her. She had a genius disciple that dominated the world, and was one of the top of the ancient clans. She was a heroine, but before her enemy she couldn't muster up that kind of coldness and disdain. Yeah, it's a good thing. I should be happy. Jiang Qin said with a big laugh. The joy in his heart was beyond words. With a wave of her hand, a Saint Grade pellet appeared in her hand. Xiao Yu, you should wake up after eating this pellet, right? Jiang Qin said. You can't. This Saint Grade pellet might be powerful, but its energy isn't balanced right now. You should know that better than me. You're just worrying too much. A Saint Grade pellet might be good, but it should be an incomplete Saint Grade pellet, right? Luo Qing's words made Jiang Qin realize that he had been too anxious. He never thought that the Saint Grade pellet wouldn't be able to recover completely. If she ate it now, it might have the opposite effect. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly as he looked at Luo Qing with gratitude. Thank you very much. I was too worried. Jiang Qin calmed his heart. He knew that he couldn't be impatient if he wanted Xiao Yu to wake up. It won't be easy to recover this Saint Grade pellet. I'm afraid that I won't be able to gather all the treasures in a short period of time. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. The bitterness on the corner of his lips was unbearable. The Nantong Divine Region, the peak of the southern sea, the violet bamboo forest. I should be able to help you find the method to recover the Saint Grade pellet. It had already become a story that had been spread far and wide. It had even been written into a book that was enthusiastically discussed in the central continent. The Mountain Sea sect's momentum had collapsed. Everyone in the Baji sect was depressed. The martial pellet hall had also become Jiang Chen's greatest pursuer. Countless experts of the martial pellet hall had come out at this time and began to search for traces of Jiang Chen. They dug 3 feet into the ground in the central continent, as if they weren't willing to let go of the fellow that had disgraced them. After Monarch Tianqi returned to the martial pellet hall, he had gathered his forces and began a carpet search. The world was vast and he would definitely not let Jiang Chen go. Although the Mountain Sea sect and the Baji sect were furious at Jiang Chen, they no longer had the will to resist after knowing that all the grand elders of their sects had been annihilated. Jiang Chen's name had resounded throughout the central continent, but not many people knew what he had done. His true secrets were not something that outsiders could know. Currently, only the martial pellet hall had begun to make a big move against Jiang Chen. They wanted to make it difficult for him to move in the divine world. The martial pellet hall did indeed have the strength to do so. Saint Martial City, in the main hall, Monarch Tianqi stood with his hands behind his back as he looked at the majestic and domineering painting of a galloping horse. His face was incomparably solemn as he closed his eyes. Behind him there were actually 2 Emperor Realm auras. One of them was extremely short and skinny. He looked weak as though a gust of wind could blow him over. The other was an old woman with a walking stick. Her eyes were slightly squinted and she had a smile on her face. She looked extremely benevolent and kind. However, it was these 2 unassuming people who were peerless experts who were on the same level as Emperor Tianqi. Their emperor auras were unstoppable. The 2 of you, I was forced to ask the 2 of you for help this time. Consider it as me owing the 2 of you a favor. Monarch Tianqi said in a low voice. His voice was extremely suppressed. After all, as an Emperor Realm expert, it would be an extremely shameful matter for him to ask for help. A favor from an Emperor Realm expert wasn't something that could be easily returned. Ao, I never thought that there would be someone that our Monarch Tianqi couldn't take down. How rare, how rare. Ao. The short man said with a weird smile as he rolled his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Monarch Tianqi frowned his brows and said faintly. If Brother Chu is here to ridicule me, then I, Tianqi, have misjudged you. It's not like you don't know that that fella is just being straightforward. The supreme elders of the mighty martial pill hall are definitely on the same side. Brother Tianqi, since the 2 of us are here, we will definitely help you capture that bastard. Cough cough. The sickly old woman said with a smile. As the antique figures of the martial pill hall, the 3 of them were influential figures even in the central region divine land. The 3 of them only had one goal, to kill Jiang Chen and reclaim the glory of the martial pill hall. That's right. Tianqi, you can't be so petty, right? Ao, you can't even take this kind of joke. Can't you just have fun? Chu Junqing said with a smirk. He patted Monarch Tianqi's shoulder and looked into the distance, as if he didn't put a brat like Jiang Chen in his eyes. That's for the best. Chapter 37-34. 3 years passed by in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen slept in the wilderness and ate in the wind without stopping for even a moment. Finally he arrived at the Nantong Divine Region. Thousands of miles of green bamboos were everywhere, thousands of miles of mountains were everywhere. The Nantong Divine Region was covered in smoke. Even Jiang Chen did not expect that he would enter such a land. He thought that this place was peaceful and full of spiritual energy. It must be a place full of treasures. However, he did not expect that it would be a place filled with war for 3 months. Wherever Jiang Chen went, there were cries of disaster everywhere. Whether it was powerful cultivators or weak ordinary people, they all suffered heavy casualties and lost their homes. That tragic scene, why did it look like the last piece of pure land in the legends? Could it be that the last pure land was like this? Jiang Chen sighed and felt pity in his heart. Not everyone knew about the sufferings of the human world. The Nantong Divine Region was in an abyss of suffering. The flames of war were everywhere, the gods of death were everywhere. Countless lives were lost and countless souls were lost. There was no place for them to stay. Brat, this is not a place you should come to. Get lost. What a big crystal coffin. The person inside is so beautiful. I was just worried about not having a place to relieve my boredom. Brat, hurry up and hand over that crystal coffin to me. Haha, you don't even let the dead go. You're too abnormal. Everyone roared with laughter, shaking their heads. Their faces were filled with satisfaction, their hearts were filled with joy, and their bellies were filled with anger. There were more than a few hundred of them. The weakest among them was a heavenly god while the strongest among them was a hierarch. Before this they had just slaughtered a small city by the border. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed, not even a chicken or a dog was spared. Jianghu frowned. He was not a self-righteous person, but he was extremely angry when he saw these people wantonly slaughtering. Those 100,000 people, regardless of their age, status, all became souls under the butcher's knife. There was no mercy or kindness in their eyes. They killed them as easily as slaughtering chickens and sheep. However, they did not know that those were 100,000 lives. However, the one that Jianghu hated the most was Fa Tianqing. He dared to make fun of his lover. This fellow will definitely suffer for eternity. How dare you speak such filthy words? Today all of you must die. As for you, you will suffer for eternity. I will not let you fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Jianghu's eyes were as cold as a torch. He had concealed his aura, but he did not expect these people to look down on him like this. They were simply a bunch of arrogant people. Ah, he said that he will kill all of us? This is hilarious. Ah. Fa Tianqing and the others laughed hysterically. Their faces became extremely ferocious and terrifying. Within a few million li radius, no one dares to go against me. Who do you think you are? I am a late hierarch realm expert. I can even fight against the divine emperor realm expert. The number of people I have killed is probably more than the number of grains you have eaten and the number of bridges you have crossed. If it wasn't for the fact that you are holding a crystal coffin and the woman in it is so adorable, I would have killed you long ago. Fa Tianqing laughed ferociously. His killing intent was like a rainbow as he pointed at Jianghu. He really wanted to cut Jianghu into 1,000 pieces. That's right. Where did this bastard come from? You don't know what's good for you. Hurry up and kneel down in front of Grandpa Fa and beg for mercy. Otherwise you will die without a burial place. You don't know what's good for you. Grandpa Fa is the 9th son of our school of legalism. His identity is respected. Even some divine emperor realm experts have to respect Grandpa Fa. Brat, hurry up and kneel down in front of Grandpa Fa. Maybe I can leave you with a whole corpse. Ah. This brat is so stupid. He looks like an idiot. Grandpa Fa, let's just end him. That lady hee. The group of people around Fa Tianqing smiled apologetically and flattered him. Fa Tianqing looked like he was enjoying it. He said coldly, since you don't know right from wrong, don't blame me for being merciless. As the successor of legalism, I have to teach you a lesson. Jianghu's expression was cold. He did not expect these people to be so confident. However, he did not want to waste time with them. No matter who they were, he would just kill them. Such a cruel and heartless person would definitely not be a good person. It was just a matter of convenience to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Shut up. Jianghu said coldly. Fa Tianqing waved his hand and said, Go. Go. Let's show them who's the real overlord. With Fa Tianqing's shout, everyone swarmed forward. As they charged forward, a murderous aura filled the sky. Jianghu's expression was cold. He struck out a seal. The true dragon palm roared crazily. The shadow of the dragon flickered and killed hundreds of experts in an instant. Of course, those so-called experts were just useless chickens and dogs in Jianghu's eyes. They were not worth mentioning at all. At this moment, Fa Tianqing was surrounded by blood. All of them were dead. In an instant, a chilling aura filled Fa Tianqing's body. Fa Tianqing's face turned pale and he couldn't help but shiver. He subconsciously took a few steps back and stared at Jianghu. Who are you? I'm warning you. Don't come over. I'm the successor of the school of legalism. If you dare to touch me, the school of legalism will chase you to the ends of the earth. Fa Tianqing said fiercely. His brothers and subordinates were all killed by Jianghu's palm. Wasn't this too real? You don't deserve to know who I am. Jianghu shook his head and said coldly while looking at Fa Tianqing. Tell me your name if you have the guts. What kind of hero are you to hide in the battle of our school of legalism? Fa Tianqing said while clenching his teeth. Trying to provoke Jianghu at this moment was like taking him for a fool. However, even so, Jianghu did not care at all. It was a piece of cake for him to slaughter a sect now. To be able to raise such a stubborn and deranged person like you, your clan shouldn't be anything good either. Jianghu said coldly. How dare you humiliate my school of legalism? I will not rest until you die. Fa Tianqing took a step forward, wanting to compete with Jianghu. However, in the next moment, Jianghu's heart moved. His aura was like a rainbow in the sky, completely crushing Fa Tianqing's knees, causing him to kneel down. No! Fa Tianqing screamed in pain. His face was pale and bloodless. Everything below his knees had been crippled. 5 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, suppressing Fa Tianqing. The destructive aura made Fa Tianqing feel despair. Why? You're Jiangqin. Chapter 37-35. Don't worry about not having a confidant on the road ahead. Who doesn't know you? At this moment, Jiangqin was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Not to mention the entire Central State Divine Land, even the Nantung Divine Land, the Northern Cold Divine Land, the West Pole Divine Land, and the Dongxing Divine Land knew Jiangqin's name. He defeated the Mountain and Sea sect and kicked the Baji sect. He didn't even put the martial Dan Hall in his eyes. Who could stop him? Even Fa Tianqing was warned not to provoke Jiangqin when he went out in the future. Only God knew where he was. Who else could it be other than Jiangqin who held the 5 heavenly lightning? It was his symbol and his invincibility. Fa Tianqing knelt on the ground with a pale face and trembling body. He didn't know what to do. Jiangqin, how did I provoke this guy? Fa Tianqing regretted it so much. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Before leaving, he was warned by his father that Jiangqin didn't even care about the martial Dan Hall. Who in the Nantung Divine Land dared to be his enemy? Although they all swore, no one was willing to provoke the god of plague, Jiangqin. Once Jiangqin got involved, it would be a fight to the death. Fa Tianqing, as the 9th son of the legalism school, was considered a strong candidate for the inheritance. However, an existence like Jiangqin was beyond his reach. Jiangqin's strength was similar to the head of the legalism school. He was in the half-step emperor realm. Fa Tianqing knew that he didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. Even if his father was here, he might not be able to protect him. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Right now, Jiangqin was like an unparalleled divine lord. Fa Tianqing didn't dare to provoke him at all. His legs were completely suppressed by Jiangqin's power. Everything below his knees was crushed and blood was dripping. Senior Jiangqin, I know I was wrong. I beg you to spare my worthless life. I'll kowtow to you. Bang, bang, bang. Fa Tian kowtowed to Jiangqin with all his might. His forehead was bleeding profusely and his eyes were filled with despair and pain. How sorrowful it was to have both of his legs crippled. Even as he gasped for breath, he could feel the intense pain all over his body. Cold sweat dripped down his back as he trembled. After learning of Jiangqin's identity, he didn't even have to do anything. Just the divine might of Jiangqin alone was enough to suppress him to the point where he didn't even have the slightest strength to retaliate. Jiangqin's expression was cold. He had no concept of Fa Tianqing at all. He was just like an ant. However, Fa Tianqing had insulted his wife, Xiaoyu. Therefore he couldn't continue to live in this world. When you killed those innocent people, did you ever think about it? Who will spare their lives? You crushed them to pieces, and when not even their bones remained, who would pity them? What did they do wrong? An entire city of people were slaughtered by you? Why? Jiangqin's voice was extremely loud. Fa Tianqing said with a trembling voice, because they were from the Taoist faction. They believed in the Taoist faction, which meant that they were enemies with the legalism faction. So, I slaughtered them all. Fa Tianqing knew that he had no chance of escaping. He could only hope that Jiangqin would spare his worthless life. It seems like it's a battle between the legalism faction and the Taoist faction. In that case, you're fighting for the righteousness of your faction. Isn't that understandable? Jiangqin said coldly. Yes. I'm fighting for the righteousness of my faction. Even if I had to kill them, why not? If I didn't kill them, they would have killed me sooner or later. If I went around them, who would go around me? Facing the enemy, I had no other choice. So, I could only kill them. The Taoist faction is not good. The legalism faction is the orthodox faction of the world. Fa Tianqing seemed like he had been injected with chicken blood, as if he had grasped the reason why Jiangqin killed them. He was full of confidence. If Jiangqin was in Fa Tianqing's shoes, he wouldn't find anything wrong with killing them. There was no right or wrong when it came to the righteousness of the clan. Whoever was stronger would be able to survive. It sounds like it's true. Who are the sages of the Taoist faction? It seems to be Laozi and Zhuangzhouzi, right? Jiangqin said. Yes. Zhuangzhouzi, that bastard. He calls himself Nanhua the Enlightened. It is said that he is the most deceptive person in the Taoist faction. He is a real bastard. Even though he has been dead for thousands of years, his descendants are still like a centipede. They are always disgusting you like flies. Fa Tianqing said excitedly. He was full of contempt for the people of the Taoist faction. He was also full of disdain for Nanhua the Enlightened. Jiang Qin sneered and looked at Fa Tianqing. Nanhua the Enlightened had given him a new lease of life. Nanhua the Enlightened had given him the Tao accumulation fruit. Jiang Qin admired and respected Nanhua the Enlightened. It seems that the legalism faction has a lot of enemies. Jiang Qin said Lung Lung. Exactly. The Nantung Divine Region is the holy land of the 100 schools of thought. However, the legalism faction is the orthodox faction. The rest of the Taoist faction, Mahists and Confucians are all bullshit. We should abolish the 100 schools of thought and respect the spiritual skills alone. That is what the world should do. In the world, only the legalism faction is invincible. Senior Jiang Qin, as long as you join the legalism faction, I will definitely make you the supreme elder. At that time, if we work together with Senior Jiang Qin, not to mention the Nantung Divine Region, we might even be able to go to the Central Continent Divine Land. Although the Martial Pellet Hall is very strong, our legalism faction is not easy to deal with. It's just that we are in the Nantung Divine Region. If the Martial Pellet Hall wants to go against us, it won't be that easy. Fa Tianqing patted his chest and said, now that the 100 schools of thought are at war, our legalism faction will naturally stand firm and fight against the other major clans. Our biggest enemies are the Taoist faction, Confucians, military faction, Mahists, and school of vertical and horizontal. As long as we destroy these clans, our legalism faction will definitely be the #1 clan in the Nantung Divine Region. Fa Tianqing swore and said solemnly, looks like the Nantung Divine Region is at war with the 100 schools of thought. This should be the real reason why the people are in misery. Jiang Qin could not help but sigh. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. However, the Nantung Divine Region's factions were very complicated. Now that the 100 schools of thought were at war, it was truly a tragedy. In order to prevent this calamity, Senior Jiang Qin, as long as you join our legalism faction, you will have great achievements in the vast world. Fa Tianqing's words seemed to make him feel that Jiang Qin had already sunk into deep thought. After saying so much, you still have to die. In order to prevent this calamity, I'll kill all the arrogant and conceited members of your school of legalism. As for you, you can wait for them on the road to the Yellow Springs. Chapter 37-36. Why do you still want to kill me, Puff? Fa Tianqing's face turned pale and blood gushed out from his mouth. He looked terrible and had lost his fighting strength. At this moment he did not expect that everything he said would be in vain. Jiang Qin still wanted to kill him. Don't worry. You won't die. I will make sure that your soul will never be reincarnated. I will let you suffer for 10,000 years and free those innocent people that you killed. However, I could have spared your life. It's a pity that you insulted my wife. Therefore, a beast like you doesn't even have the right to reincarnate. Jiang Qin said calmly and stared at Fa Tianqing. No, please don't. Senior Jiang Qin, as long as you let me go, I, the legalism school, will promise you anything. Please let me go, Jiang Qin frowned. As soon as the great Yu soul-forming light appeared, Fa Tianqing's soul was forcefully removed from his body. That kind of pain was even more terrifying than being torn apart by 5 horses. It was terrifying. Jiang Qin didn't show any mercy to Fa Tianqing, who didn't know what was good for him. Letting him suffer for 10,000 years was already a great mercy to him. No one knew how many innocent people had died in his hands. This executioner should have died a graveless death a long time ago. Taking care of Fa Tianqing was just something that Jiang Qin did in passing. Fa Tianqing's death was his own fault. However, Jiang Qin did not expect the Nantung Divine Region to be in such a mess. Hundreds of sects contending against each other was the cause of this bloody storm. The Nantung Divine Region was originally known as the last pure land in the divine world. However, it seemed that it was not true. Hearsay was not as good as seeing it with one's own eyes. If one did not see it with his own eyes, he would not understand how ironic it was. Jiang Qin was filled with doubts as to whether the purple bamboo forest at the peak of the South Sea was the last pure land. However, that was the territory of the Buddhist sect. Although the Buddhist sect was not considered powerful in the Nantung Divine Region, Bodhisattva had incomparable majesty. He was in existence second only to the Gautama Buddha. Whether it was in the Buddhist sect or the Nantung Divine Region, he should be extremely terrifying. Now that he had just entered the Nantung Divine Region, he had already encountered such an incident. For Jiang Qin, this trip to the Nantung Divine Region might not be smooth sailing. Along the way, Jiang Qin flew for tens of thousands of miles and finally saw a big city. However, the most powerful expert in this ancient city was only at the Divine Emperor realm. As Jiang Qin carried the crystal coffin, the people around him kept their distance and whispered among themselves. What bad luck. Let's go, let's go. Sigh, it's probably another pitiful infatuated man. Jiang Qin rested in the inn and asked about the South Sea Summit, but the waiter's expression changed when he heard it. In addition, Jiang Qin was carrying the crystal coffin on his shoulder. Many guests shook their heads, sighed, and turned to leave. Here are 100 high-grade divine origin stones. Jiang Qin's expression was calm as he placed the divine origin stones on the table. The waiter trembled, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He had never seen so many high-grade divine origin stones in his life. Money makes the world go round. The waiter's expression became extremely solemn when he saw the divine origin stone in Jiang Qin's hand. He lowered his voice and said, Sir, to tell you the truth, the South Sea Summit is no longer the South Sea Summit of the past. Countless years ago, the South Sea Summit was the holy land of the Buddhist sect. Countless people worshipped and admired Avalokitesvara. In the Nantung divine region, it even surpassed the admiration and reverence for Buddha. But for some reason, Avalokitesvara disappeared. No one knew where he went, and no one knew if Avalokitesvara would come back. Some people said that Avalokitesvara was dead, but many people firmly believed that Avalokitesvara was just meditating and not really dead. But that was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. The current summit of the Southern Sea could be considered the last pure land of the Nantung divine region. Because no one could enter it, the 100 schools of thought contended, causing the entire Nantung divine region to be in a precarious situation. So, the South Sea Summit is no longer as glorious as before. The waiter's expression was cautious as if he was unwilling to say more. But after all, Jiang Qin gave him 100 high-grade divine origin stones. That was his salary for 100 years. According to reliable sources, in the past 10,000 years, no one who entered the South Sea Summit could leave there alive. So, the South Sea Summit became the Sea of Death. Countless people kept it a secret, and no one dared to go there to worship. The so-called Avalokitesvara was no longer the same as before. This kind of thing has become a taboo in the entire Nantung divine region. So no one is willing to say more, fearing that they might get into trouble. Facing the waiter's cautious words, Jiang Qin nodded slightly. But he was even more doubtful in his heart. Back then, it was said that it was the last pure land of the divine realm, and then it was said that those who entered the South Sea Summit could not enter it anymore. Now it was said that the South Sea Summit had become the Sea of Death, and no one dared to go there anymore. The original divine realm had become a place where everyone kept quiet out of fear. How could people not be doubtful and sigh? Tell me, how far is the South Sea Summit from here? Jiang Qin said. He knew that it was impossible to get too much useful information from this waiter. After all, the waiter's strength was undeniable. Jiang Qin only needed to find the location of the summit of the Southern Ocean, because the person he was looking for was Tyrant, a man from the purple bamboo forest. In order to save little Yu, Jiang Qin had to make this trip. Even if he knew that he had to face a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames, he would never back down. Continue to the south. About 2 million miles southwest is the South Sea Summit. As the name suggests, it is at the southernmost part of the South Sea. It is in existence like a celestial island, and the incomparably huge purple bamboo forest is the symbol of that place. According to the legends, the South Sea Summit is the place with the densest spiritual qi in the entire divine realm. Countless people want to go there to seek a breakthrough. But in the past 10,000 years, no one dared to go there. If young master really wants to go there, remember to be careful. The waiter warned again and again. Jiang Qin waved his hand, and the waiter happily took the high-grade divine origin stone in his hand. 100 years' worth of wages was obtained in an instant. Even Jiang Qin was envious of this kind of joy. A waiter like that was also the peak of his life. Everyone had their own happiness, but the current Jiang Qin could not bring himself to be happy at all. The crystal coffin beside him had scared off many people. Even the waiter from before was filled with fear and respect for him. Could it be that the Pure Land no longer exists? Chapter 37:37. Jiang Qin was incomparably anxious, but he knew that this wasn't something that could be done overnight. Putting aside the current situation of the summit of the Southern Ocean, he had to go and have a look at it first no matter what. Thousands of miles away, the wind and clouds surged. Jiang Qin was extremely anxious. Looking at Xiao Yu in the crystal coffin every day was his greatest motivation. On the peak of a low mountain range, Jiang Qin looked towards the south. 2 million miles away was already one step closer to the peak of the southern sea. Every time he passed by a region, Jiang Chen could see those people who had been fighting for years. The flames of war were undying, hundreds of schools of thought contended, and the battles were endless. It was not an exaggeration to say that the flames of war had spread throughout the entire Nantong Divine region. 2 million miles away, Jiang Chen had encountered more than 10 battles. However, he wasn't a savior, nor was he a teacher of justice. He had no obligation to save the people of the world. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't meddle in other people's business. Even if there were people wailing everywhere, he didn't care about it. There was nothing in the world and people were just worrying about it. If he insisted on taking action, it would only break the balance and cause the entire Nantong Divine region to fall into an even more chaotic situation. Death was like the extinguishing of a lamp. Some rose while others fell. It was the cycle of nature. Jiang Chen couldn't change everyone's fate. At this moment he was just like a bystander flying across the sky of the Nantong Divine region. However, when Jiang Chen was passing by a green bamboo forest, an earth-shattering battle attracted his attention. It was not a battle between divine kings and hierarchs. There were more than a dozen divine emperors fighting against each other. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Most importantly, the 100,000 miles ahead was completely sealed off by the flames of war. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to go there, he would have to take a detour. You want to step into my territory with just the likes of you? You're overestimating yourselves. Get out of here right now and I can pretend that you've never been here. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you here. A woman holding a pair of green serpent scissors said with a cold smile. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her golden hair fluttered in the wind. His cold, gem-like purple eyes were like a sharp sword that could pierce through a person's heart. The 7-meter-long azure dragon scissors in his hand shone with a cold light. Behind the woman, there were 300 divine generals, mighty and domineering, standing upright. The weakest among them were middle hierarch realm experts, and there were even divine emperor realm experts. There were no less than 50 of them. Such a force was considered quite strong in the entire Nantong Divine region. We are from the Emo family. If you insist on stopping us, don't blame us for being impolite. An old man with a gloomy aura said in a deep voice. As the head of a branch of the Emo family, he had been expelled back then. Now he wanted to bring his clansmen back to their homeland. Emo family? Aha, does the Emo family have someone like you? Do you recognize Emo Xian and Emo Yunfu from the Emo clan? This is the first time I've seen an old fart like you. If you're really from the Emo family, how could you not recognize me? The woman sneered, completely looking down on the people in front of her. 18 divine emperor realm experts were not a weak force, but they did not have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of her. Because this was a place that the military school had to fight for. The pass was narrow and dangerous and no one could pass through here. Otherwise, it would be the greatest humiliation for the military school. For millions of years, no one had dared to behave atrociously in front of the militarists, let alone these impostors. As a genius of the militarists, Yang Yunlang was a 1-in-a-million heroine. She was famous in the Nantong Divine region, and no one had ever been able to oppose her. They wanted to pass through here but they did not know her name? How could this be possible? Therefore there was only one reason. These people were impostors. Not to mention that they were impostors, even if they were real, it was impossible for them to pass through the military school's place. Military school. Military school. The leading old man murmured. His heart was filled with bitterness as he recalled the past. The Emo family and the military school had always been enemies. The battle between the Emo family and the military school had never stopped. He never thought that he would come to the military school's place this time. This old man is Thousand City of Black Jade. I'm indeed from the Emo family, but I haven't been back to the Nantong Divine region for many years, so I don't know the experts of the military school. Please forgive me. Otherwise, if you guys really want to fight to the death and become the enemy of the Emo family, you might not be able to make the decision. Thousand City of Black Jade said in a deep voice, neither servile nor overbearing. His expression was stern. Facing the people of the military school, Thousand City of Black Jade knew that it was almost impossible for him to force his way through. Therefore he could only use his emotions to persuade her. He hoped that this little girl could consider the overall situation. Although the Emo family and the military school had always been at loggerheads with each other, it would not be easy for them to fight against each other as they were the true overlords of the 100 schools. At most, it would be a battle between clansmen below the Divine Emperor realm. I remember now. You're the one who was expelled from the Emo family 100,000 years ago? Thousand City of Black Jade. You used to be a genius disciple. Ah. Unfortunately, you humiliated your sister-in-law and were expelled by the Mo family. What a pity. Menhihi. Yang Yunlang laughed coldly. He looked at Thousand City of Black Jade with disdain. When he said those words, all the people of the military school roared with laughter. They were full of mockery and ridicule towards the people of the Mo family. As for the people behind Thousand City of Black Jade, their faces were filled with astonishment and anger. Thousand City of Black Jade's face was dark to the extreme. After all these years, he had always carried this kind of reputation with him. That was why he had been expelled by the Mo family. If it weren't for his sister-in-law trying to help her husband ascend to the position of genius in the Mo family, he wouldn't have been framed. Carrying such a deep hatred, Thousand City of Black Jade had to leave his home. He had agreed to return to the Black Lands in 100,000 years, to prove his name, to show the Mo family who was truly an exceptional genius. Thousand City of Black Jade's heart was filled with unspeakable bitterness. For 100,000 years he had endured the pain in his heart. Now that he had brought his descendants back to the Black Lands, he was filled with absolute confidence. However, he had never imagined that good things would never go out the door, while bad things would travel 1,000 li. Even after 100,000 years, Yang Yunlang still knew the reason why Thousand City of Black Jade had left the Mo family. How could Thousand City of Black Jade feel good about being accused of such a shameful matter? Don't slander me, said Yang Yunlang coldly. I, Thousand City of Black Jade, have always been righteous. I've returned to the Mo family to prove my name. I, Thousand City of Black Jade, am definitely not the type to be a thief. Chapter 37-38. However, in the eyes of Yang Yunlang and the other military experts, Thousand Black Jade City was just trying to flatter himself. Back then, when you were expelled from the clan, you were quite awe-inspiring. Haha, sinister, cunning, licentious and tyrannical. How could the Mo clan tolerate you? Although we are enemies, it's definitely a good thing to kick a black sheep like you out of the Mo family. Now that you dare to return to the Mo family, it seems like you really don't see yourself as an outsider anymore. Even if I let you go, do you think you can enter the Mo family's gate? How dare you bully your sister-in-law? You're a scum, you deserve to be infamous for thousands of years. Infamous for thousands of years? Thousands of years? An earth-shattering roar resounded through the clouds. Yang Yunlang had almost completely entered the heart of the Thousand Black Jade City, causing the people of the Thousand Black Jade City and the Mo clan to be completely enraged. Even after 100,000 years, the Thousand Black Jade City still couldn't let go of the hatred in his heart. He was wrongly accused, he had to seek justice for himself. Originally, Thousand Black Jade City did not intend to have a conflict with the people of the military family. After all, he had not returned to the Nantung Divine region for 100,000 years. He didn't know what the current situation was like. On one hand, he did not want to make enemies for the Mo family. However, this little girl from the military family was so aggressive, which made Thousand Black Jade City furious. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Grandpa, let's fight with them. We can't let these people from the military family look down on us. Since they dare to humiliate you, we'll make them pay with their blood. Moling Dongshan took a step forward with a dignified appearance. He looked at Yang Yunlang. Her black hair was fluttering in the wind. Her gray robe was like a splash-ink landscape painting. She had a different charm and elegance. Although she was a woman, Moling Dongshan was the most powerful expert in the entire Mo family. She wanted to bring her grandfather back to the Mo family and let the Mo family know who was the one who made the mistake that year. Interesting. Since you want to fight, I, Yang Yunlang, will accompany you to the end. Behaving atrociously in the territory of my military school, the exiled members of your Mo family are truly becoming more and more despicable. There's nothing you can do. Yang Yunlang's tone was filled with ridicule. He was filled with contempt towards the entire Mo family. At this moment, both parties were already at each other's throats. The arrow was knocked on the bowstring, it had to be released. Moling Dongshan was not the kind of person who was willing to be led by the nose by others. Now that he had become more powerful, it was not impossible for him to go against the military school. Moreover, they were the elites of the family. Even if they were to fight, they might not be at a disadvantage. Having endured the humiliation of the previous generation's ancestors, every member of the Mahists had the attitude of facing death with equanimity. Facing the militarists, their battle intent surged and their arrogance soared. Bitch. Today I, Moling Dongshan, will make you pay for your words and actions. Moling Dongshan was holding a long sword in her hand. Her silhouette shone brightly as she jumped up from the ground. Her slender figure was like a fairy. In a blink of an eye, she slashed towards Yang Yunlang. "Come on!" Yang Yunlang shouted. With the green serpent scissors, she had dominated the world for countless years. As a genius of the military school, she was definitely not weaker than Moling Dongchen. Both of them were at the late Divine Emperor realm. Moreover, both of them were geniuses that only appeared once in 10,000 years. The battle between Moling Dongchen and Yang Yunlang had attracted everyone's attention. "Why are you still standing there? Kill them!" The people of the military school roared and rushed towards the remaining people of the Mo family. This battle was not only a battle between them. Thousand Black Jade City roared in anger. As the ancestor of the Mo family, he was duty-bound. This time he returned to the Nantung Divine region because he wanted to clear his name. Now, before he even reached the Mo family, he had already been humiliated by the people of the military school. How could the people of the Mo family remain calm? The green serpent scissors swept across the universe. As a rare genius disciple of the military school, Yang Yunlang was also extremely talented. When she fought with Moling Dongchen, both of them had exerted their full strength. They fought from the sky to the ground. On the mountain peak, among the green water, it was all their battlefields. The mightiness of the two women was incomparable. That kind of decisive and murderous aura was not inferior to the men. "Dongchen, be careful." Thousand Black Jade City reminded Moling Dongchen. His granddaughter was even more outstanding than him. These years, as a genius of the Mo family, she had continuously risen and surpassed everyone. She had become the most powerful person in the Mo family. Moling Dongchen nodded slightly. She advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. Her battle with Yang Yunlang showed her unique domineering aura. Yang Yunlang was also not an easy opponent. She rose from the ranks and was one of the most powerful experts in the military school. She guarded the land that the military school had to fight for. She led countless disciples of the military school. Her demeanor as a female general made people sigh in admiration. The battle between Moling Dongchen and Yang Yunlang was like a needle against an awl. Neither of them dared to slack off for even a moment. If they were careless, the other party might take advantage of them. Although there were not many disciples of the Mo family, they were all elites. There were 5 late Divine Emperor experts in the minor connecting heavens realm. The rest of them were also the elite disciples of the Mo family. They were not afraid of the battle at all. The military school won because they had more people. In addition to Yang Yunlang's domineering aura, the situation was irreversible when they fought with the Mo family. Rays of light filled the sky. Sword shadows and saber lights. The clanging sound lasted for a long time. Battle cries pierced through the sky. Dozens of Divine Emperor experts fought with each other in this battle. It was imaginable how tragic it was. The flames of war were continuous. The mountains were covered and the dark clouds were shrouded. Ink attack technique, profound heaven's 9 rotations. Moling Dongchen's sword shadow trembled. It was invisible and fell down. Yang Yunlang twisted the green serpent scissors and his aura did not decrease. Serpent move. Rays of cold light approached each other. The two of them got closer to each other again. Divine weapons intertwined with each other continuously. Both of them were repulsed. Moling Dongchen and Yang Yunlang did not slow down at all. The impact of the two of them had become a beautiful scenery. At this moment, it seems like the Mo family has really mobilized a lot of people. Jiang Qin looked at the horrifying battle. No one was spared from the disaster. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Ancient trees were burnt. The sky collapsed and the earth sunk. It was a tragic scene. A battle between divine monarchs was unavoidable. It was a battle between divine monarchs. Moling Dongchen's current strength was quite powerful. He was a late divine emperor expert in the great connecting heavens realm. He was as powerful as the Mo family's branch master, Black Jade Thousand City. It seemed like Moling Dongchen had suffered a lot these years. Chapter 37-39. However, Moling Dongchen was too powerful. Yang Yunlang gradually felt that it was strenuous. Although they had the absolute advantage in numbers, it could not make up for the weakness of their low strength. Under the leadership of Thousand Black Jade City, the experts of Mo family had taken the initiative. They had already beaten the people of the military school to the point that they were scared witless. Yang Yunlang's complexion was ashen. Right now, she was the only one who could stabilize the situation. The rest of the people were already being beaten passively. It wouldn't be long before all the people from the military school were annihilated. Then it would be difficult for Yang Yunlang to escape death. When the Thousand City of Black Jade was free, her situation would be even more dangerous. Xuanhuan did not expect that the people of Mo clan would be this decisive and powerful. In less than half an hour they were already in a mess. Yang Tianfeng changed the formation. Xuanhuan roared angrily. Military school was famous for the dangers of the military gate. Their formations were even more uncanny workmanship. Therefore they were quite powerful. Their advantage was that they had a lot of people and their formations were strange and ever-changing. After Xuanhuan informed them, Yang Tianfeng led everyone and began to change the formation. One had to admit that the formation of the military school was terrifying. After the formation was changed, it became very difficult for the Thousand Black Jade City and the others to deal with the people of the military school. At least, they had stabilized the situation after the formation was completed. They were not powerless in front of the experts of the Mo clan. The military school's formation was divided into 8 directions and covered the people of the Mo clan. At this moment, even the hierarch realm experts could make full use of their strength in the formation. 5-direction Heavenly Gates formation. Yang Tianfeng was in charge of the 5-direction Heavenly Gates formation as the formation I, while Ao Zhan was in charge of the Thousand Black Jade City. For a moment, both sides were in a stalemate. Moreover, the military school had taken the absolute initiative. They swept away the previous gloominess and disappointment and instantly became the master. The change of the formation was out of the Mo family's expectation. Even Moling Dongchen was very nervous. If this continued, the Mo family would definitely be defeated soon. Humph. You're still too inexperienced to fight with me. How dare you behave atrociously in front of the military school? This is a place where you can't come and go as you please. Xuanhuan was full of vigor as she sneered. Her green serpent scissors kept on cutting. Cold light wreaked havoc in the surroundings. She was invincible. The morale of the Bai family was high. This allowed her to regain her confidence. She was not completely inferior to Moling Dongchen. What a strange formation. If he was here, he might be able to break this formation with a single hand. Moling Dongchen murmured and gritted her teeth. Now, she could only hope that her grandfather could lead the people of the Mo family to break the formation as soon as possible. Otherwise, once they were suppressed by the 5 directions Heavenly Gates formation, they would be exhausted to death. The consumption of energy in the formation was not proportional to that of the Mo family. The Thousand City of Ink Jade moved closer and closer with an ugly expression on its face. It kept losing ground to Yang Tianfeng, and its anxiety was evident on its face. It seems like the Mo family is really tenacious. Jiang Chen's eyes moved as he looked indifferently. Currently he was shrouded in a cloud of mist. It was not easy for others to see him. After all, he was carrying the crystal coffin on his shoulder. No matter where he went, he would be the center of attention. Therefore Jiang Chen had to hide his strength and cover himself. But now he wanted to pass through this narrow and dangerous place. He could only go through this place. Since he met Jiang Chen on the road, he had no choice but to lend a helping hand. Moling Dongchen had left without saying goodbye to Jiang Chen, and he seemed to have some resentment towards Jiang Chen. This time, the reason why Jiang Chen did not reveal his real body was also because of Moling Dongchen. He did not want her to be filled with resentment towards him. However, at this moment, if Jiang Chen did not help them, the 5 directions Heavenly Gates formation would force the Thousand City of Ink Jade and the others into a desperate situation. Jiang Chen looked indifferent. When he took action, he pointed his finger lightly. In an instant, the 5 directions Heavenly Gates formation was broken. Yang Tianfeng and the others were dumbfounded. No one had expected that the 5 directions Heavenly Gates formation would be so fragile, especially Xuanhuan. The 5 directions Heavenly Gates formation that she was so proud of was broken by someone. Moreover, she did not even know who it was. What a terrifying fingerprint. The Thousand City of Ink Jade took a deep breath and looked extremely solemn. If it wasn't for this finger, the Mo family would probably be in deep trouble. This fingerprint seemed ordinary, but it had saved the entire Mo family. Moling Dongchen looked up and squinted her eyes. Her heart could not help but beat faster. Is it him? Is it really him? Moling Dongchen's heart was full of doubts. However, she knew that Jiang Chen had already become famous in the Land of 9 regions. He was unparalleled in the world. Even in the central region, no one could do anything to him. How could he appear here? The Nantong Divine region was in chaos. Hundreds of sects were contending against each other. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to go deep into this chaotic land. Everything was just her guess. As the 5 directions Heavenly Gates formation was broken, the people of the Mo family were excited. They started to fight back crazily as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The people of the military family could not continue to fight back. They could not resist the domineering aura. The defeat was like a landslide. The people of the military school could not resist the counterattack of the Mo family. It was like an unstoppable torrent. Yang Yunlong's heart sank to the bottom. Yang Tianfeng was defeated by the 1,000 Black Jade City one after another. Yang Yunlang was also struggling to move forward. Under the suppression of Moling Dongqin, the people of the military school were completely defeated. They almost died. Bastard! You barbarians, I won't stop until I kill you! Yang Yunlang roared angrily. Seeing that the people of the military school were starting to lose and the situation was getting worse, she had become crazy. The war was imminent and the wind was blowing everywhere. She could no longer sweep across the land like a general. She was being pushed back by Moling Dongqin. She couldn't escape and she couldn't even protect herself. No one had expected that this would be the result. Yang Yunlang shouted and roared again and again. However, there was nothing he could do. Facing the strong attack of the Mo family, more than 10 people were like a hot knife cutting through butter. The momentum of the military family was already gone. As the 5 Directions Heavenly Gates formation was broken, they had completely lost the initiative. I want the military family to die without a burial place. Moling Dongqin was very angry. After all, the 1,000 City of Ink Jade was his grandfather. Yang Yunlang had humiliated him like this. How could the people of the Mo family keep their face? If they did not teach Yang Yunlang a lesson, how could they keep their foothold? The dignity of the Mo family was inviolable. Chapter 3740. We can't hold on any longer, Sister Yunlang. Yang Tianfeng had a bitter smile on his face. Hundreds of Hierarch Realm and dozens of Divine Emperor Realm experts retreated under the huge pressure. The scene was very chaotic. The people from the military school knew that they had lost the upper hand. They were beaten to the point of dizziness. More than 100 Hierarch Realm experts were killed, and more than 10 Divine Emperor Realm experts were killed. The battle had entered a white-hot stage, causing the people from the military school to hang their heads in despair and fear. Retreat. Yang Yunlang clenched her teeth. Blue veins popped out on her face. Yang Yunlang, the female general of the military school, finally admitted her inadequacy at this moment. If they continued to fight, she might not be able to accept the result. 1/3 of the Divine Emperor Realm experts were killed. It was a great loss even for the military school. The Hierarch Realm experts, who were the backbone of the military school, were also in a miserable state. They had lost almost half of their forces. Yang Yunlang could not accept such a situation. However, there was nothing she could do. The situation was very bad. All she could do was sound the gongs to retreat and try to fight again. Right now, in this natural stronghold of the military school, her formation was still broken. The 5 Directions Heavenly Gates formation was extremely powerful. Originally, she thought that the natural stronghold would be enough to deal with it, but now it seemed that it was completely one-sided. Although Yang Yunlang was very conceited, she still knew what was more important. If they continued to fight, they might be completely annihilated. After the order to retreat, everyone felt as if they had been pardoned and began to flee with all their might. If Yang Yunlang did not give the order, they would have fled on their own. However, with Yang Yunlang's order, they began to flee on their own. The people of the Mo clan were all elites. Once the 5 Direction Sky Gate formation was broken, they no longer had any fear. The people of the military school could forget about holding them back. The 1,000 Black Jade City was invincible. Other than Yang Yunlang, there should be no one who could be his opponent. He killed his way in and out of the enemy's formation. It could be said that he was fighting to his heart's content. The people of the military school were defeated like a landslide. Finally, they completely fled. Yang Yunlang had suffered a few setbacks in Moling Dongqin's hands. She was complaining in her heart. She had never expected that these traitors of the Mo family would be so overbearing. It seemed that she could only accept her bad luck. The female general of the military no longer had the awe-inspiring aura she once had. She led her defeated army and fled 1,000 miles away. This scene was already unknown to anyone. Don't chase a cornered enemy. 1,000 City of Black Jade shouted with a deep voice. Joy appeared on his face. Their Mo family finally felt proud and elated, forcing back all of the military school's people. Not a single person was injured, and instead they made the other party suffer heavy losses. This was just too delightful. Whether it was the 1,000 City of Black Jade or the people of the Mo clan behind him, all of them were full of vigor, without the slightest bit of cowardice. Everyone guarded behind the 1,000 City of Black Jade, including Moling Dongqin. It was rare for his grandfather to be in high spirits. After defeating the military school and entering the Mo family, he would definitely be full of confidence. Thank you for your help, Great Master. The Thousand City of Black Jade slightly bowed to Jiangchen, who was shrouded in the clouds above the void. Although he did not know who was Jiangchen, if the Great Master did not break the formation with one finger, they would not have won so easily. They might even have been suppressed by the five-direction Heavenly Gates formation. Now that they had turned the situation around and defeated the powerful enemies of the military school, killing countless enemies, the Thousand City of Black Jade was very pleased with this battle. It could be considered as returning to the Mo family. Who wouldn't be happy with this victory? Thank you for your help, Great Master. Moling Dongchen and the others bowed slightly and said loudly. However, Jiangchen did not say a word. He stepped on the clouds and disappeared from this place without leaving a trace. This Great Master is really eccentric. Fortunately, we have the protection of the heavens. Otherwise, our Mo family would be in danger. The Thousand City of Black Jade slightly nodded his head. He was full of respect for the Great Master, who did not want to reveal his identity. No matter what, it's worth celebrating to be able to defeat the military school today. Congratulations, Grandpa. Moling Dongchen said. In the blink of an eye, the clouds and mist had already disappeared. Moling Dongchen was very puzzled. He was full of expectations for the mysterious Great Master. Jiangchen? Could it be you? Moling Dongchen smiled bitterly in his heart. How could it be? If it was him, this guy would definitely show up. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go quickly. This place is deep in the military school's territory. Once the military school brings reinforcements and comes back, we will be in danger. If there wasn't a Great Master helping us, we might not be able to win this battle so easily. The Thousand City of Black Jade said in a deep voice. He was extremely worried. On the other hand, he was eager to return home. The Mo family was just 400,000 miles away from them. His heart was already burning with anxiety. The closer he was to his hometown, the more timid he was. He did not dare to ask the Great Master. At this moment, the Thousand City of Black Jade had not returned for 100,000 years. His heart was filled with expectation. He missed the Mo family and his homeland very much. Fallen leaves must return to their roots. Although he had not reached the day where he would die of old age, the longer the Thousand Black Jade City wandered outside, the more he longed for his homeland. Others might not be able to feel it, but his heart was filled with excitement. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Grandpa. Moling Dongchen said in a low voice. She held her grandpa's hand tightly. At that moment, she felt very bitter in her heart. Her grandpa had been wronged for 100,000 years. He was forced to confess and was expelled from the Mo family. It was a great destruction to her grandpa's body and mind. Now that he had returned to the Mo family again, one could imagine the bitterness and nervousness in his heart. A group of 18 people. All of them were the descendants of the Thousand City of Black Jade. They were the elites of the Mo family. Although Moling Dongchen had become the head of the family, he was not the true descendant of the Mo family. This time he returned to the Mo family to clear the injustice and let his descendants return to the family. Let's go. Our home is in front. The Thousand City of Black Jade suppressed the excitement in his heart. He was in high spirits and stood at the front, treading on the sky. After more than a month, when Jiangchen appeared here, he was almost in front of the Thousand City of Black Jade. Although Jiangchen's strength was stronger than them, Jiangchen's speed was slowed down by carrying the crystal coffin. This crystal coffin could not be kept in the storage ring, let alone in the Zulong Tower. Of course, there was something magical about it. If we want to enter the South Sea, we can only walk through the Mo family. If we take a detour, it will be hundreds of thousands of miles or even millions of miles. Chapter 3741. Jiangchen didn't want to stir up any trouble, and he didn't want to alarm too many people. If he revealed his identity, no one could guarantee that there weren't any people from the Mo family among the people he had offended. He had made countless enemies and he didn't even know how many he had killed. Although Jiangchen's name was well known in the divine world, he did not want to cause a bloodbath. They came so fast. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. Not long after, Moling Dongchen and the others appeared in front of the Mo family. Eternal City Myriad Ink Attack. The Mo family stands at the peak of the 100 families. The Thousand City of Black Jade looked at the endless city wall in front of him. He was extremely excited and shocked. How many years had it been? How many things had happened in his dreams? Once upon a time, the Thousand City of Black Jade stood here and looked down upon the thousands of disciples of the Mo family. As the most powerful prodigy, the treasure of the Mo family, he was expelled from the Mo family in the end. Now that he had returned, the Thousand City of Black Jade took a deep breath. He was prepared for any changes. Moling Dongchen did not have such a strong emotion like his grandfather. But as someone who was expelled from the Mo family and suffered 100,000 years of injustice, one could imagine the bitterness of it. Mo family, I, the Thousand City of Black Jade, am finally back. He let out a long sigh. No one knew how much bitterness he had felt. The sinner, the Thousand City of Black Jade, has returned after 100,000 years. The Thousand City of Black Jade's voice reverberated across thousands of miles. His appearance had attracted the attention of the Mo clan. Mo City was famous for its ink attack. The Thousand City of Black Jade and the other 18 Divine Emperor Realm experts had arrived. How could the people of the Mo clan not be surprised and puzzled? Thousand City of Black Jade? Who is that? Sigh. Haven't you heard of the peerless prodigy who was expelled from the Mo family 100,000 years ago? It's him. What? The Thousand City of Black Jade is back? Didn't they say that he was expelled from the Mo family? I heard that the Thousand City of Black Jade swore that he will return after 100,000 years. At that time he will fight Mo Xianxia again. Didn't he get expelled because he bullied his sister-in-law? How could he have the face to come back now? Mo Xianxia is already an elder of our Mo clan. How can we allow him to fight as he pleases? Isn't that so? Now that 100,000 years have passed, things have long remained the same, but the people have long changed. Who knows what exactly happened back then? Some people say that Thousand Black Jade City was wronged, but in the end, it was still a sinner of a generation, who still believes that it can be rehabilitated. At this moment, the Mo clan was already in a state of apprehension. Countless people were discussing about the Thousand Black Jade City. Some people were filled with disdain while others were extremely expectant. However, the Thousand Black Jade City was someone who was expelled from the Mo clan. How could they let him return to the clan so easily? Since he was a sinner of the Mo family, he should know what kind of situation he was in. I heard that when Thousand City of Black Jade left the Mo clan, he was only a peak heavenly god expert. Now he has returned with a group of divine emperor experts. This Thousand Ink Jade City is truly unwilling to die. Since he is already a sinner of the Mo family, he still wants to make a comeback. What's the point? Our Mo clan will never allow a person who disgraces the Mo clan to return and become the shame of our Mo clan. Perhaps he is here for Elder Mo Xianxia. The conflict between the two of them was spread throughout the entire Mo clan, especially Mo Gu of the Mo clan. She is a peerless woman whose name shook the entire Nantong divine region. No wonder Mo Xianxia and Thousand Black Jade City had a falling out. Most of the people of the Mo clan had reservations about the return of Thousand Black Jade City. After all, it had been a long time, and the current Thousand Black Jade City was no longer the same person he was in the past. Wait here, I will go and inform the elders of the Mo clan. A disciple of the Mo clan said loudly on the city wall, then he turned around and left. Thousand Black Jade City took a deep breath. The Mo clan was already in front of him, but his heart was still restless. In the Mo city, in front of a cave with dense spiritual energy, a disciple of the Mo clan knelt down on one knee and reported in a low voice. Reporting to the supervisor, the sinner of the Mo clan, Thousand Black Jade City has returned to the Mo clan, requesting an audience. Within the cave, an incomparably powerful aura suddenly soared into the sky. The stone door shattered, and a black-clothed figure immediately appeared in front of the Mo family disciple. The figure's thin figure, sunken eyes and long narrow eyes gave off an extremely cold and gloomy feeling. Who did you say? Mo, the sinner of the Mo clan, Thousand Black Jade City? The disciple said in fear. The supervisor's aura was too powerful, causing him to hold his breath and almost die from fright. Thousand Black Jade City? You damned fella, how dare you come back? You are the one who humiliated my mother in the past. Now you still want to return to the Mo clan? Dream on. I Mo Xian will make you die without a burial place. Mo Xian said in a deep voice. His face was gloomy, and his blood and qi were tumbling unceasingly. This person was the person he hated the most in his life. His mother was innocent all her life, but she was humiliated by the sinner of the Mo clan, Thousand Black Jade City. It became a shameful history that the entire Mo clan could never forget. Now this fella actually dared to come back. This time he must tear that bastard into pieces to vent his hatred. Although his father and mother did not say it, he knew that it was a pain in their lives. Since then, no one in the Mo clan had mentioned it again. However, that bastard, Thousand Black Jade City, had been firmly engraved in his heart. Even if you didn't come to the Mo clan, I have already wanted to find you. Thousand Black Jade City, I hope you won't disappoint me. Mo Xian sneered. As a genius disciple of the Mo clan, Mo Xian was already standing above the divine emperor realm. Compared to his father, his strength was not inferior. Mo Xian's talent was peerless, 1 in 10,000. He was entrusted with a heavy responsibility and no one could surpass him. His reputation in the Mo clan was extremely high. He was famous among the younger generation and he was in charge of the 3 armies. The current Mo clan was in a turbulent situation. Thousand Black Jade City actually dared to return to the Mo clan at this time. Then he must be killed here as a warning to others. The sinner of the Mo clan would never be able to return to the Mo clan. Moreover, he couldn't even get past Mo Xian. Mo Xian's heart was filled with anger. He had waited for this moment for a very long time. It had been 100,000 years. The return of the Thousand Black Jade City would be the day of his death. As the supervisor of the Mo clan city defense, Mo Xian had the authority to command the army. This time, the Thousand Black Jade City would not be able to get past him. Chapter 3742. Although Mo Xian was the most outstanding person in the Mo family, he wasn't the only one. As the son of Mo Jianghu, he had to bear a lot of responsibilities. Although he couldn't be blamed for what happened to his parents in the past, there were still people who spoke ill of him behind his back. This kind of thing was unavoidable. And the main culprit of all this was the Thousand City of Black Jade, an expert who was as talented as his father. You might have to call him uncle. It was because of the Thousand City of Black Jade that his path to becoming a genius became incomplete. He was even criticized by others. This was his only pain. Many people were discussing behind his back. Only Mo Xian's heart was filled with hatred for the Thousand City of Black Jade. He swore in his early years that he would definitely tear the Thousand City of Black Jade into pieces when he reached the pinnacle. The Mo clan would never allow such a person to exist. Back then the Mo clan only expelled him from the clan. It was too easy for him. According to Mo Xian's character, he should have torn him into pieces so that he wouldn't be able to reincarnate. Only by doing so could he vent his hatred. The matter of his parents and the humiliation of the Thousand City of Black Jade had always been a scar in Mo Xian's heart. Although he wouldn't mention it, there would always be people talking about it behind his back. This was also the reason why he had such a deep grudge against the Thousand City of Black Jade. Originally, he shouldn't care about the matters of the previous generation. However, it had already threatened his existence and caused him to lose his face. It became a stain in his life. He couldn't blame his parents, so he could only blame the Thousand City of Black Jade. Mo Xian didn't expect that this reckless Thousand City of Black Jade would take the initiative to send itself to him. This was too exciting. He had to teach him a lesson. It was impossible for him to return to the Mo clan. On the city wall, countless people of the Mo clan were looking forward to it. They were discussing among themselves. All of them were looking at the genius disciple who had left the Mo clan 100,000 years ago. Now he had already become a supreme divine emperor expert. Moreover, he brought along his powerful juniors to return to the Mo clan. To him, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity. Looks like the Thousand City of Black Jade is really going to return to the Mo clan this time. I'm afraid that even our Mo clan won't look down on such a powerful force. It's not easy to gather such a powerful force in 100,000 years. Our Mo family's talent is indeed not bad. Even if that's the case, back then the Thousand Black Jade City was expelled from the Mo clan. Do you think that everyone can stroll around so leisurely? Is our Mo family a place where others can come and go as they please? That's true. After all, tens of thousands of years have passed since then. Who can say for sure who was in the right and who was in the wrong? It all depends on how the higher-ups of our Mo family deal with it. Haha, I don't look favorably upon this Thousand City of Ink Jade. Back then he was expelled from the Mo clan. If it was because of some petty act, then it could still be forgiven. But he defiled his sister-in-law. If this matter were to spread out, how would outsiders view our Mo clan? Wouldn't they say that we didn't discipline them well and that we allowed our disciples to do as they pleased? In any case, I can't stand this kind of person. Scum, there's no need for him to return to the Mo family and acknowledge his ancestors. Dream on. Don't be so harsh with your words. How much do we know about what happened back then? Don't make things worse. This Thousand City of Ink Jade brought more than 20 Divine Emperor Realm experts with him just to show off his strength. Now is the time for manpower. Can the Mo clan give up on such a big piece of meat? The people of the Mo clan couldn't help but sigh. Everyone had different opinions. The return of the Thousand City of Ink Jade City would undoubtedly set off a wave in the Emo clan. Jiang Qin stood on the void. It might not be easy for him to go to the Ink City. At least, he would have to wait until Moling Dongqin and the others entered the Emo clan. Jiang Qin did not want to talk to Moling Dongqin too much. After all, he was carrying a heavy burden. There was not much that he could give to her now. When he had finished everything, he would definitely give her an explanation. In the past, his words had angered Moling Dongqin. He did not know if this guy would continue to be angry with him. Jiang Qin sighed, a myriad of emotions welling up in his heart. The most unforgettable thing was lovesickness. The most difficult thing to comprehend was the human heart. The most difficult thing to return was the feelings. Jiang Qin knew that he owed a lot of people. However, the only person he could not let go was Xiaoyu. Even if he had to betray everyone in the world, he would never betray Xiaoyu. The Thousand City of Ink Jade City's heart was heavy. He was extremely nervous. Who would the Emo clan send to meet him? Would they let him return to the Emo clan and acknowledge his ancestors? Or would they still expel him from the Emo city and never let him return? All these were a mystery in the heart of the Thousand City of Ink Jade City. It was something that he could not let go of. Everything that happened in the past was because of the bewitching potion that Yanning had poured on him. If it was not because his heart was not calm, he would not have ended up like this. However, everything was a trap set by Emo Yang. How could he know that she was his sister-in-law? Everything that happened in the past was just to fight for that genius position. However, it had caused him to fall into an irrecoverable situation. The Thousand City of Ink Jade City had no regrets. To put it bluntly, he had fallen into a honey trap. However, he really did not know that Yanning was his sister-in-law. When he found out about it, it was already too late. Everything had turned into a scam. Yan Ying's tearful complaint made him completely disheartened. From the beginning to the end, it was a well-designed trap. The Thousand City of Ink Jade City sighed in his heart. He did not want to talk about the past anymore. He just wanted to return to the Emo clan and acknowledge his ancestors. This was his only wish. Thousand City of Ink Jade, you bastard! Come out now. After an explosive shout, a thin man appeared in a flash. It was Emo Xian from before, the genius disciple of the Emo clan and the head guard of the city. Emo Xian's arrival caused another uproar. Because he was the son of the Thousand City of Ink Jade City that had humiliated his parents all those years ago. Such a situation caused the sky above the entire Emo city to be filled with a deep meaning, and it was even to the extent that it was filled with the smell of war. Interesting. Emo Xian has arrived. Looks like the Thousand City of Ink Jade won't have a good time. Exactly. Alas, I think it is probably impossible for the Thousand City of Ink Jade to return this time. His mother was humiliated all those years ago, and it is an extremely deep hatred. Most importantly, Emo Xian has heard many people discussing this matter behind his back. It is obvious that he will definitely vent his anger on the Thousand City of Ink Jade. That is understandable. The show is about to begin. Let's see who will be the final winner. Chapter 3743. Similar. They're too similar. Thousand City of Black Jade murmured. Whether it was her brows or the expression in her eyes, they were too similar to Yanning back then. It even caused Thousand City of Black Jade to feel a little disappointed. But after all, so many years had passed and he had already gotten over it. Today he had returned only to return to the Emo clan, he had no other thoughts. Even if others didn't say it, Thousand City of Black Jade could also recognize that this person before him was definitely Yan Ying's close relative. Old fart, you still dare to return? My Emo clan doesn't welcome you. You shameless thing, you still dare to brazenly say that you want to return to the Emo clan? That's impossible. Dream on. Do you know who I am? I am the son of Emo Yang and Yanning. Back then my parents didn't kill you, so you should have scrammed far away. But now you actually don't know what's good for you and want to return to your clan? What a fool's dream. Emo Xian will definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes to take revenge for what happened back then. My parents are benevolent, but it doesn't mean that I'm benevolent too. Since you're all descendants of the Emo clan, then you're all descendants of this shameless old fart. I'll take care of all of you at the same time, lest you, old fart, leave behind a despicable son of a bitch. Emo Xian shouted. His expression was cold and the smile on his face was extremely sinister. Every single word he said pierced through people's hearts. At that moment, Thousand City of Black Jade's body was even trembling non-stop. Good. What a good old fart. You're truly Emo Yang Kuei's son. There's nothing you wouldn't do. In the end, I'm still your uncle. Thousand City of Black Jade frowned. His hands were trembling slightly, and his heart was filled with anger. After all, he was the son of Yen Ying and his elder brother. But at this moment he actually said such despicable words to provoke him. This caused Thousand City of Black Jade's heart to be incomparably hurt. However, gossip was a fearful thing. Mo Xian had probably heard about what happened back then, so it was understandable for him to oppose him. Furthermore, this time, Thousand City of Black Jade wanted to return to his clan. He knew that there would definitely be a vicious speech. But he didn't expect that the person who would teach him a lesson would be their son. Even if my grandfather did something wrong, it's not up to you to lecture him. Furthermore, how much do you know about what happened back then? How dare you spout nonsense here without any respect for your elders? Is this how your parents raised you? In my opinion, your father isn't a good person either. Moling Dongchen's beautiful eyes flickered and her anger rose. She stared at Mo Xian with high fighting spirit. Tsk. What a beauty. It's a pity that her mouth is not forgiving. You have no right to lecture my parents. Little kid, if you want to fight with me, I will accompany you to the end. At that time, I'm afraid that you'll become the person by my bedside, waiting on me to wash my feet, eat and drink every day. Ha. Mo Xian laughed and said. Moling Dongchen clenched her fists tightly. She really wanted to cut this arrogant and conceited Mo Xian into 1,000 pieces. Mo Xian was so arrogant and conceited. You're courting death. Moling Dongchen was furious. But she was stopped by Thousand City of Black Jade because he didn't come back to fight today. At least he couldn't do anything now. He came back to acknowledge his ancestors so that the people of the Mo family would have someone to rely on. Thousand City of Black Jade was angrier than anyone else. However, he still suppressed the anger in his heart. Since you've been expelled from the Mo family, you have nothing to do with the Mo family. Do you still want to stand on the dignity of your ancestors and challenge me? Now you're just a passerby in front of me. No. You should be an enemy. An enemy that I must kill. Mo Xian's eyes were extremely cold and murderous. Facing Thousand City of Black Jade, he showed no mercy. So what if Mo Xian was his uncle? This sanctimonious and shameless person. It was already very kind of him not to execute him on the spot. Today, I'm here to look for the master of the Mo family. Please let him know that I don't want to have any conflict with you. Even if we want to solve the grudges of the previous generation, it's not up to you to say anything. Thousand City of Black Jade said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He looked calm, but the anger that he was suppressing in his heart could only be seen by Jiangchen. His eyes were also filled with anger. However, the situation was worse than him. If he wanted to return to the Mo family, he could only swallow his anger. Facing Mo Xian's accusation, he could only deal with it calmly. Otherwise, the situation would be even more unsightly. The people behind Thousand City of Black Jade were also eager to try. They were very annoyed by Mo Xian's rude words and wanted to have a life-and-death battle with him. However, at this moment, even the master of the Mo family had calmed down. So, they could only choose to remain silent. Being in someone else's house, one had to lower one's head. Thousand City of Black Jade's forbearance was right. Even Jiangchen had to admit that Thousand City of Black Jade was really forbearing. After all, he didn't come to the Mo family to create trouble. He just wanted to return to his homeland and gain the recognition of his family. Aha, you want to see the master? What a joke. You're simply dreaming. Who are you? Who do you think you are? What identity do you use to come and see my Mo family's master? Do you think that your strength is extraordinary and you can challenge my Mo family? Do you think that you can continue to be the accomplice of the evildoer and be arrogant? Why would my Mo family's master want to see an irrelevant person like you? You are no longer a member of the Mo family. If you dare to take half a step forward, it will be a provocation to the Mo family. I can completely activate the Mo attack and kill you here. Mo Xian said in a deep voice. His gaze was burning as it met with Thousand City of Black Jade. Both of their gazes were complicated and it was hard to understand. Master, why are you still wasting words with him? We can just directly kill this bastard. I don't believe that the Mo family's master won't come out. That's right. He's really too arrogant. Why do we have to suffer such humiliation? Kill our way to the Mo family and we will support you as the master. This fellow doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let me teach this bastard a lesson, master. The people behind Thousand City of Black Jade were all eager to give it a try. They wanted to compete with Mo Xian. All of you shut up. Thousand City of Black Jade took a deep breath. He stared fixedly at Mo Xian and said in a deep voice, Just what will it take for you to make me go and see the master? Thousand City of Black Jade knew that Mo Xian was purposely making things difficult for him. It was nothing more than seeking a battle with him. However, he came to acknowledge his ancestors and not to fight. Hence, Thousand City of Black Jade had been silently enduring Mo Xian's overbearing manner. However, he realized that it was impossible for him to continue enduring. This person would only endlessly force him. Thousand City of Black Jade was already prepared to fight. If you defeat me, you can walk over and see the master. But if you lose, then I will personally kill you. Chapter 3744. It seems like I guessed it right. Mo Xian will not let go of the Thousand Black Jade City so easily. It seems like a big battle is unavoidable. You're right. The Thousand Black Jade City is going against Mo Xian. This battle must be very exciting. One of them is an old man and one of them is a young man. Mo Xian's attitude towards the Thousand Black Jade City has explained everything. Today one of them will definitely die here. As for who it will be, I'm afraid no one knows. Since the Thousand Black Jade City has chosen to take action, he will definitely not show any mercy. Mo Xian has provoked him several times before. Even I can't stand it anymore. This battle must be a life and death battle between the two of them. The people of the Mo family were looking forward to this battle. Mo Xian was the new genius of the Mo family. Compared to the Thousand Black Jade City, no one knew who was stronger. Both of them were in the middle or late stage of empty god realm. No one would be convinced. This battle was destined to be extremely tragic and exciting. Alright, I will fulfill your wish. The Thousand Black Jade City nodded slightly. Their eyes met and a life and death battle instantly broke out. Grandpa, be careful. Moling Dongshan looked at this scene worriedly. Although his grandfather was very powerful, the other party was not easy to deal with. Moreover, he would never allow him to intervene in this matter. This was his own business. His grandfather had said that he would take back what he had lost with his own hands. Now that he had returned to the Mo family, the first person he would have to face was the son of Mo Yang Kuei and Yanning. For the Thousand Black Jade City, it was full of crisis. He had to fight a beautiful battle and let everyone in the Mo family see whether the person who was expelled from the Mo family was qualified to return. Old man, today I will kill you on behalf of my mother. You will never be able to reincarnate. Mo Xian was very angry. The anger in his heart had already spread all over his body. No one could stop him. No one could defeat him. As a genius disciple of the Mo family, he wanted to make the Thousand Black Jade City feel hopeless in this battle. The new generation excels the old. You will definitely die today. Mo Xian and the Thousand City of Black Jade exchanged blows in an instant. Terrifying aura pervaded the entire Mo City. Shadows filled the vast sky and divine lights covered the sky. Both of them had already disregarded everything and rushed forward. Each of their moves was ruthless and each of their punches hit the target's flesh. The Thousand City of Black Jade was once the most dazzling genius of the Mo clan. Even Mo Xian's father couldn't compare to him. Although Mo Xian was strong, he was still showing off his abilities too much. He didn't know how to fight while moving forward. However, if he couldn't take down the Thousand City of Black Jade in one go, his situation would be worrying. Jiang Qin silently watched this battle. Could he join the battle? He could. But the Thousand Black Jade City had suffered for 100,000 years. It was meaningless. Jiang Qin could only wait. He could leave the battle. He would. But he wanted to go. After Xian. After Mo. However, Jiang Qin did not want to be involved in this matter. This was the Mo family's matter. Moling Dongshan and the others were very cautious. After all, they were in someone else's territory. It was understandable for them to be worried about their patriarch. However, the Thousand Black Jade City was advancing by retreating. Compared to Mo Xian's ferociousness, his advance and retreat were very orderly. He was as steady as Mount Tai. This was the formless aura that he was proud of. 3,000 sword rain. Mo Xian clenched his fist and made a hand seal. The Mo family's attacking technique was unleashed. The sword rain was sharp and domineering. As the strongest genius of the Mo family, it was impossible for him to be a nobody. If he did not have any real ability, how could he dare to challenge the Thousand Black Jade City? The Thousand Black Jade City was also very solemn. However, he had already seen through Mo Xian's every move. The Thousand Black Jade City knew about the Mo family's abilities. Moreover, he was more meticulous than anyone else. Gradually, Mo Xian's attacks were hindered. It was quite difficult for him. The Thousand Black Jade City wanted to win in a stable manner. He had pulled Emo Xian into his formation. Emo Xian was enraged. He fought with all his might. However, the Thousand Black Jade City did not give him any chance. The Thousand Black Jade City's attacks were powerful. No matter how Emo Xian resisted, there was no effect at all. Emo Xian felt hopeless for the first time in his life. This Thousand Black Jade City was too cunning. Emo Xian seemed to have foreseen all of Emo Xian's moves. Emo Xian had learned all the abilities of the Emo family. Emo Xian seemed to be more skillful in dealing with Emo Xian. Bastard. Old man. Get lost. Emo Xian roared. His voice was hoarse. His footsteps were getting more and more chaotic. At this moment, Emo Xian had already lost his mind. He was a peerless genius. He was the core of the Emo family. He was also one of the few experts in the Nantung Divine region. How could he be defeated by the Thousand Black Jade City? Moreover, it was such a pity. He was not willing to see this scene. He was invincible. He was a late Divine Emperor realm expert. Even in the Emo family there were not many who could defeat him. As a genius he was defeated by a sinner of the Emo family. How could he have any face left? Emo Xian tried to break through the suppression of the Thousand Black Jade City. However, it was to no avail. Instead, it was as if he was stuck on a big net. It was difficult for him to advance or retreat. If this continued, Emo Xian knew that he would definitely lose. Not good. I'm afraid that Emo Xian is not a match for the Thousand Black Jade City. The older, the wiser. This Thousand Black Jade City is really not easy to deal with. Yeah. Looks like Emo Xian's life is not going to be easy. If this continues, Emo Xian has no chance of winning. He's being hindered everywhere. All of Emo Xian's abilities were seen through by the Thousand Black Jade City. This is bad. Everyone was paying attention to this scene. Whether it was Moling Dongchen or the people on the Emo City, they were all looking forward to this battle. If the Thousand Black Jade City could not defeat Emo Xian, it would be impossible for them to return to the Emo family. Therefore, the Thousand Black Jade City was very confident in this battle. They did not intend to leave any chance for Emo Xian. 9 Dragons Ascension of Ink Attack. Emo Xian's fist and palm collided. The ink attack soared into the sky. 9 dragons wreaked havoc in the sky and surrounded the Thousand Black Jade City. Its momentum was great and its power was boundless. Ink Attack Heavenly Movement Technique. The Thousand City of Black Jade stirred the wind and clouds as it tore through space, causing the countless dragon images in the sky to disappear in an instant. They were completely scattered by the wind and clouds that filled the sky. Emo Xian vomited a mouthful of blood as he retreated. He was in a sorry state and his heart was filled with sorrow. Chapter 3745. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Emo Xian roared in rage. His attacks changed once more, but they were completely useless against the Thousand Black Jade City. Every single one of his movements was locked down by the Thousand Black Jade City. Emo Xian was in complete despair. The Thousand Black Jade City was seizing the initiative in every aspect. He had no chance to attack at all. Even when he was on the defensive, he couldn't retaliate at all. Your father also lost to me in the past. He couldn't break the same technique. The Thousand Black Jade City said proudly. The father and son lost to the same person. Emo Xian was so angry that he spurted out blood and staggered away. Bastard. Bastard, you old man, I won't rest until you're dead. I will kill you to avenge my mother and clear my father's name. You shameless bastard. My Emo family will never tolerate such a shameless person like you. Emo Xian roared like a beast. He was like a mad bull and rushed towards the Thousand Black Jade City. However, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It was hard for him to turn the situation around. If he continued to fight, he would only humiliate himself. The Thousand Black Jade City did not severely injure him because of his parents. How could he complain about his injustice? However, in his point of view he even owed them. What kind of logic was this? The Thousand Black Jade City sighed and wanted to force Emo Xian to retreat again. Even though Emo Xian was aggressive, he did not have the intention to kill him. However, it did not mean that Moling Dongchen did not have the intention to kill him. Even the Thousand Black Jade City did not expect that his granddaughter would stab Emo Xian from the back with her sword and kill him directly. She had pierced through his soul. Dongchen. The Thousand Black Jade City's pupil shrunk and sighed. However, it was too late at this moment. Moling Dongchen's attack was too fast. It was completely out of the Thousand Black Jade City's expectation. Even Emo Xian did not expect that Moling Dongchen would kill him at this moment. The people of the Mo family on the city wall were dumbfounded. Wasn't it too fast? There was no hesitation at all. He killed like a shadow and cut through the Gordian knot. Mo Xian, who was already heavily injured, fought with his life on the line. He knew that the Thousand Ink Jade City would definitely not kill him. Even if he lost, he would definitely make the other party pay the price. However, Moling Dongshan wasn't that easy to deal with. Mo Xian had put the Thousand Black Jade City in danger several times before. Moreover, he was rude to Mo Xian. He didn't show any respect to his seniors and had been humiliating and oppressing Moling Dongshan. Moling Dongshan's anger had already been aroused. At this moment, how could Moling Dongshan care so much? It would be strange if she could remain calm when her grandfather was being scolded and insulted like that. Moling Dongshan's attack was as fast as lightning. He did not intend to give Mo Xian any chance. He even crushed Mo Xian's soul completely. That sword was simply earth-shattering. Everyone in Mo City was dumbfounded. Mo Xian's death was a great humiliation to the Mo family. Even though he was killed by a member of the Mo family, this so-called member of the Mo family was an old man who had been expelled from the family. What should we do? Mo Xian is dead. What are we going to do? If he blames us, we won't be able to absolve ourselves from the blame. Everyone will have to bear the consequences. I never expected that the little girl of the Mo family to be so ruthless. Steward Mo Xian is dead. This time all of us will be in trouble. Sai, why is there a need for that? General Manager Mo Xian is really too eager to excel. Now, he has actually been plotted against by those traitors of the Mo family. If that's the case, it really does make one sigh in regret. Hurry up. Go and report to the elders. Tell them that someone trespassed into Mo City and Steward Mo Xian is dead. For a moment, the Mo City was in a mess. However, Moling Dongshan still looked calm. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. This girl is still so stubborn and she still abhors evil. Especially when it happened to her grandfather. If she could be indifferent to Mo Xian's scolding, it would not be her character. Jiang Chen knew that today's matter would not be solved easily. Although the Thousand Black Jade City wanted to return to the Mo family, Moling Dongshan was not the kind of person who would be willing to be bullied by others. You are too reckless. The Thousand Black Jade City poked Moling Dongshan's head fiercely, but he was reluctant to slap her. Grandpa, this kind of reckless guy. What's there to feel pity about killing him? I don't believe that the Mo family can't distinguish right from wrong. Then why should we return to the family? Moling Dongshan said in a deep voice. Ridiculous. Shut up. Thousand Ink Jade City was finally furious. Moling Dongshan did not dare to say anything more. Because they had to bear all the responsibility for Mo Xian's death. Moreover, it was almost impossible for Mo Xian to return to the Mo family. The Mo family would definitely not allow him to leave. Moreover, Mo Xian was his junior. Dongshan really can't stand it anymore. Father, he has provoked us time and time again. He even wants to trample us into the ground. How can we bow down to him like this? We are here to return to the family, not to acknowledge him as our ancestor. Dongshan can't stand this bastard's provocation and humiliation. We, the Mo family, must not sit still and wait for death. Yes, master. We must not sit still and wait for death. That bastard has humiliated us like this. I will never agree to it. I won't agree. Although Moling Dongshan didn't say anything, her third uncle spoke up for her. Even Thousand Ink Jade City let out a sigh. Needless to say, even he felt elated and satisfied after killing Mo Xian. However, killing Mo Xian couldn't solve the problem. Instead, it would only intensify the conflict. It had become impossible for them to acknowledge their ancestors and return to their ancestral land. Who doesn't know the truth? However, if we don't swallow this humiliation, how can we return to the Mo family? A branch is a branch after all. We are the people of the Mo family when we are alive, and we will be the ghosts of the Mo family when we die. The Thousand Black Jade City said firmly. Everyone stopped talking. However, they all knew that they must advance and retreat together with the master of the Mo family, regardless of life or death. Now that Moling Dongshan had killed Mo Xian, the situation was hopeless. He knew that no matter what he did, he would not be able to save the situation. From the looks of it, their trip to the Mo family this time around would ultimately end in failure. Moling Dongshan was decisive in killing Mo Xian. This would definitely arouse the anger of the entire Mo family. Ridiculous. This is really ridiculous. The Thousand Black Jade City was struggling in his heart. However, if the Mo family held him accountable, he would definitely exchange his life for Moling Dongshan's. As the master of the Mo family's branch, he would not be able to escape the blame. Chapter 37:46. Bastard! Give me back my son. An earth-shattering roar resounded through the heavens. Anger and sorrow enveloped the ancient city of Moazim within a radius of 10,000 miles. Dark clouds gathered in the surroundings, the wind howled, and the rain continued to fall. Its elder Mo Yang Kue Mo. Oh no. I'm afraid that Thousand Black Jade City won't be so lucky this time. Yeah. They were at loggerheads in the past. I'm afraid that a life-and-death battle is unavoidable now. Mo Xian's death is like a bolt from the blue to elder Mo Yang Kue Mo. The people of Mo clan kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to say a word. At this moment, Mo Yang Kue was standing on top of the ancient city of Mo Yang Kue Mo. He was wearing a green robe and his figure was like a hook. Thousand Black Jade City? Thousand Black Jade City? It's really you? You killed my son? Mo Yang Kue's hair stood up in anger. He took a deep breath as his body trembled uncontrollably. The greatest sorrow in the world was the death of an old man. Mo Xian's death caused Mo Yang Kue's expression to become extremely desolate. He even aged a few decades in an instant. When enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. Moreover, the pain of losing his son was indescribable. Mo Yang Kue and Thousand Black Jade City were sworn enemies. Even after 100,000 years, they still could not forget each other. Especially Thousand Black Jade City, he always remembered how his big brother framed him. Moreover, he did not hesitate to use his wife as the price to tempt him. In the end, he obtained the so-called genius reward. Otherwise, how could he be the strongest genius back then? The moment Thousand Black Jade City looked at Mo Yang Kue, there was no longer any trace of guilt in his heart. Mo Yang Kue glared at Thousand Black Jade City in anger. These two geniuses of the Mo clan who had once fought against each other were now facing each other in a life-and-death situation. I'm the one who killed him. Thousand Black Jade City said coldly and looked at Mo Yang Kue without any fear. Grandpa, Moling Dongshan wanted to say something but he was stopped by Thousand Black Jade City who stood behind him and said in a deep voice, I merely wanted to return to the Mo clan and acknowledge my ancestors. However, Mo Xian obstructed me in every possible way. Even when I wanted to see the patriarch, he refused to report it and even wanted to fight me to the death. In the end, it was only natural for him to die in my hands. He only has himself to blame. Bastard. You shameless bastard. Everyone knows how shameless you were back then. Now you're actually shameless to the point that you won't even let my son off. Could it be that you want to drag the grudges of our previous generation onto the next generation? Mo Yang Kue roared furiously. As a father, the pain he felt was indescribable. In the past, the Mo clan had spared his life. But who would have thought that after 100,000 years, the grudges between them would once again be formed? It could be said that Mo Yang Kue had already gone completely crazy. That was his only son. The Thousand Black Jade City was clearly doing this on purpose. You despicable and shameless person, how can my Mo family tolerate you? You still want to return to the Mo family and acknowledge your ancestors? You're a shameless bastard. Today you actually dare to recklessly kill people in my Mo family. I will definitely kill you here and dismember your corpse into 1,000 pieces. Mo Yang Kue said while trembling. No matter what the Thousand Black Jade City said, it was unable to make up for the death of his son. Right now, he and the Thousand Black Jade City had already reached a point where either one of them would die. If it wasn't for him, why would he return to the Mo clan? Now you've finally obtained your wish and taken your revenge. However, since you've killed my son, I won't let you have it easy either. Mo Yang Kue and the Thousand Black Jade City were already in a state of mutual hostility. You still want to quibble even now? Thousand Black Jade City, my Mo clan definitely doesn't welcome you. Since you dare to kill in my Mo clan, then there's no need for us to be polite anymore. That's right. The death of my nephew Mo Xian was clearly done on purpose. Yet you still want to shirk your responsibility? The more you kill, the more you rape, the more you plunder. You're just a lowly thief who doesn't stop at anything. Now you still want to renege on your debt. You're simply a disgrace to my Mo clan. Driving you out of the Mo clan back then was the best decision. The two elders beside Mo Yang Kue were extremely separated. Regarding the matter of the Thousand Black Jade City killing Mo Xian, they firmly believed that the Thousand Black Jade City did it on purpose to take revenge for what happened back then. No, this is impossible. My son, a purple figure flew over and directly landed beside Mo Xian. The middle-aged beautiful woman was wearing a mink fur coat. Her figure was elegant and graceful. However, her vision was already blurred. Her face was full of tears as she knelt in front of Mo Xian. She felt as if her precious baby had been cut off. She almost fainted from crying. Thousand Black Jade City? You're an executioner. What crime did my son commit? Why are you so ruthless? Could it be that the Mo clan spared your life back then and you still don't know how to repent? You killed our son. Back then you did something that angered even the gods. A Yanning could only swallow my anger. However, you didn't even let my son off. Thousand Black Jade City, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you rest in peace. The person who came was naturally Mo Xian's mother, Yanning. The Thousand Black Jade City silently looked at Yanning. She was no longer the young girl who flew together with him. Perhaps it could be said that she never was. That was just a trap that they had set up. I've said it before. I didn't want to kill him. However, he was overbearing and wanted to fight to the death with me. I had no choice. The Thousand Black Jade City coldly said. However, in the eyes of Mo Yangkue and Yanning, it was because of their own selfish desires that they killed their son. This Thousand Black Jade City definitely came prepared. Moreover, their target was very clear. It was only Mo Xian. Now that things have come to this, do you still want to quibble? No matter how glib your tongue is, how can you evade it? Isn't my son's death your doing? You're really ruthless. Thousand Black Jade City. Yan Ying's words were like pearls piercing the heart. However, the Thousand Black Jade City was no longer the young man who could be manipulated by others. If you want to frame someone, you can always find a way to frame them. Since they had decided on him, what else could he quibble about? So be it. There's nothing to feel pity about. This kind of person deserves to die without a burial place. He spouted filthy words and overestimated himself. Death was his final destination. I'm the one who killed Mo Xian. If you want to take revenge, just come at me. My grandpa will never associate himself with despicable people like you. Moling Dongchen did not want to be outdone. He stared at Yanning and Mo Yangkue coldly. Well. What a sharp-tongued little boy. Since you're the one who killed my son, then you shall be buried with him. Chapter 3747. It's you, bitch. Yanning looked at them coldly and stared at Moling Dongchen. At that moment, she and Mo Yangkue looked at each other and both of them released their powerful aura. All of you must die. All of you shall be buried with my son. Yan Ying's beautiful eyes flickered with cold light. She was as beautiful as a jade, but her heart was as vicious as a snake. At that moment, even Jiang Qin, who was above the 9 heavens, frowned. This bitch was really reckless. It seemed that it was impossible for him to stay out of this matter. Bitch, it should be you. The one who framed my grandpa in the past is you too. Now, you want to help the evildoer? It's impossible. Today we came here to seek justice. None of you can run away from what happened in the past. Moling Dongchen was quite arrogant. Since they had already fallen out with each other, what was there to be afraid of? At most, they would start a massacre and turn the Mo family upside down. Thousand Ink Jade Mare sighed in his heart. However, he loved his unyielding granddaughter very much. Wasn't her every move for his sake? She had suppressed the discomfort in her heart, and in her rage she had drawn her sword and killed Mo Xian. In the eyes of the Mo family's branch, Mo Xian, who had spoken rudely, had only himself to blame. Bitch liar. There's no place for you to speak. Kneel down now. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Mo Yangkue pointed at Moling Dongchen and said arrogantly. Ah, what a joke. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to ask me to kneel down? Since I'm not a member of your Mo family, it's reasonable for me to call you a son of a bitch. Mo Xian is a good example. You two adulterous couple are already not far from death. Moling Dongchen's eyes were charming and he sneered. Mo Yangkue and Yanning were so angry that their faces turned pale and their shoulders were trembling. You. Just you wait, little bastard. I'm going to skin you alive. Yan Ying's face was full of tears. The pain of losing her son had almost made her faint. Now, Moling Dongchen had made her so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Is this the junior you've taught? Thousand Ink Jade Mare, you've really disappointed me. What a disgrace to the Mo family. Mo Yangkue and Thousand Black Jade City were also facing each other with equal harshness. Both of them clenched their fists tightly as their battle intent blazed like fire. Didn't you say that I'm no longer a member of the Mo family? Is there a need for a sanctimonious hypocrite like you to criticize the people I teach? Today it's time for us to settle our grudge. Thousand City Black Jade said in a deep voice. At this moment he had already decided that today he would uphold the name of his granddaughter. No one would be able to harm her. Since this Mo Yang Kue was pestering him endlessly, overbearing, and as unreasonable as his dead son, then he had nothing to be embarrassed about towards this adulterous couple. Thousand City of Black Jade, hand over your life. Mo Yang Kue didn't want to say another word to Thousand Ink Jade Ching. His son's death was witnessed by everyone. It was understandable. Thousand Ink Jade Ching still wanted to return to the Mo clan. It's been 100,000 years. I don't know if you've made any progress. If you can only rely on your tricks to win, then I advise you to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Thousand City of Black Jade sneered. In the past, Mo Yang Kue was inferior by a single move and always lost to him. For the sake of obtaining the genius reward from the Mo clan, Mo Yang Kue and Yan Ying schemed against him, causing him to be consigned to eternal damnation and be criticized by others. This kind of pain was like a knife, cutting into his heart again and again. This was something that could not be changed in his entire lifetime. Thousand City of Black Jade and Mo Yang Kue exchanged blows. The two elders were waiting for an opportunity, because Mo Yang Kue did not allow them to make a move. At this time the two of them had personal grudges, new and old enmity, so they had to distinguish right from wrong, who was strong and who was weak. Therefore, Mo Yang Kue was very confident in this battle. He wanted to cut down Thousand City of Black Jade. The death of their son Mo Xian was a fatal blow to Mo Yang Kue and Yan Ying. When they fought against Thousand City of Black Jade again, Mo Yang Kue did not slack off at all. He used all his killing moves to kill Thousand City of Black Jade. The battle between the two of them was in full swing. The people who were watching the battle from the top of the Mo city were enjoying it. At this moment they would like to see who would have the last laugh. However, Thousand City of Black Jade and Yan Ying were still outnumbered. Compared to the entire Mo clan, their strength was just a drop in the bucket. On the other side, the battle between Yan Ying and Moling Dongchen was quite exciting. Jiang Qin did not participate in it. As an observer, he also wanted to see how powerful Moling Dongchen was. Sure enough, Moling Dongchen did not disappoint Jiang Qin. In less than 10 moves, Moling Dongchen had gained the upper hand and Yan Ying could not move an inch. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Yan Ying shouted angrily. The elders of the Mo clan also rushed forward to face Moling Dongchen. There were many people behind Moling Dongchen as well. This chaotic battle was inevitable. How dare you touch Dongchen? Charge! Moling Dongchen's third uncle shouted in a deep voice. His aura was imposing. Plus, Moling Dongchen and Thousand City of Black Jade had gained the upper hand. Of course they were fearless. The remaining 16 people of the Mo clan all rushed up to the sky to support Moling Dongchen. At this moment, even the two elders of the Mo clan had a gloomy expression. How could the Mo clan be bullied by others? Moreover, it was at their own doorstep. Wouldn't people laugh their heads off if they knew about this? All the ruling elders and elite disciples of the Mo clan, gather here. Mo Yang Kue retreated step by step. However, under the suppression of the Thousand City of Black Jade, his face became gloomy. It was very dangerous. At this moment, if he did not think of a way out, he would be completely defeated by the Thousand City of Black Jade. Moreover, all the descendants of the Thousand City of Black Jade had started to take action. Even Yan Ying, who had the help of the two elders, could not escape from Moling Dongchen's suppression. After several palm strikes, Yan Ying's ribs were almost broken. The pain was even more heart-wrenching. Yan Ying gritted her teeth and retreated step by step. However, how could the Mo clan allow her to retreat? Under the leadership of Moling Dongchen, Yan Ying was suffering unspeakably. She had killed an old master with a random punch. In addition to the past disputes between her and the Thousand City of Black Jade, the people of the Mo clan hated her to the core. How could they give her any chance to escape at this moment? Yan Ying wanted to cry but had no tears. She was rolling and crawling. She had completely lost her beauty. At this moment, not only her, even Mo Yang Kue had fallen into a predicament. They were in a dire situation and their lives were at stake. Both of them were already in such a situation. If one of them could escape, it would be better. If they stayed here, they would only be waiting for death. Mo Yang Kue escaped very fast. At that moment, Yan Ying was extremely desperate. Under the attack of Moling Dongchen and the other 8 Divine Emperor Realm experts, she had completely lost all hope. However, the man who said that he loved her deeply actually ran away at this moment. This made Yan Ying's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. She finally saw the true face of Mo Yang Kue. She was in danger, but he didn't care about her at all. He only knew how to run for his life. What was the point of having such a man? Bastard! You will definitely die a horrible death, Mo Yankue. Yanning roared in anger. However, Mo Yankue had already escaped. The other two elders of the Mo family were completely suppressed. However, Moling Dongchen and the others did not attack them. On the contrary, Yanning had been beaten by Moling Dongchen continuously. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and brace herself. However, how could Moling Dongchen be so easy to deal with? Their arrogance from before had long vanished without a trace. When Yanning looked at the thousand city of Black Jade once again, her heart was incomparably complicated. This man who had once loved her deeply had been played by her in the palm of her hand. Now it was time for him to properly reflect on himself. She had fallen in love with a man that she should not have loved, but in a desperate situation of life and death, he had given up on her. Meanwhile, this man who had once been hurt by her, had an incomparably complicated expression in his eyes. Even though they had not met for 100,000 years and things remained the same, but people had long changed. However, he still might not be able to abandon her and not care about her. Husband and wife were birds in the same forest. Now they would fly separately in the face of disaster. Mo Yankue, I will hate you for the rest of my life. She could not protect her son. In the end, even the only man she had left her. This kind of pain had made Yanning feel hopeless. After being beaten by Moling Dongchen, her heart had already turned into ashes. Aren't you very happy? Very happy? Thousand Black Jade City we have finally lost in your hands. For 100,000 years, you must have been scheming for today's matter every moment, right? You must have hated both of us to the bone. Now that Mo Yankue has been chased away by you and I've been taught a lesson by your junior, most importantly, my son has been killed by you. Aren't you happy? Aha, you've finally taken your revenge. Aha, you've finally taken your revenge. Do you feel that your heart is filled with excitement that can be expressed in your words? Yanning sneered, but she felt extremely bitter in her heart. She mocked herself, but most of it was self-mockery. She had been mercilessly abandoned in a life-and-death situation. She had lost all faith, and the pain of losing her son had caused her to lose faith in life. From now on, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. It was you who killed me. It was Mo Yankue who killed me. It was everyone here. Yanning knelt on the ground and shouted herself hoarse. Her shoulders were trembling and there was not a trace of brilliance in her eyes. Puff. However, that pain originated from the sorrow of the Mo family. That year he was expelled from the Mo family. That was the pain in his heart for his whole life. Today the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and it had to be released. Even if she was besieged by the Mo family, Moling Dongchen wouldn't hesitate. A man should stand for the world and a daughter should be self-reliant. In the sky above the Mo family, a group of experts rushed to the peak of the void. Their anger was soaring to the sky. They're finally here. Qianxia took a deep breath. He knew that the death of Mo Xian and Yanning must have touched the nerves of the entire Mo family. The death of two divine Emperor Realm experts was something that they couldn't sit still anymore. Moreover, it happened in front of the entire Mo family. One could imagine how humiliating it was. As the mainstay of the Nantong divine region and one of the most powerful sects, the Mo family couldn't bear such humiliation. More than 40 divine Emperor Realm experts stepped into the void and sealed the entire area of the Mo family. They surrounded Qianxia and the others in the middle. The 9 leaders were all late divine Emperor Realm experts. The entire Mo family was in a state of panic. All the elders and inner sect experts swarmed towards the Mo family. How dare they kill people in front of the Mo family? Moreover, they were divine Emperor Realm experts of the Mo family. Wasn't this the same as provoking the Tai Sui? Third elder, it's him. This shameless bastard who was chased out of the Mo family by us has returned. He even wants to provoke the Mo family. He killed Mo Xian. Yanning. Mo Yankue was incomparably furious. He pointed at Qianxia and the others and said. He found out that his wife was already dead. You bastard. You killed Yanning when you couldn't get her. It's like this in the past and it's still the same today. My Mo family and you are irreconcilable. Tears streamed down Mo Yankue's face. He was grief-stricken. Losing his son and his wife made him feel as if his heart was being stabbed by a knife. Everyone in the Mo family felt sympathy for him. At this moment, Mo Yankue was an elder of the Mo family. Not only his son but his wife was also killed by Qianxia of Black Jade. They naturally couldn't empathize with him. Most importantly, the murderer was someone who was expelled from the Mo family in the past. The faces of the third elder and the others were dark and cold as they sighed in their hearts. They did not expect that this traitor, who had already been expelled from the Mo clan, would actually be so vicious and merciless. The decision they had made back then was truly correct. Otherwise, who knew what kind of storm this disappointing thing would have stirred up in the Mo clan? He would have definitely caused their Mo clan to be in a state of chaos, jumping up and down and even losing all their face. They naturally couldn't let such a person go. Since he was expelled from the Mo family, he was no longer a member of the Mo family. Yet he still dared to stir up trouble in the Mo family. They wouldn't let him go easily. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Everyone was filled with hot blood. They were determined to bring the xianxia of Black Jade to justice. He even killed someone from the Mo family. Furthermore, he was so arrogant. When had the Mo family ever suffered such humiliation? This 1000 Jade City is simply too unscrupulous. It is fortunate that we expelled this kind of thief from the Mo clan back then. Otherwise, who knows how big of a storm he would have stirred up in our Mo clan. Isn't that right? If it wasn't for him, why would Mo Xian die? Chapter 3750. He didn't even let his sister-in-law go. He's a bastard. I'm not surprised that he would do such a thing. Lust is like a knife. 1000 City of Black Jade has already become a demon. He wants to make Mo Yang suffer inconsolable grief. Only then will he be satisfied. Everyone in the Mo family was shocked, especially those divine emperor realm experts. All of them were glaring at 1000 Black Jade City, Moling Dongchen and the others. At this moment, they had already prepared themselves and were waiting for the third elder's order to capture this bastard. Then the Mo family's matter would be settled. However, the death of Mo Xian and Yanning depended on how they were going to deal with this 1000 Black Jade City. Even if they were to cut him into pieces, it would not be too much. 1000 Black Jade City, do you know your crime? As a member of the Mo family, how dare you kill in front of the Mo family and disturb our peaceful cultivation? Kneel down and accept your death. The third elder Mo Xiang shouted. His voice was like the rumbling of thunder. He looked at the 1000 Black Jade City furiously. The death of 2 divine emperor realm experts was a great humiliation to the Mo family. Moreover, Mo Xian was the most talented disciple of the Mo family. This was intolerable. They must give Mo Yang and the entire Mo family an explanation. Otherwise, how could the Mo family maintain their foothold in the Nantong divine region? Third elder, our 1000 Black Jade City is not at fault for today's matter. I have come here today to return to my homeland and acknowledge my ancestors and my clan. I have no other intention. The 1000 City of Black Jade looked at third elder Mo Xiang, bowed slightly, and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. No other intention? You killed 2 divine emperor realm experts of our Mo family and you still say that you have no other intention? Come down and accept your death, kneel down and beg for mercy. That's right. 1000 Black Jade City, you're the scum of the Mo family. How can you be punished? Our Mo family was merciful to let you go and expel you from the Mo family. That was already the greatest mercy we could show. How can we forgive you? The elders beside the third elder were also glaring at 1000 Jade City. 1000 Jade City frowned. These people simply don't know what's right and what's wrong. Bastard, it's already come to this. Why aren't you coming over to accept your death? You actually dare to talk back? Mo Yang gnashed his teeth. The 1000 City of Black Jade would surely die. However, he was already unable to restrain the rage in his heart since a long time ago, and he was determined to scatter the bones of the 1000 City of Black Jade to vent the hatred in his heart. Gossiping all at once, a bunch of shameless fools. You keep saying that you don't recognize my grandfather as a member of the Mo family and expelled him from the Mo family. Yet, you still want my grandfather to come forward and die. You bunch of bastards, old bastards, do you really think that we are easy to bully? My grandfather wasn't willing to say more. He came here to acknowledge his ancestors. Mo Xian and Yanning were overbearing, so they deserved to die. You don't know right from wrong, but you want my grandfather to kneel down and accept death. Who do you think you are? Son of a bitch. Today I, Moling Dongchen, will fight to the death with you. Even if I am spurned by the world, I will not tolerate it. You want my grandfather to lower his head? No way. All of you are arrogant and self-righteous. You think that your Mo family is the strongest in the world. No matter what you say, you don't know the truth at all. You just judge randomly. My grandfather has been wronged for 100,000 years, but who knows? He didn't mean to cause trouble, but he was forced to a dead end. Have you seen it? Have you given him a chance? You directly expelled my grandfather from the Imo family. Do you know what kind of blow it is to a person who regards his family as his life? You guys don't know, a person who came back with a pure heart, carrying hope and faith towards the clan. That kind of pure heart was obstructed by Imo Shen, Imo Yang Kue, and Yening, to the point of shitting on our heads. This kind of smashing, it's the end of everything if we die. What harm is there in that? They only had themselves to blame for everything. Even death would not be enough to wipe out their crimes. My grandfather was innocent, but you all believed in slanderous words and expelled him from the family. Although he was disheartened, he didn't forget the kindness of the family and came back just for a trace of belief. But your actions have caused my grandfather to be heartbroken. We didn't come here to cause trouble, but you have forced us to retreat again and again, to the point where we are approaching the bottomless abyss. We have no other choice. If you have the ability, come at me. I, Moling Dongshan, will fight with you till the end. Moling Dongshan was so angry that her face turned pale. Her delicate body kept trembling. She was fighting for her grandfather. Her grandfather was upright and plain-spoken. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, he was powerless in front of the family. What's the use of saying so much? The traitor of the family has lost our face. We, the Imo family, will never allow such a bastard to exist. That's right. You have to pay with blood for killing my people. The elders of the Imo family were agitated. They did not listen to Moling Dongshan at all. At this moment, both parties were at daggers drawn and the atmosphere was extremely cold. You bunch of old things. I will fight with you all. Moling Dongshan knew that no matter how much she said, it would only be ignored. It was impossible to change their minds. A bunch of shameless people. How can you be brave? How can you be loyal? Our Imo family does not have such a descendant. Today all of you must die. Our Imo family will definitely clean up the family. Imo Yankue was like a fox exploiting a tiger's might. Relying on a group of Imo clansmen, he became very high profile and domineering at this moment. Thousand City of Black Jade, I only have one question for you. Do you know your mistake? Kneel down and accept the punishment from the family. Perhaps I can let you go and spare your descendant. The third elder said in a deep voice. His eyes turned cold as he pointed his sword at the Thousand City of Black Jade. Thousand City of Black Jade, what's wrong with you? Please enlighten me, third elder. The Thousand City of Black Jade stood with his head held high. What did he do wrong? He did not do anything wrong. He did not do anything wrong. Why did he have to bear everything? Even his granddaughter stood up for him at this moment. Why couldn't he let it go? Good, good, good. The third elder Imo Shoing nodded his head. His voice was calm without any trace of emotion. At this moment, everyone knew that the third elder was completely infuriated by the Thousand City of Black Jade. When the third elder was really angry, he was extremely calm, but he was more terrifying than anyone else. In that case, since you don't think that you are a member of the Imo family, I can only teach you a lesson. You so-called unruly people, as the younger generation, you must have the determination to sacrifice your life for the family. From now on, there is no meaning for you to live in this world anymore. Imo Shoing looked calm and said coldly, do it. Kill without mercy. Chapter 3751. Moling Dongshan and his grandfather looked at each other. They knew that today's matter would not end well. The people of the Imo family did not listen to them at all. They were determined to kill them here. The reason was hard to guess. However, they believed Imo Yankue's words. They believed that the Thousand Black Jade City was here to pick a quarrel and take revenge for what they had done to them in the past. You don't know what's good for you. Today the Imo family will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Imo Yankue shouted in a deep voice. He stood at the edge of the battlefield. They would definitely be killed in this battle. The people of the Imo family, these arrogant juniors, must pay the price for what they have done. The people of the Thousand Black Jade City should all die. If you want me to die, I will drag you down with me. The Thousand Black Jade City looked at Imo Yankue viciously. Imo Yankue felt a chill down his spine. This guy really dared to do that. Especially now, he had no idea how to deal with the Thousand Black Jade City. He was definitely not a match for him. He could only wait for an opportunity to give the Thousand Black Jade City a fatal blow. At this moment he could only choose to retreat. His eyes were like a venomous snake that made people shiver. Once they were targeted by him, they would definitely not have a good life. The third elder waved his hand. Everyone took a step forward. Their imposing aura surged. More than 40 Divine Emperor Realm experts instantly surrounded the 1,000 Black Jade City and the others. 18 Divine Emperor Realm experts were like a cup of water to a burning cart of firewood. Most importantly, the third elder took the lead and confronted the 1,000 Black Jade City directly. The battle was about to begin. Third elder, I'm sorry? The 1,000 Black Jade City said coldly. Facing the third elder, he exerted all of his strength. Terrifying airwaves swept across the sky as he fought against the third elder alone. However, there were too many of them. Each of them was a Divine Emperor Realm expert. They were the elites of the Mo family. It was difficult for the 1,000 Black Jade City to fight against 10 of them alone. The third elder charged forward step by step with unstoppable force. In addition, the 1,000 City of Ink Jade had exhausted quite a bit of his physical strength from the previous battles. It was completely impossible for him to deal with so many Divine Emperor Realm experts. Apart from being in a difficult situation, his techniques were also completely suppressed. It was impossible for him to turn the situation around. On the other side, even the clansmen led by Moling Dongchen were shocked. At this moment, the people of the Mo family's side branch were suffering. The third elder took a step forward and forced the 1,000 City of Black Jade to retreat. His hand seals were linked together and thunder roared. It was extremely terrifying. The sky was filled with black clouds. The surrounding disciples of the Mo clan were all incomparably agitated. Going against them would only mean death. If they wanted to die, they would accompany them to the end. The 1,000 Black Jade City was already showing signs of fatigue. It was completely difficult for him to deal with the third elder. Although Moling Dongchen was resisting with all his might, the situation was not good either. As time went by, Moling Dongchen and the others became more and more restrained. Their injuries were quite severe. After all, they were facing more than 40 Divine Emperor Realm experts and it was difficult for them to change the situation. I'll hold them off. You guys leave quickly. 1,000 Black Jade City said in a deep voice. At this moment, they no longer had any path of retreat. They were in a life and death situation. He absolutely couldn't let his juniors die here with him. Since the Mo clan had already decided to kill them, they wouldn't show any mercy. After all, this matter was because of him. That's why they started a war with the Mo clan. Even though he didn't mean for it to happen, the situation had already developed to this stage. Who would feel good in their hearts? When they were forced to do so, the 1,000 City of Black Jade City did not kill anyone. However, he killed Moling Dongchen. Yan Ying's death was his own fault. He committed suicide and it had nothing to do with him. However, the Mo family had regarded him as the culprit. Who could endure such humiliation? The moment he returned to the Mo family, the 1,000 City of Black Jade City knew that it would not be easy for him to return to the Mo family and acknowledge his ancestors. He would not have any complaints even if he was despised and ridiculed by others. However, Mo Xian and Yan Ying's aggressiveness had forced him into a situation where he had no choice but to fight. I've always been loyal to the moon, but the moon shines in the ditch. The 1,000 City of Black Jade City was extremely sad. However, he could not do anything. At this moment, he could only fight with his life on the line so that his juniors could have a chance to escape. I won't leave. Grandpa, I want to live and die with you. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. He swore that he would not leave. He would fight with his grandpa until the end. The Mo family was a bunch of people who could not distinguish right from wrong. She had fought to her heart's content in this battle. Even if she lost, she would not have any complaints. Grandpa had suffered a lot of humiliation. Today he would not be bullied by them again. We swear to follow the family head till death. We swear to follow the family head till death. None of the Mo clansmen chose to leave. Even if they were to die, they wanted to die behind the 1,000 Black Jade City. They were fearless, they were all elites picked out from 10,000 people. For the sake of following their clan master, they would not waver even in death. A bunch of people who don't know what's good for them. Even if you want to leave, you won't be able to. Mo Yang Kuei did not plan to let any of them go. His son and wife were both dead. Who could he reason with? He could only vent his anger on Moling Dongchen and the others. So, he wanted all of them to die together with him. Mo Yang Kuei was behind the third elder, chasing after the 1,000 City of Black Jade City. Each of his moves was ruthless and full of killing intent. The 1,000 City of Black Jade City was constantly injured and flew backwards. At this moment, Moling Dongchen was finally defeated. The situation had become one-sided. Moling Dongchen and the others did not have any strength to fight back at all. Get out of here. The third elder's hand seal moved, causing the wind to howl and cranes to cry out. He controlled the peak of 10,000 miles and directly pressed down on the Ink Jade Millennium City, making it difficult for him to move. With a wave of his hand, even Moling Dongchen couldn't escape from the calamity. He was directly suppressed by the Third Elder. In an instant, more than 40 Divine Emperor Realm experts were like a hot knife cutting through butter, trapping everyone in the cage, making it hard for them to move forward. Their battle intent was completely extinguished and their vitality was completely exhausted. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm sorry." The Thousand City of Black Jade City covered his face and cried. His heart was filled with regret. If it wasn't for him, they would never be in such a predicament. He stubbornly wanted to return to the Mo family. However, he was ridiculed by the Mo family. In the end, Mo Xian and Yan Ying forced him into a hopeless situation. Only then did he start the war with the Mo family. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Third Elder, please make it clear. It's all my fault. Please let them go. They are all the people of the Mo family. Let me bear my fault alone. The Thousand City of Black Jade said with a painful expression. He felt bitter and embarrassed. Since the moment you decided to go against the Mo family, all of you deserve to die. Chapter 3752. We are born from the same root, why are we in such a hurry to destroy each other? Thousand City of Black Jade felt an incomparable pain in his heart. He had never thought that things would turn out like this. Facing the censure of the entire Mo clan, he knew that he was weak and had no one to rely on. Now that he had been defeated, all of them were going to die here. Thousand City of Black Jade was filled with regret. Third Elder, they are also members of the Mo clan. They did nothing wrong. The Thousand City of Black Jade said with a pleading look in its eyes. You've made a mistake. You've given birth to unfilial children. That's why they don't need to live in this world. They all deserve to die. The cold and emotionless side of Mo showing made the Thousand City Black Jade finally see the side of the impartial ghost judge. His own mistakes were all blamed on the younger generation. What kind of logic was this? From the very beginning it was a mistake. This sentence made Thousand City of Black Jade speechless. Who told them to be inferior? Their lives were already in the hands of the Mo family. Grandpa, we don't need to beg them. Life and death are up to fate. Success and failure are up to the heavens. Since we've lost, we have no complaints. As a member of the Mo family, I even feel ashamed. This group of old fogies who don't do anything really makes my heart cold. They make me speechless. They only know how to live in their own world. They don't care about the life and death of others. Old people who don't die are regarded as thieves. They are simply a den of thieves. Moling Dongchen shouted angrily. She was incomparably indignant. For the first time she felt that her family name was a humiliation. Since he had no other choice, he would rather die standing than kneel to live. Moling Dongchen and the others had already disregarded life and death. Mo Xianxia could not help but cover his face and cry. His action had harmed everyone. He wanted to return to the Mo family. Although his heart was burning, he was not welcomed by the Mo family at all. Mo Xianxia's heart was on fire. Damn girl, you're spouting nonsense. You don't know how to respect your elders. Today I'll properly teach you a lesson. Mo Yankuei was incomparably furious in his heart. Mo Xian was killed by her, so how could he not be furious? He was determined to kill Moling Dongchen to relieve the hatred in his heart and avenge his son. He could not wait any longer. The horrifying palm fell from the sky and was about to hit Moling Dongchen's face. Moling Dongchen was not afraid of death and his expression was cold. Even though he was facing such a horrifying battle strength, Moling Dongchen did not even frown. She was not inferior to men. Dressed in black, she had a valiant and formidable-looking bearing. Her peerless elegance caused others to gasp in amazement. She was as beautiful as a fairy and as cold as ice. She vowed to defend her last dignity with her life. Hum! The sound of a finger being flicked resounded in the sky as Mo Yankuei was blown back. A cold light flickered from the might of that finger and struck Mo Yankuei's chest, causing him to be heavily injured as blood spurted from his mouth. Oh, who was it? Get out here. Mo Yankuei was bewildered. He moved closer to the Third Elder. His complexion was pale and unsightly. Even the Third Elder's expression was gloomy. He did not expect that there was such a powerful figure hiding in front of the Mo family and they did not know about it at all. May I know your name? I'm afraid it's a bit too much to injure someone in front of the Mo family. The Third Elder said faintly to the sky. At that moment, Jiang Chen stepped out from the clouds. He carried the crystal coffin on his shoulder and his face was cold. Everyone was dumbfounded. Only Moling Dongchen stared at that figure. His body trembled and even his lips were trembling. "If you want to touch her, you'll have to go through me first," Jiang Qin said calmly and glanced at Moling Dongchen. The latter's eyes were filled with complicated emotions, especially when he saw the crystal coffin on Jiang Chen's shoulder. He did not know what to say. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Chen. Could it be that the woman in the crystal coffin was the one that he had been looking for? "I'm sorry." Jiang Chen looked at Moling Dongchen. He did not even look at the third elder Mo Shoying and the others. He only had Moling Dongchen in his eyes because he felt that he had to give her an explanation. He felt sorry for leaving without saying goodbye. Moling Dongchen shook his head. "You don't owe me anything. She's the one you've been looking for, right?" Moling Dongchen asked. Jiang Chen nodded his head. "I'm not as good as her." Moling Dongchen sighed. There was a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. It was a great gift from the heavens for Jiang Chen to come. "May I know who you are? You should give me an explanation since you dare to behave atrociously in front of the Mo family," Mo Shoying said in a deep voice. He looked at Jiang Chen again. His eyes were filled with coldness. This guy is strong, very strong. However, it was unreasonable to look down on the Mo family in front of the Mo family. Mo Shoying was very angry. Wasn't he looking down on the Mo family? Who's this guy? He's so powerful. Elder Mo Yang Kue was severely injured by just one finger. This is a miracle. Even the third elder did not dare to face him head-on. I can see that this guy's strength is not ordinary. He dares to be so arrogant in front of the Mo family. No matter who he is, he must pay the price. That's right. This is the Mo family's internal matter. How can an outsider interfere in it? Everyone in the Mo family was angry. The appearance of Jiang Chen had made the Mo family nervous again. Thousand Black Jade City seemed to know Jiang Chen's identity. His granddaughter was trapped in love because of him. I Jiang Chen have always done things like this. If you're unhappy, you can come at me. I Jiang Chen will accompany you to the end. Jiang Chen's words made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. A man's name was like a tree's shadow. Jiang Chen's name had already spread across the realm of the gods. Moreover, the Mo family was such a powerful force. They must have heard of him. Jiang Chen. It's him. How is this possible? Isn't Jiang Chen in the Middle Region Divine Land? Why would he appear here? What? Is it really Jiang Chen? He's my idol. No one can compete with him in the Middle Region. This guy is too overbearing. Damn it. If it's really Jiang Chen, our Mo family will be in trouble. It's hard to say. The third elder is not someone to be trifled with. This Jiang Chen dares to act like a tyrant in our Mo family. We will not allow it. Chapter 3753. Jiang Chen. This name was originally a legend, a name that caused people to fear like a tiger. Ever since the battle in the Central Region Divine Land, he had truly become known as who in the world doesn't know of him. As long as it was a truly powerful force, there wasn't anyone who didn't know of the existence of Jiang Chen. He defeated the Mountain and Sea sect and the 8 Extreme sect, and even the Martial Dan Hall suffered a great loss. One could imagine how powerful such a figure was. From the Divine Emperor to the merchants, there wasn't anyone who didn't admire Jiang Chen. Because he had done something that many people didn't dare to do. He dared to challenge the true authority, experts, and powerful forces. Regardless of the outcome, being able to survive was the embodiment of an expert. Many people were guessing where Jiang Chen was, where he was, and whether this great Buddha would appear in some corner of the world. The Mo clan had never imagined that Jiang Chen would appear in their Mo city, and even become enemies with the Mo clan. This made countless people of the Mo clan feel suffocated, as if they were facing a great enemy. Jiang Chen's appearance had brought great pressure to everyone, because he was too powerful, too terrifying. No one was willing to be his enemy. A half-step emperor ruling over the 9 heavens. Even the Mo clan, an elite force of the 100 clans contend, had to avoid mentioning Jiang Chen. When the third elder Mo Shoying heard Jiang Chen's name, his heart skipped a beat. It was undeniable that the Mo clan wasn't a true colossus to Jiang Chen. Even an existence like the Martial Dan Hall had to be ruthless in the hands of Jiang Chen. What did their Mo clan have to do? How could they be enemies with Jiang Chen? But then again, the arrow on the bowstring had to be released. Now that the Thousand City of Black Jade and the Mo family were irreconcilable enemies, Two divine emperor experts had died in the hands of the Thousand City of Black Jade and their descendants. How could they settle this score? Now that Jiang Chen had appeared out of nowhere, they felt that this matter was tricky. Jiang Chen stood there like an unstoppable god of war. The people of the Mo clan's branch were extremely shocked. Jiang Chen's appearance had given them a chance to live. It wouldn't be that easy for the Mo clan to kill them. Moling Dongchen looked at Jiang Chen. That figure seemed to be getting further and further away from her. Many times, she had an illusion that she would be reunited with Jiang Chen at this moment. Would they forget about the past and marry each other? However, when she saw the lady in the crystal coffin, she knew that her position in Jiang Chen's heart would never be comparable to hers. Moreover, Jiang Chen's only concern had been her all the way from the 9 regions immortal world. Her position in Jiang Chen's heart was irreplaceable. It was the same for everyone. However, Moling Dongchen did not regret falling in love with Jiang Chen. Living alone, one should not stick to the old rules. There should be some changes and different feelings. At least there would be no regrets. Moling Dongchen was a little surprised by the appearance of Jiang Chen, but she was also happy about it. However, women would always compare themselves with others. Compared to Jiang Chen, she knew that she was not as good as Jiang Chen. Thousand Black Jade City's expression was solemn. Jiang Chen's appearance was undoubtedly the biggest change. The people of the Mo clan did not dare to attack them anymore. At this moment they had fallen into a deadlock. Jiang Chen's strength alone had put the entire Mo clan in a passive position. His courage and strength were really shocking. Thousand Black Jade City had never admired anyone, but Jiang Chen was the first. Because he knew that Jiang Chen came from the 9 regions immortal world. How many years had it been? In less than 1,000 years he had already reached the half-step emperor realm. Such talent was unheard of in the entire divine world. Jiang Chen, I admit that you're very strong. However, our Mo clan is not a pushover. Third Elder Mo Shoying said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen was strong, but it did not mean that he could cover the sky with one hand. The Mo clan's strength was undeniable. It was not easy to make them lower their heads and submit to Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was strong and had a great reputation in the middle region, the Mo clan would not back down without a fight. Jiang Chen was strong, but the Mo clan was not a coward. Why don't you try? Although I, Jiang Chen, do not like to stir up trouble, I'm not afraid of trouble. Jiang Chen smiled and said calmly. Mo Yankuei had already spurted out blood and his face was pale. This guy was not a match for Jiang Chen at all. He was heavily injured in just a short fight. If it was not for the Mo clan's protection, he would have died if Jiang Chen used a little more strength. You? Mo Yankuei's face turned pale. He did not dare to challenge Jiang Chen at all. Third Elder, please seek justice for me. My wife and children are all dead. I, Yankuei, have no face to continue living in this world. Mo Yankuei said with tears and snot running down his face. His hands were trembling. He could only beg the Mo clan to seek justice for him. Mo Shoying's expression was solemn. The death of Mo Yankuei's wife and children was a matter of the Mo clan's reputation. If they were to let this matter go, the Mo clan's reputation would be completely ruined. So what if it was Jiang Chen? Their Mo clan was a true great clan. What was there to be afraid of? Don't worry. My Mo clan will not be controlled by others. Not even the Heavenly Emperor. Mo Shoying said in a deep voice. He then turned to Jiang Chen with a cold expression. Jiang Chen, on account that you're a peerless expert with an illustrious reputation, and that my Mo family is a great family of our generation, my Mo family will not pursue this matter any further as long as you leave quickly. Otherwise, if you really want to fight with us to the death, don't blame us for being impolite. No matter how strong you are, you will not be able to do anything alone. Mo Shoying said with a trace of dignity. The Mo clan had never been afraid of anyone. If it was not because of Jiang Chen's great reputation in the Middle Continent, they would not have surrendered so easily. It's useless to say more. As long as I am here, no one will be able to hurt them. Jiang Chen said righteously. Jiang Chen was duty-bound to protect the Mo clan's dignity. Moreover, the Thousand Black Jade City had endured humiliation for 100,000 years. Even if the relationship between Jiang Chen and Moling Dongchen was not that good, he would not just stand by and watch. You're courting death. The elder behind Mo Shoying was furious. Although Jiang Chen was famous, the Mo clan was nothing to be trifled with. At this moment, the Mo clan had already spoken to him humbly. However, Jiang Chen still did not know what was good for him and insisted on fighting with them to the death. There was no doubt that both parties would be at each other's throats. I would like to see how powerful your Mo clan is. How is it compared to the mountain and sea sect? How is it compared to the Baji sect? Chapter 3754. Since that's the case, it seems like there's no need for us to talk anymore. We, the Mo family, will never compromise. This is our Mo family's matter. If you want to interfere in it, you're being ungrateful. Whoever dares to stop me today will be the enemy of the Mo family. Get into formation and prepare for battle. Mo Shouying shouted in a deep voice. Facing Jiang Qin, the Mo family was facing an unprecedented enemy. This battle was not going to be easy for the Mo family. Little brother Jiang Qin, you don't hurt yourself. Thousand City of Black Jade said guiltily. Now that Jiang Qin was involved, he was helpless. The gap between the Mo family and the Mo family was imaginable. Moreover, it was impossible for him to go against the Mo family. The Mo family was unkind to him and he could not be unjust to the Mo family. After all, this was the place where he was born and raised. Thousand City of Black Jade knew that if Jiang Qin joined the battle, the Mo family would definitely be in a difficult situation. However, no matter how strong Jiang Qin was, he was alone. It was not easy for him to be the enemy of the entire Mo family. Although the 8 Extreme School and the Mountain and Sea sect were the top sects in the Central Plains, they were not necessarily much stronger than the Mo clan. After all, the Mo clan was one of the 100 schools of thought that had been passed down since ancient times. Their strength could not be underestimated, and their foundation was so deep that even the 1,000 Black Jade City did not know about it. Jiang Qin nodded slightly. Although the Mo family was strong, he did not put them in his eyes. The current Jiang Qin was not someone who could be easily bullied. Be careful, Moling Dongqin said worriedly. Jiang Qin was carrying the crystal coffin on his shoulder after all. If he were to fight against these people, he might not be able to tell who would be the stronger one. That's why Moling Dongqin was worried. After all, this was the territory of the Mo family. The people of the Mo family were good at using the ink attack technique, which was comparable to the yin-yang 5 elemental formation and the Qimen Dunjia. Jiang Qin smiled. At least, Jiang Qin did not put the Mo family, Mo Shouying and the others in his eyes. The fight is finally going to start. Whether this Jiang Qin is a pushover or not will be revealed soon. Behaving atrociously in front of our Mo family, no matter how powerful he is, he will not be able to turn the tide. Although he is famous, our Mo family is not to be trifled with. This battle will definitely be extremely dangerous and shocking. I can't wait anymore. Haha, Jiang Qin, I really want to see how strong this legendary person is. The people of the Mo clan were very curious about Jiang Qin. Mo Shouying brought dozens of Divine Emperor realm experts of the Mo clan and surrounded Jiang Qin. This battle was related to the dignity of the Mo clan. They could only win. Jiang Qin held his blade horizontally and stood with his sword. That kind of indomitable might cause the Mo family to hold their breath and not dare to be negligent. After all, Jiang Qin's prestige was there. At the very least, they had to give Jiang Qin some respect. Kill. Along with Mo Shouying's shout, dozens of Divine Emperor realm experts of the Mo clan swarmed towards Jiang Qin. Mo Shouying was the one leading the charge. That kind of horrifying pressure made the sky and earth change color. 1,000 Black Jade cities and Moling Dongqin could feel the extreme pressure and their bodies were trembling. I don't know if this guy can survive. 1,000 Black Jade cities was a little worried about Jiang Qin. Don't worry, Grandpa. He won't fall easily. Compared to the 1,000 City of Black Jade, Moling Dongqin's worry for Jiang Qin was unchangeable. In her heart, Jiang Qin would never be defeated. Facing the dozens of Divine Emperor realm experts and Mo Shouying, Jiang Qin's expression did not change. His figure moved like lightning and kept dodging. No one could get close to him. Even when Mo Shouying dashed towards Jiang Qin and blocked all his escape routes, Jiang Qin was not afraid at all. He clashed with Mo Shouying's palm and instantly sent Mo Shouying flying backwards. The third elder, Mo Shouying, was so weak in front of Jiang Qin. He was a half-step Emperor realm expert. He was the true pillar of the Mo clan. Although Mo Shouying had stabilized herself, the people of the Mo clan were still frightened. Was Jiang Qin really that strong? Mo Shouying was the third elder of the Mo clan. Who would have thought that she would be defeated by Jiang Qin? It was unimaginable. Damn it, damn it, damn it. This Jiang Qin is not a human. Even the third elder is not his match? Terrifying. Truly terrifying. The people of the Mo clan were deeply frightened. Jiang Qin had forced Mo Shouying to retreat with just one palm. At that moment, the people of the Mo clan were in an uproar. They were shocked by Jiang Qin's strength. The one who was the most shocked was Mo Shouying. Because the power of Jiang Chen's palm was like the change of heaven and man. Mo Shouying was actually forced to retreat with just one palm. Even he felt ashamed of himself. However, Jiang Chen was like an emperor realm expert. He stood there unmoving like a mountain. It was impossible for him to defeat Jiang Chen. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen waved his hand. His hand seals changed again. A fire dragon soared into the sky and soared into the heavens. Dozens of divine emperor realm experts turned pale. They had used all their strength to attack, but they were still forced to retreat by Jiang Chen. The 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal had instantly injured dozens of divine emperor realm experts. Jiang Chen stood at the peak of all existences, majestic and imposing. His divine might was unparalleled as he stood in the sky. Jiang Chen's might was unparalleled. Mo Shouying had never thought that the battle would end like this. He thought that it would be an evenly matched battle. How could he not give Jiang Chen a show of strength with the help of dozens of divine emperor realm experts? Although the injury wasn't too serious, this palm strike had already explained everything. Although the injury wasn't too serious, this palm strike had already explained everything. It was not without reason that Jiang Chen could turn the entire central region divine land upside down. A half-step emperor realm expert had taught Mo Shouying a good lesson. Mo Shouying was also a half-step emperor realm expert, but their strength and aura were completely different. Mo Shouying sighed in his heart. He was extremely shocked. However, the truth spoke louder than words. Jiang Chen was too strong. Even he did not dare to face him head-on. Their Mo clan had fallen into a passive position in this battle. Jiang Chen, you're so cruel, Mo Shouying shouted. Although half of the divine emperor realm experts did not die, their tendons and meridians were broken and their dantian was crushed. They would definitely become a cripple. Jiang Chen sneered and shook his head. Chapter 3755. Jiang Chen and Mo Shouying looked into each other's eyes. Jiang Chen was telling the truth. If he was the one who failed today, all of them would die without a burial place. However, the result was the opposite. The one who lost was not him but Mo Shouying. Therefore, almost half of those divine emperor realm experts were crippled by Jiang Chen. Even so, Jiang Chen was already being merciful. After all, he did not kill all of them. The people from the Mo family's branch, 1000 Black Jade City, came here to pledge allegiance to the Mo family. They hoped that they could return to the Mo family. They were not here to stir up trouble. Even if they joined in, it was still the Mo family's matter. If Jiang Chen really killed those divine emperor realm experts of the Mo family, the ones who would suffer in the end would be Moling Dongshin and the others. The Mo family would definitely not rest until they were dead. Thank you, little brother Jiang Chen. 1000 Black Jade City sighed with emotion. Jiang Chen was powerful enough to kill those divine emperor realm experts. However, they were either crippled or heavily injured in the end. He did not make the situation irreversible. This was the last dignity that Jiang Chen left for him. It was his last chance. 1000 Black Jade City's admiration and gratitude towards Jiang Chen was indescribable. Jiang Chen didn't say much but continued to face Mo Shouying. The gap between the two of them was obvious. Mo Shouying knew very well that he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. This incomparably ferocious fellow was like a human-shaped killing machine. He didn't have any chance to defeat him. The Mo family had fallen into a precarious situation. However, the dignity of the Mo family couldn't be tarnished, and the reputation of the Mo family couldn't be tarnished. Jiang Chen, you're digging your own grave. Do you know that? Mo Shouying shouted in a deep voice. The members of the Mo family behind him had already disappeared. Not many of them were still standing here. Under Jiang Chen's power, the entire Mo family was forced back. Many of them were injured, and almost all of them had lost their ability to fight. Mo Shouying was exasperated that Jiang Chen didn't meet his expectations, but even he himself wasn't Jiang Chen's opponent. He couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had forced him back with a single palm. All I know is that you guys don't distinguish between right and wrong. You won't even let your own clansmen go. Do you know the whole story? Do you know the humiliation that 1000 Black Jade City has suffered all these years? You don't know it all. You only know that you are high up in the mountains and everyone else is like dog shit in your eyes. Right? Jiang Chen sneered. This Mo Shouying was an extremely pedantic fellow. He didn't have any reason at all and he didn't even know what was going on. He just made things difficult for 1000 Black Jade City and the others, and even his own people were no exception. There's no need for an outsider like you to interfere in the matters of my Mo family. Don't even think about leaving here alive today. Mo Showing said furiously, glaring at Jiang Qin. I've never planned to leave this place. Not only will I not leave, I will also pass through your Mo family and head to the peak of the southern sea. Jiang Qin said. With just you? Ha ha ha, you want to go to the peak of the southern sea? You're overestimating yourself. Today you'll have to pass through us first. My Mo family is not that easy to bully. Mo Showing was full of confidence. Even though the divine emperor experts around him were defeated, Mo Showing was still fearless towards Jiang Qin. It's not up to you whether I can go to the peak of the southern sea or not. You're not qualified to stop me. Jiang Qin shook his head. In his eyes, even though Mo Showing was a half-step emperor realm expert, he was just a clown in his eyes. Mo Showing's strength was incomparable to his. Jiang Qin carried the crystal coffin on his shoulder. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward, causing the heavens to tremble. Back off. Mo Showing rushed forward once again. The two peaked divine emperor experts beside him also lent him a helping hand. They clashed with Jiang Qin again. Terrifying fist auras bombarded the void. Jiang Qin's unstoppable momentum made Mo Showing unable to defend himself. Within 10 moves, the two peaked divine emperors were defeated, spurting out blood from their mouths. On the other hand, Mo Showing wasn't any better. His face was deathly pale and he was moving cautiously. His arms were completely numb and his eyes were dull. Jiang Qin was just too strong, so strong that it made his hair stand on end, so strong that he couldn't even muster the strength to resist. They were both at the half-step emperor realm, but the gap between them was terrifying. Get lost. Jiang Qin's thunderous fist shattered the mountains and rivers. Mo Showing's blood and qi were boiling, his body was on the verge of collapsing. Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Mo Showing stood up once again. Undeniably, he was quite persistent to be able to stand up under Jiang Qin's invincible might. Ink attack star technique. Mo Showing's voice was loud and clear. With a wave of his palm, the surrounding void within 1,000 li of Mo City was stirred up. The sky above Mo City changed color. Be careful, this is the Mo family's strongest ink attack star technique. It can light up the heavens and break through the stars. Thousand City of Ink Jade's expression changed drastically. The ink attack that was set up around the Ink City was even more powerful than a formation. The Mo family had relied on the ink attack to gain a foothold in the entire divine world. Other than the core members of the Mo family, no one knew how powerful the ink attack was. The sky was filled with stars and the surrounding space was collapsing continuously. The stars were like rays of light shooting out from the horizon. They were incomparably bright and resplendent. However, every ray of starlight was like an unparalleled sharp blade that could pierce through the heavens and earth, leaving no room for escape. Divine Golden Bell. God-sealing prohibition. Jiang Qin's expression was cold as he shouted in a deep voice. The Eastern Emperor Bell was fully unleashed at this moment, blocking off the starlight technique. Jiang Qin had to admit that he was shocked. The starlight technique was like a storm, it was rapid and fierce, it was extremely concentrated. Wherever the starlight technique passed through, not even a blade of grass could be seen. Everything was turned into ashes. No one can break through my star technique. Transform. Mo Showing shouted angrily. He turned his palm once again using the star lighting technique to light up the stars in all directions. Rays of starlight came from the heavens, crushing the void and tearing the Eastern Emperor Bell apart. Even Jiang Qin had to face it head-on. Although Mo Showing was not a top-notch expert, the Mo family's ink attack star technique was quite abnormal. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Divine Golden Bell. Jiang Qin had already comprehended the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Although the Eastern Emperor Bell could not reach its peak under the constant restoration of the myriad Qi cauldron, it was getting stronger day by day. Its aura was like a dragon. Chapter 3756. The divine bell descended from the heavens and the earth and the golden light illuminated the sky. The so-called ink attack star pointing technique did not have any power to fight back under the terrifying suppression of the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. The ink attack star pointing technique was magnificent and powerful. However, under the strong suppression of the Eastern Emperor Bell, it became their last hope. Everyone in the Mo family, including Mo Showing, held their breath as they were in imminent danger. This Jiang Qin is too strong. Could it be that our Mo family is finished? If this goes on, no one will be able to defeat him, right? It's hard to say. Even the third elder was at his wit's end and was defeated. The situation. It's hard to explain in a few words. Jiang Chen's reputation is really well deserved. Everyone in the Imo family felt insecure. Up until now, Jiang Chen had already destroyed the Imo family's ink attack star pointing technique. Imo Shoying was completely at her wit's end. The third elder was the mainstay of the Imo family, a half-step emperor realm expert. Even he was defeated. What else could they be proud of? Was the ink attack star pointing technique so weak in front of Jiang Chen? Moling Dongchen was extremely excited. He had never expected that Jiang Chen would be so powerful. The Imo family had become a pushover in front of him. Even the half-step emperor realm experts were not as powerful as him. He had truly stood at the peak of the divine world. Who could reject such a man? Moling Dongchen knew that she already had someone in her heart. However, she could not restrain Jiang Chen. He would eventually soar above the 9 heavens. Moling Dongchen did not know whether it was because of their mutual understanding or ill-fated relationship. No matter what, she knew that she could not continue to change. If she missed this opportunity, it would be the same for the rest of her life. The members of the Mo clan's branch were constantly cheering for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not disappoint them and rose to power, completely destroying the Mo clan's ink attack. To the Thousand Black Jade City, this was a kind of gratification but also a kind of self-mockery because the Mo clan's ink attack was completely useless in front of Jiang Chen. From this, one could see how powerful he was. Under the suppression of the Eastern Emperor Bel, Mo Shoying had nowhere to hide. A half-step martial emperor had been utterly defeated. The people of the Mo clan were also at a loss. Jiang Chen, don't you dare make a mistake. It's not too late to surrender now. If you dare to touch a single hair on me, my Mo family will definitely not let you off. Mo Shoying was still as confident as ever. It was as if he had no idea that he was the one who had been defeated. He was still acting as if he was high and mighty. Now that your life is in my hands, you want me to surrender? Aha, is everyone in the Mo family so shameless? You're used to being high and mighty. Do you think everyone has to worship you? Do you really think that you're an ancestor? In my eyes, Jiang Chen, you're nothing but dog fart. Jiang Chen laughed and reprimanded Mo Shoying. Mo Shoying was so angry that his face turned ashen. The dignity of the Mo clan was completely trampled by Jiang Chen. Mo Shoying wanted to reprimand him, but he was suppressed by Jiang Chen's Eastern Emperor Bel. At this moment he had already become a fish in Jiang Chen's hands. Do you still want to reverse the situation? The people of the Mo clan were used to being high and mighty. Even in the face of Jiang Chen's crazy attack, they still had their own pride and snorted disdainfully at Jiang Chen. Pa! A ruthless slap rang out. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Mo Shoying. He never thought that Jiang Chen would not kill him but slap him instead. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented humiliation. It's the first elder and second elder. This time, Jiang Chen won't be able to escape. That's right. The first elder and second elder are even more terrifying than the third elder. Both of them are half-step emperors. If the two of them were to attack together, it seems that the inner court of the Mo clan has been alerted. Yes, it seems that Jiang Chen won't be able to escape. Chapter 3757. Do you know what you're doing? The great elder of the Mo family said coldly and arrogantly. He pointed at Jiang Chen with a hint of coldness in his eyes. As the great elder of the Mo family, he had the power to decide the life and death of countless people in the Mo family. Even in the Nantong divine region he was a well-known figure. Now that the disciples of the Mo family were killed by an outsider, how could he tolerate that? The third elder had been defeated. So he must get back what he had lost. Since Jiang Chen had disgraced the Mo family, then he would not be able to leave this place. Your Mo family blocked my way. Of course I have to teach them a lesson. Moreover, it's not that easy to kill my friend. As for your third elder, he is just a motley crew. He doesn't care about right and wrong. The Thousand Black Jade City belongs to the Mo family, but you want to kill all the people of the Mo family. Is this the style of the Mo family? Jiang Chen sneered. The matter of the Mo family will be handled by our own people. Why do you need to ask? As for whether the third elder is wrong or not, it's not up to you to teach him. This is the matter of the Mo family. What's the matter with you getting involved? The great elder of the Mo family also pointed at Jiang Chen and said without any hesitation. What you said is reasonable. But you don't know right and wrong. How dare you question me? Haha, Thousand Black Jade City is a genius of your Mo clan, Yet he has fallen to such a state. The Mo clan is truly awe-inspiring. All of you are just a bunch of bastards who don't know what's good for them. Since these people wanted to compete with him, there was no need for him to be polite to them. Plus, he wouldn't stop until Jiang Qin turned the Mo family upside down. Otherwise, the matter of the 1,000 Black Jade City would never be solved. That's right. Jiang Qin's strength is too great. Brother Jiang Qin, sigh. 1,000 Black Jade City was very nervous. Jiang Qin had treated their matter as his own. He had challenged the Mo family at all costs, which made him very touched. Of course, it was all thanks to Moling Dongqin. If it wasn't for Moling Dongqin, perhaps Jiang Qin would not have meddled in their business. Moling Dongqin was also very solemn. Jiang Qin's feelings were deep and sincere. He was even willing to go against the Mo family for his sake. This made Moling Dongqin feel very warm inside. Although Jiang Qin was already famous and powerful, Moling Dongqin was still worried about the Mo family, who was such a powerful family. You must be careful, Jiang Qin. Moling Dongqin kept praying. You dare to be so arrogant and despotic in my Mo family? Looks like you really don't want to live anymore. This old man has roamed the divine world for millions of years, but I have never met such an arrogant and shameless person like you. You dare to strut around my Mo family? Do you really think that there is no one in my Mo family? Since Shoying has been defeated, let me have a taste of your strength. The leading second elder of the Mo family said in a deep voice. Shoqing, be careful. The great elder of the Mo family looked at second elder Mo Shoqing and said in a deep voice. The Mo family would definitely not let this matter go. Even if this person was Jiang Qin, so what? The Mo family would not allow anyone to trample on them. They must get their revenge. Mo Shuyi was the eldest brother. At this moment, Mo Shoqing was guarding the south. Mo Shoqing was eager to have a try. Since the third brother had been defeated, he, as the second brother, would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Jiang Qin's name was well known. He also wanted to know how powerful this guy was. Please enlighten me. Mo Shoqing held his folding fan and smiled. He was confident and calm. They were both half-step emperors and he was definitely not afraid of Jiang Qin. This guy had come from the central state divine land and was praised by many. As to whether he was truly capable, it would depend on whether he could convince him. I hope you are not as useless as your brother, third brother Mo, Jiang Qin smiled. As he attacked, his long sword moved horizontally and vertically. The sky dragon sword exploded in the air, creating wind and water. The shadow of the sword was like a torch, piercing through the sky. Accompanying Jiang Qin's boundless sword, Mo Shoqing felt as though he was facing a great enemy. Ink wind walking art. Mo Shoqing shouted angrily. Thunder roared and the wind howled. Blades of wind flew out from the folding fan in his hand and clashed with Jiang Qin's shadow of the sword. Blades of wind, roars, Mo Shoqing's aura was like a dragon as he charged forward. Compared to Mo Shoying, his strength was obviously a level higher. Although they were both half-step emperors, there was still a gap between the two. Mo Shoqing's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he clashed with Jiang Qin. That kind of power was unparalleled and even felt as though it could reach the heavens. Second elder, do your best. Kill Jiang Qin and show the might of the Mo family. Second elder is mighty? Mo family is mighty? Aha, Jiang Qin does not look like much? Why would the experts of the Mo family be afraid of him? That's right. Let's let them experience what a true expert is. Even if they are extremely famous people in the Central Plains, they will have to obediently surrender in front of our Mo clan's elders. A dragon has to coil up and a tiger has to lie down. The Mo family is not an enemy that just anyone can go against. The eyes of the Mo family members lit up when they saw that Mo Shoqing had forced Jiang Qin back again and again. Jiang Qin, who had risen to fame in the Central Plains divine land, was only SOSO. He was completely useless in the hands of elder Mo Shoqing. Second brother, you must take revenge for me, Mo Shoying said through gritted teeth. Previously she had been viciously taught a lesson by Jiang Qin. If she did not get back at him, she would lose all faith in the Mo family. Jiang Qin was strong, but in the hands of her second brother, he had fallen into a stalemate. There was no way to reverse the situation. Does he really think he is invincible in the world? Jiang Qin shook his head. He only wanted to see if the ink attack of this expert of the Mo family was as powerful as the rumors said. Streaks of wind blades and dragon shadows filled the air and completely crushed down on Jiang Qin. In the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Qin did not have the slightest ability to fight back. However, only Mo Shoqing knew that it would be very difficult for him to kill Jiang Qin. While he had the initiative in terms of presence, Jiang Qin defended the perimeter and his unparalleled sword presence made it impossible for Mo Shouqing's attacks to escape. Sword 22. Chapter 3758. Number 2 Careful. Mo Shui's pupils shrank. He originally thought that his number 2 strength was enough to deal with Jiang Qin, but he did not expect the other to attack in an instant. The terror of the limitless sword was not something that Mo Shouqing could withstand. The domineering presence was unparalleled. The limitless sword was the highest realm of swordplay. The domineering presence that could break through everything displayed the ultimate realm of the sword to its fullest. Mo Shouqing's wind-walking art was strong, but the other's methods were even more terrifying. The wind-walking art was broken, and the 22nd sword came from all directions, causing Mo Shouqing to lose the ability to fight. His face was pale as he retreated. The celestial dragon sword's dragon shadow swallowed the sky. Mo Shouqing did not have the ability to fight anymore and was stabbed to the ground. There were more than 10 wounds and he fled in a sorry state like a rat on the street. Second brother, Mo Shouqing murmured. Jiang Qin's power was not something they could imagine. They were both half-step emperors, but the limitless sword almost suffocated Mo Shouqing. That was the majesty of an expert. Irreplaceable. Unparalleled. The shadow of the sword followed him like a shadow. Mo Shouqing fled in a sorry state, but he was still heavily wounded by Jiang Qin. His face was covered in dirt, his body trembled and he was covered in wounds. It was extremely embarrassing. The Mo family members were all dumbfounded. No one had expected that Mo Shouqing, the second elder of the Mo family, who had the upper hand just now, would become so miserable. This is too terrifying? A person's name is like a tree's shadow. We really cannot underestimate him. Jiang Qin is still Jiang Qin. The Mo family members had lingering fear. They finally felt the terror from Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin. What a Jiang Qin. Thousand City of Black Jade was incomparably excited. It was a resonance that came from the depths of his soul. Jiang Qin was like a hot knife cutting through butter. He was invincible. If he returned to the Mo family, perhaps there would be hope. After all, Jiang Qin's strength made the Mo family feel fear. Only in front of absolute strength could he have the right to speak, otherwise, others wouldn't listen to him at all. The strong always occupied the absolute initiative, the weak might not even have the capital to talk to the strong. Therefore there were many weak people who were clearly reasonable, clearly right, but the winner was the king, and the loser was the villain, making them forever shut their mouths. At this moment, Jiang Qin was like an absolute god and he was above the Mo family. Only then could he have the right to speak. Thousand City of Black Jade also did not expect that Jiang Qin would be so terrifying. Before this, he still hoped that he could obtain the Mo family's understanding, and be able to talk to them directly. At least he was wronged, at least he only wanted to return to the Mo family, and acknowledge his ancestors. But in front of others he had no right to speak. He would only be treated as an invader, and he would only be ruthlessly slapped in the face. The real history was written by the victors. At this moment, Thousand City of Black Jade finally knew the meaning of this sentence. Big brother, save me. Mo Shouqing exclaimed. Mo Shui could not bear to watch anymore. If he did not act, then Mo Shouqing would really be killed by Jiang Qin. Boy, you dare. Mo Shui stood in the sky with the mountain and river sword in his hand. He slashed downwards and clashed with Jiang Qin's sword. It was extremely sharp and fiery light soared up to the sky. The remaining power of the 22 swords was still there, but Mo Shui was not an easy opponent. At this moment, the two of them finally clashed and both of them retreated. Mo Shouqing panted continuously. After surviving a disaster, Sword 22 would definitely be the nightmare of his life. At that moment he even felt that he could not be saved, but the appearance of his big brother finally eased his embarrassment. A loss was a loss, but he did not expect to lose so badly. There was definitely a reason why Jiang Qin could be famous in the Central State Divine Land. While Mo Shouqing was unwilling, he knew that the gap between him and Jiang Qin was not just a little. Big brother, you also have to be careful. Mo Shouqing warned his big brother. A single mistake could cause everlasting sorrow. If his big brother also died in his hands, then the reputation of the three brothers would be completely destroyed here. Watch my sword. Mo Shui squinted his eyes. He already had some understanding of Jiang Qin's limitless sword when he was watching the battle. However, he dared not underestimate Jiang Qin's limitless sword. Whether the sword technique that he comprehended from the ink attack could be compared to Jiang Qin's would depend on who would have the last laugh. Hidden sword art of ink attack. Mo Shui stood proudly in the air, and the shadow of his sword flashed across the vast sky. It seemed to be hidden everywhere in the sky, and every shadow was the birth of the sword of no beginning. Passing through the crowds of people in thousands of years, the sword of concealment could be considered one of the most powerful techniques in the Devil Palace. Mo Shui was also full of confidence. With this sword, even if he could not win, he could definitely fight evenly with Jiang Chen. Sword 22. Jiang Chen performed it again. His body was as light as a swallow, and the shadow of the sword was like light. The infinite shadow of the sword spread across thousands of miles and collided with each other. Jiang Chen's sword 22 was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and the supreme swordsmanship. It completely crushed Mo Shui. Although Mo Shui was prepared for the same technique, he still could not break through the power of sword 22. Too terrifying. Mo Shui kept retreating. His hidden sword art of ink attack completely became the background. Under Jiang Chen's sword 22, the seemingly illusory swordsmanship was performed like a sword experiencing a reincarnation. Sword 22, from the beginning to the end, from simplicity to complexity. The domineering aura that could be seen clearly but could not be resisted was what made Jiang Chen most proud. Even if he knew the routine of the sword 22, its changes were endless. Every time he performed it, it would be different even if he didn't perform it 100,000 times. The sword 22 was the sword Dao's path that led to the same destination. It was the starting point of the sword Dao. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. But at that moment, Jiang Chen once again comprehended the limitless sword. Sword 22 was still not the end. Perhaps the end was also the starting point. Jiang Chen had no distractions. The shadow of the sword was like the wind, turning into a flying sword. The sword left a sound as it passed. The limitless sword was the primordial state of swordsmanship. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already comprehended a clue about sword 23. Sword 23, where was sword 23? Jiang Chen had no distractions, but his mind was in turmoil. Where was the ultimate realm of swordsmanship? Go! Jiang Chen pointed with his fingertip. At this moment, his limitless sword was already between sword 22 and sword 23. It could not break through the final state of change. But now, the 3 elders of the Mo family had all been defeated by Jiang Chen. Chapter 3759. Mo Shouing was unwilling, Mo Shouqing was unwilling, and Mo Shui was even more unwilling. The 3 great elders of the Mo family were defeated by Jiang Chen. The entire Mo family's Missouri City Square was in dead silence. No one had expected that the Mo family would be in such a miserable state. Even they themselves did not believe that they would be utterly defeated. Mo Shouing roared in anger. Mo Shouqing followed closely behind, and Mo Shui charged forward again. The 3 of them attacked Jiang Chen like ferocious tigers descending from the mountain. The situation was critical and unpredictable. Above the void, a gust of wind and clouds surged. The Mo family did not expect that the 3 great elders would fight with their lives on the line. This was too shameful for them. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. 3 half-step Emperor Realm experts were defeated by the same person in such a miserable state. As the mainstay of the Mo family, how could they accept this? Be careful, Jiang Chen. Moling Dongshin reminded Jiang Chen anxiously. Jiang Chen had already noticed the 3 of them. He sneered and raised his sword. Instantly, the 3 of them were pushed back by Jiang Chen. Their bodies were covered with blood. Everyone became extremely nervous and took a deep breath. Jiang Chen's attack was extremely powerful. Jiang Chen had already noticed the 3 of them. Jiang Chen's sword pierced through the clouds with an imposing manner. They could not withstand the sharpness of his sword at all. Who? Mo Shouqing's face turned pale. He took a deep breath. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Jiang Chen's sword. Ungrateful bastard. Jiang Chen said coldly. At this moment, a white-clothed man descended from the sky. He was wearing a white robe, which was incompatible with the Mo family. He wore a dark green flag and black robe. In the Mo family, one's appearance was their only choice. However, this white-clothed man was calm and composed. The moment he appeared, the entire Mo family knelt down on the ground. Even Mo Shui and the other 2 elders bowed slightly, showing their respect. The man's robes were spotless. He stared at the middle-aged man coldly. His eyebrows were like stars and his eyes were like swords. He looked extremely domineering. The middle-aged man's face was full of scars, as if he had been through many hardships. Patriarch. At that moment, the thousand city of ink jade trembled in fear and almost fell to his knees. His eyes were filled with desire. Patriarch? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, but the smile on his face grew even brighter. Since the person in charge had come out, everything would be fine. That's right. I am the Mo family's patriarch, Mo Yundi. Young friend duo one possesses astonishing strength. Seeing you today I am truly astonished. Even the three great elders of my Mo family were no match for you. They lost so miserably. What a pity. Mo Yundi smiled faintly, unruffled and not angry. Mo Shoqing and the others were also very calm. Their strength had reached the empty Emperor realm, between the half-step Emperor realm and the Emperor realm. Although they were not as strong as Emperor Xianxia, they were not ordinary people. However, in the eyes of Jiang Chen, they were not much of a threat. This bastard. Patriarch, kill him and show the might of our Mo family. How can we allow him to act so rashly in this sacred land? When has our Mo family ever suffered such injustice? Mo Shoqing said with righteous indignation, panting heavily. He was still brooding over Jiang Chen's suppression. At this time, the backbone of the Mo family had finally appeared. He must get the patriarch to seek justice for him. At this moment, no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he could not be a match for the patriarch. The empty Emperor realm was only half a step away from the true Emperor realm. He seemed to have seen the exciting scene of Jiang Chen being beaten up by the patriarch and finally killed. But what Mo Shoqing did not expect was that he would be scolded by the patriarch. What are you waiting for? If Jiang Chen did not show mercy, the three of you would be crippled even if you don't die. Mo Yundi said coldly. Only he could see that Jiang Chen did not kill them just now. Otherwise, the three of them would not be able to bear the consequences. The three of them took a deep breath and looked at Mo Yundi in disbelief. Jiang Chen did not have the intention to kill the three of them. Although they were ruthless, he had the attitude of negotiating with the Mo family. He could kill them and leave, but what about the 1,000 Black Jade City? What about Moling Dongshan? They wanted to return to the Mo family and not fight to the death with the Mo family. He was also giving them a way out. Obviously, Mo Yundi was grateful. Otherwise, the three great elders of the Mo family would be crippled. The Nantong Divine region was in a precarious situation. At this moment, if there was such a big earthquake in the Mo family, it would definitely attract attacks from all directions. It would not be easy to have a foothold in the Nantong Divine region. The 1,000 Black Jade City was also grateful. Jiang Chen's action was undoubtedly for their consideration. Otherwise he could have just killed them. Why did he need to show mercy? The three of them blushed and looked at each other. They did not know what to do at this moment. Jiang Chen's previous reprimand was a great humiliation to the three of them. Now that the patriarch had appeared, he didn't kill Jiang Chen, instead he asked them to reflect on their actions. When Mo Shuyi and the others recalled that Jiang Chen hadn't crippled the three of them, they felt as if they had just survived a calamity. If Jiang Chen attacked with all his strength, Mo Shuyi did not dare to imagine whether he would still be standing here unscathed. Jiang Chen, no matter what, you are the enemy of the Mo family. Although I know that you came with good intentions, you have hurt the people of the Mo family and tarnished the reputation of the Mo family. I, Mo Yundi, as the patriarch of the Mo family, am duty-bound. However, since you have your reasons, I, Mo Yundi, will challenge you today. If you defeat me, then forget it. Moreover, I will re-examine the issue of the 1,000 Black Jade City. However, if you lose, then don't blame me for being ruthless. You must bow and apologize to the people of the Mo family. Mo Yundi pointed at Jiang Chen and said coldly. To Jiang Chen, this wasn't something that he couldn't accept. The condition was very simple because he was sure to win. You are an expert, a man who dominates the world. Aren't you worried? Mo Yundi looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Jiang Chen shook his head. There is nothing to worry about. The benevolent are invincible. The righteous will not lose to you. Jiang Chen's confidence made Mo Yundi full of fighting spirit towards Jiang Chen. The two of them would not fight to the death. This was a gentleman's agreement between the two of them. I like your confidence. However, it is still too early to make a conclusion. The dignity of the Mo family cannot be violated. Mo Yundi deeply felt the invincibility of this sword, so he did not want to fight to the death with Jiang Chen at all. Because the result was nothing more than Jiang Chen winning. Why should he pay such a high price? Face was indeed very important. That was why the three elders of the Mo family had lost so badly and almost died here. As the head of the family, Mo Yundi was deeply aware of this. He knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Moreover, Jiangchen was not a strong enemy. He just wanted the people of the branch of the Mo family to return to the family and seek justice. Mo Yundi was defeated. He deeply felt the invincibility of this peerless expert from the central region divine land. He did not lose unjustly, but it was a little unbearable. The people of the Mo family could not believe it. In their eyes, the head of the family should be invincible and invincible. However, he took the initiative to admit defeat in front of Jiangchen. It was imaginable how dreadful the 23 swords was. Only the 3 elders of the half-step emperor realm knew that Jiangchen's sword was simply terrifying and invincible. Jiangchen withdrew his hand and stood still. He was a gentleman. Thousand Black Jade City and Moling Dongshan looked at each other. Both of them were quite shocked. Jiangchen was able to defeat Mo Yundi. It was indeed something worth celebrating. In other words, at least he had the capital to return to the Mo family. Brother Jiangchen's strength is really terrifying. I, Mo Yundi, am sincerely convinced. Mo Yundi said bitterly. It was really difficult to admit that he was not as good as Jiangchen in front of the people of the Mo family. However, a loss was a loss. If he did not even dare to admit it, then he would really lose. Brother Mo is a dragon among men. If I am careless, the one who will lose today will probably be me. Jiangchen said faintly. Ah. Brother Jiangchen is flattering me. I know what I'm doing, ha. Mo Yundi was very pleased. Jiangchen's evaluation of him was quite high. It could be said that Jiangchen had acknowledged him. Although he had lost this battle, he had made friends with an expert like Jiangchen. It was a blessing in disguise. I think Patriarch Mo should know about the matter regarding the Thousand Black Jade City. He didn't have any complaints in his heart. Even though he had been through 100,000 years of hardships, he only came here today with the hope of returning to the Mo family. He had no intention to fight with anyone, but he was framed time and time again. This should be considered as the Mo family's negligence. As for the outcome, I only hope that Brother Mo can give the Mo family branch an answer and clear his name. Mo Yundi knew what Jiangchen meant. He sighed. Revenge breeds revenge. When will it end? Let alone his own family. No matter who was right or wrong in the past, it was not important now. Mo Xianhuan was the main culprit. It seemed that there was no need to say anything more. I announced that the Mo family's branch, the Thousand Black Jade City, can return to the ancestral temple from today onwards. There is only one Mo family in the whole world and the divine world. Mo Yundi spoke in a solemn voice, exuding a peerless majesty. At this moment, when Thousand Black Jade City heard this, he couldn't help but cry tears of joy. His entire body trembled. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. At this moment, he finally stepped into his homeland and returned to the embrace of the Mo family. The Thousand Black Jade City turned to Jiangchen and bowed deeply to Jiangchen. He wanted to kneel down but was stopped by Jiangchen. After all, he and Moling Dongshan were of the same generation. Although there was nothing between him and Mo Yundi, he would not let the Thousand Black Jade City kneel down to Moling Dongshan's close relative. Thank you. Chapter 3761. Everything in the Mo clan had finally come to an end. The Thousand Black Jade City had also taken root in the Mo clan. Mo Yundi was not a person who couldn't tell right from wrong. Moreover, Jiangchen's strength was not something that Mo Yundi could compete with. Having such a powerful friend was better than having an enemy. Moreover, it was Mo Xianhuan's fault. He was punished to guard the Black Wind prison of the Mo clan for 100,000 years to bear the sorrow of the Thousand Black Jade City. Mo Xianhuan's heart was like dead ashes. His son and wife had died completely. Facing the Thousand Black Jade City, Jiangchen and the others, he had no power to turn the situation around. He could only accept such an ending indifferently. Moling Dongshan and his grandfather, the Thousand Black Jade City, could finally return to the Mo clan with peace of mind. This matter was not complicated. It was just that the Thousand Black Jade City wanted to return to the Mo clan, but he didn't have enough power to do so. Brother Jiangchen, what do you plan to do next? Mo Yundi looked at Jiangchen and asked meaningfully. I want to go to the purple bamboo forest at the top of the South Sea. Jiangchen said bluntly. Haha, I didn't expect us to have such a tacit understanding. I won't stop you if you want to go to the top of the South Sea. However, you can't enter the purple bamboo forest. Mo Yundi said with a smile. Why? Jiangchen frowned and asked in a low voice. The current purple bamboo forest is no longer the same as before. Countless people have entered, but not a single one of them has been able to leave alive, and in these past few years, the purple bamboo forest has been filled with exclusivity. Many people can't even find the way to enter the purple bamboo forest. Even the experts of the 100 schools of thought have fallen into the purple bamboo forest and haven't come out for more than 1,000,000 years. So, this time, the experts of the 100 schools of philosophers have come to an agreement. In 10 days, we will select 10 great experts to enter the purple bamboo forest to investigate. Many of the experts of the 100 schools of philosophers are in deep trouble, including my younger brother. The purple bamboo forest is no longer the dojo of Bodhisattva. Mo Yundi stopped smiling and his expression became serious. What do you mean? Jiang Chen continued to look at Mo Yundi. 1,000,000 years ago, Avalokitesvara was no longer at the peak of the southern sea. In these 1,000,000 years, no matter what happened, the figure of Avalokitesvara never appeared at the peak of the southern sea again. Some people said that Avalokitesvara had already fallen, and the purple bamboo forest had also become a whirlpool that swallowed the world. No matter how many experts entered it, they never returned. In the past, Bodhisattva was the most powerful existence in the Nantung divine region. He was extremely benevolent toward our 100 schools of philosophers. But now things are different. It's easy to reach the peak of the southern sea now, but the purple bamboo forest is full of mysteries. Countless people view it as a land of death. They don't dare to venture too deep, so the experts of the 100 schools of thought have surrounded the outer perimeter of the purple bamboo forest. This time, the 10 experts of the 100 schools of thought have entered the purple bamboo forest to find the real reason why so many people have died. Since Bodhisattva is no longer there, the purple bamboo forest is the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire Nantung divine region. Therefore, there are people from the 100 schools of thought who are eager to take it for themselves. It's just that the purple bamboo forest is too mysterious and strange, so they've been put on hold. Now that millions of years have passed, the people from the 100 schools of thought have finally lost their patience. As Mo Yundi explained, Jiang Chen finally understood the reason behind it. This time, I'll definitely bring the Mo clan into the purple bamboo forest to find the reason why so many experts have perished. I hope that brother Jiang Chen can lend me a hand. My Mo clan will be eternally grateful. Mo Yundi cupped his fists and said. He was filled with reverence toward Jiang Chen. If he could obtain such a great help from Jiang Chen, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. At that time, he would have an additional layer of insurance when he fought against the experts of the 100 schools of thought. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "That's not a problem. I'm just looking for someone, Avalokiteshvara, to save my wife in the coffin. Even if I can't find Avalokiteshvara, the purple bamboo forest is the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire world. I believe that I'll definitely be able to find what I need in Avalokiteshvara's dojo." Mo Yundi glanced at Jiang Chen and the crystal coffin on his shoulder. The woman in the coffin was a stunning beauty that resembled a celestial fairy. It was no wonder that Jiang Chen was unwilling to let go of her. Jiang Chen's objective this time was extremely clear. He didn't want anything else other than to save his wife. "Brother Jiang, don't worry. I'll definitely search with you. As long as I can save sister-in-law, I won't hesitate to do so," Mo Yundi said in a gratified manner. Mo Yundi said with relief. With Jiang Chen's help, he was full of confidence in the war against the 100 schools of philosophers. "Brother Jiang Chen, rest for 10 days. After 10 days I'll definitely bring you to the purple bamboo forest. However, there's no need for you to take action in the 100 schools contend tournament this time. My Mo clan will be enough." "Ah." Mo Yundi laughed and said, "All right." Jiang Chen nodded his head and turned to leave. On the peak of the Zhuoyun peak of the Mo clan, the scenery was beautiful. Green water and green mountains were flowing. Birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. Insects were chirping and beasts were roaring. In an instant it was drizzling. Jiang Chen sat on the peak of the mountain and gently stroked the crystal coffin. His heart was extremely solemn. If Avalokiteshvara was really gone, where would he go? However, even if he had to go to the ends of the earth, he would definitely find a way to cure Xiaoyu. Even though the divine origin qi in her body was almost exhausted, he absolutely wouldn't let her leave him just like that. Jiang Chen was full of confidence for the trip to the purple bamboo forest. There was no room for failure. He could only succeed. "I want to go with you," Moling Dongchen said in a low voice. Moling Dongchen had already known about the trip to the purple bamboo forest. Therefore she was very worried about her gains and losses. This time Jiang Chen had reappeared, but she was afraid that this opportunity would disappear. What if Jiangchen would never come back after entering the purple bamboo forest? Then she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. It's too dangerous there. Jiangchen shook his head and said, Dangerous? Then why do you want to go? Moling Dongchen said. Jiangchen looked at Xiaoyu and said firmly, For Xiaoyu, even if I have to die, I want to die in the purple bamboo forest. Even if it's the Avici hell, I want to go there. What's the harm in dying? For you, even if I have to die, I want to die in the purple bamboo forest. Even if it's the Avici hell, I want to go there. What's the harm in dying? Chapter 3762. Why do you have to do this? I'm not afraid of death for you. Do you really have to reject me? Moling Dongchen bit her red lips. It was already a great courage for her to take such a step. However, Jiangchen's determination made Moling Dongchen anxious. She was not disheartened. Jiangchen was doing it for her own good. However, she would rather die with Jiangchen than to stay in the Imo family and bear the pain of parting. Moling Dongchen knew that she could not leave Jiangchen anymore after they met again. There was a sense of longing that lingered in his dreams. If Jiangchen had left, then he wouldn't have chosen to remain silent here. You're not afraid of death, but I'm afraid that I owe you too much. If I can come back alive, I won't let you down, Jiangchen said in a deep voice. However, at this moment, Xiaoyu was unconscious and he did not have the mood to talk about other things. If Moling Dongchen insisted on following him into the purple bamboo forest, he would be the only one who knew if there was any danger. I'd rather go through life and death with you. Moling Dongchen's eyes were full of love as she said while gritting her teeth. Activate. Jiangchen moved his palm and a formation was formed, trapping Moling Dongchen in this place. If Jiangchen insisted on not giving in, she would definitely not let it go with her temperament. Jiangchen, what are you doing? Moling Dongchen said angrily. This formation can bind you for a year. After a year, regardless of whether I can come out or not, this formation will be broken. This place is rich in spiritual aura. It's the place with the most spiritual aura in the entire Mo family. It's beneficial for you to cultivate here. After a year, I'll come and see you again. Jiangchen said. You're a bastard. Jiangchen, I hate you. I hate you. Moling Dongchen shouted with all her might. Her heart was filled with anger. The formation that Jiangchen set up had completely enveloped her. There was no chance for her to escape. Even Mo Yundi, the head of the Mo family, might not be able to break the formation that Jiangchen set up. Moling Dongchen looked at Jiangchen's back in despair and cried loudly. Jiangchen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The most difficult thing to repay in this world was the debt of love. Therefore, Jiangchen would rather not involve Moling Dongchen in it. He would rather be selfish and stubborn for once. 10 days later, Jiangchen received a summon from Mo Yundi. The 10 major families of the 100 schools of thought had finally been decided. The Confucian school, Taoist school, Mahist school, military school, legalism school, miscellany school, physician school, famous scholar school, school of vertical and horizontal, and school of yin-yang. The 10 major families were the leaders of the 100 schools of thought. This time, the 10 major families were the strongest competitors in the purple bamboo forest. The Confucian school, Taoist school, Mahist school, military school, and law school. Brother Jiangchen, in this trip to the South Sea, you, me and the 3 elders are all in it. I hope that you can forgive us. There are also 5 peak divine emperor experts. Each family has 10 of them. This time the top 10 families seem to be working together. But in fact they are doing their own thing. Everyone wants to gain some benefits from it. If we can find out the reason why the purple bamboo forest has declined, there will be a great war. I hope that Brother Jiangchen can help us. If we work together we will succeed. Mo Yundi said with a smile. All right. Jiangchen did not say much. At this moment he only had one thought in his mind. That was to rush into the purple bamboo forest and find out the truth. If that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Let's go to the peak of the South Sea. Mo Yundi said confidently. His expression was solemn and excited. After all, he had been brooding over the matter of the purple bamboo forest for many years. Even his younger brother was trapped in it. Countless years had passed, but no one who had entered the purple bamboo forest was able to come out. This made the people of the 100 schools of thought very curious about the purple bamboo forest. Today the 10 great families had joined hands to enter the forest. It was obvious that it would be a fierce battle. The 10 great families had come prepared. Everyone knew that the purple bamboo forest was a big piece of cake, and everyone wanted it for themselves. However, before that, they had to find out the reason why the purple bamboo forest was so mysterious and had devoured the experts of the past. To the south of the Mo clan was the South Sea. It was a boundless ocean. Once upon a time, the South Sea was the true holy land of the Nantung divine region. Because of the existence of Avalokitesvara, countless people worshipped it. However, after thousands of years, Avalokitesvara had disappeared, causing the purple bamboo forest to become an ownerless land. By the way, Patriarch Mo, I have something to ask you, Jianghu said. Do you know that a monk has entered the South Sea? His Buddhist name is Tyrant. Jianghu looked at Mo Yundi curiously, hoping to get an answer. However, Mo Yundi shook his head. I have never heard of the monk Tyrant you mentioned. But not long ago, there was a strange phenomenon in the purple bamboo forest at the South Sea. I don't know if it has anything to do with the monk Tyrant you mentioned. Although it caused a great commotion, it disappeared very quickly. Therefore, it didn't cause too much of a commotion. It was said that the purple bamboo forest was filled with a myriad of lights, but nothing happened in the end. Mo Yundi said. I see. Jianghu nodded. He didn't know if it was the monk Tyrant. He said that he would come to the Nantung divine region. Someone summoned him. No matter who it was, Jianghu had to find him. If he was dead, he had to see his corpse. However, the monk Tyrant wouldn't die so easily. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. This guy was a devil incarnate. Being a monk was just his side job. Not long after, numerous experts appeared at the edge of the South Sea. Mo Yundi's expression also turned solemn. 9 beams of red light soared into the sky and finally landed in this place. Every one of them was strong. There were dozens of half-step Emperor Realm experts. Jianghu's eyes were calm. Half-step Emperor Realm experts weren't a threat to him. However, he had to admit that the Nantung divine region was a land of outstanding people. He didn't expect so many experts to appear. The 10 strongest clans of the 100 schools of philosophers aside, just these half-step Emperor Realm experts were enough to make people's scalps go numb. Finally, everyone is here. Mo Yundi said in a deep voice. The corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. His younger brother had been missing for so many years. Today they finally had the chance to enter the purple bamboo forest. Moreover, the one who had the last laugh would be the ruler of the purple bamboo forest. Chapter 3763. Everyone, it's an exciting event for us to head to the South Sea together in front of Mo City. I, Mo Yundi, am honored to be one of the 10 great clans. Over the years, many experts from the 100 schools of philosophers have entered the South Sea, but I'm sure everyone is well aware of the outcome. None of our people have ever returned alive. I'm sure everyone has their own plans even if you don't say it out loud. Today we must ascend to the peak of the purple bamboo forest and see what exactly is causing trouble in the South Sea. After Venerable Avalokitesvara disappeared, the Nantung divine region has become more and more chaotic. I'm sure everyone already has a premonition of how many questions you have in your hearts. Since we've already made the final decision for this trip to the purple bamboo forest, I believe everyone here is well aware of it. The 100 schools of philosophers have been at war for millions of years, and this is an indisputable fact. Therefore, everyone is well aware of this trip to the purple bamboo forest. We must turn that place upside down and see what kind of existence it is that no good man from the Nantung divine region has dared to step into it for millions of years. Mo Yundi's words echoed everyone's thoughts. They were all eager to give it a try. Although it seemed like they were searching for their lost disciples, their real target was the purple bamboo forest. Since Venerable Avalokitesvara was no longer around, they had to fight for the ownership of the purple bamboo forest. With so many experts entering the purple bamboo forest at the same time, their efforts would definitely not be in vain. Every one of them had their own ulterior motives, but they understood very well that although they seemed to be united, they were actually doing things their own way. Among the 10 great clans, only the Confucian, Taoist, and Mo clans were the most powerful. These 3 clans were also the most secretive. Unless it was a crucial moment, no one would easily make a move. Patriarch Mo is right. We must prepare well for today's trip. After all, we've turned out in full force this time. The Confucian family head, Kong Xuanhuan, said with a smile. Since they had already gathered here, they must have already made their preparations. No one would be willing to serve as a foil for someone else. After all, once the ownership of the purple bamboo forest was decided, it would be possible for the person to become the #1 clan of the 100 schools of philosophers and rule the world. It was not impossible. Brother Kong is right. There is no time to lose. We should also go and take a good look at the so-called purple bamboo forest and see if it has already become the 18 levels of purgatory that devours people's hearts. The head of the school of Taoism, Zhuang Qixing, said with an indifferent expression. These people were all in the emptiness Emperor realm and were only a step away from the Emperor realm. These influential figures were all full of confidence. The 100 schools of thought had gathered in Nantong. They were the true leaders. This time they would definitely fight to the end before they were willing to give up. They had fought for countless years, but it had been difficult to determine the victor. However, whoever conquered the purple bamboo forest would be able to become the leader of the 100 schools of thought. Very well, then let's go. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. My younger brother disappeared in the purple bamboo forest 2 million years ago. However, I don't know if he's alive or dead or where he is now. Mo Yundi had a grim expression on his face. He had already made all the necessary preparations. The 100-man team was finally going to set off for the purple bamboo forest. Wait. As everyone was about to set off for the peak of the Southern Ocean, a cold voice interrupted them. Mo Yundi was slightly startled. Who would still want to cause trouble at this time? Head of the Mo clan, may I know who this brother is? A figure in a yellow robe appeared in a flash. It was the head of the school of legalism, Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan had a head full of yellow hair, yellow eyebrows, and a long beard. He wore a cold grin on his face as if he was being sarcastic. Mo Yundi squinted his eyes. How could he not know that Xuanhuan was obviously here to cause trouble? Head of the school of legalism, is there anything else you want to ask? Mo Yundi said. Is this person a member of your Mo clan? Why don't I have any impression of him? Xuanhuan pointed at Jiang Chen and asked in a deep voice. Do I need you to tell me if he's a member of my Mo clan or not? Don't tell me he's a spy from your school of legalism in my Mo clan's team? Mo Yundi was obviously not someone who was easy to deal with. His words instantly made Xuanhuan speechless. You, a short-haired man, took a step forward and stood behind Xuanhuan, saying in a low voice, Head, it's him. I can sense the aura of Tianqing from him. He must be the one who killed Fa Tianqing. I suspect that he's the one who killed Fa Tianqing, a disciple of the school of legalism. Xuanhuan pointed at Jiang Chen and snapped. Mo Yundi frowned. Did Jiang Chen really kill Fa Tianqing of the school of legalism? The matter seemed to be a little tricky. However, before Mo Yundi could say anything, Jiang Chen said straightforwardly, There's no need to doubt it. I killed him, which means he deserved to die. Since I killed him, it means he deserved to die. Jiang Chen's imperious attitude caused everyone to hold their breaths. Wasn't this guy a little too full of himself? Even the Mo clan would not dare to be so arrogant. Although the school of legalism was not as powerful as the Confucian, Taoist, and Mo clans, they were still quite terrifying. Although Fa Tianqing of the school of legalism was not a top genius, he was Xuanhuan's grandson. It would not be easy to settle the matter. Say that again? Xuanhuan's eyes were as cold as frost, and his body trembled. He did not expect Jiang Chen to be so arrogant and say that he was the one who killed Fa Tianqing. This was simply looking down on the school of legalism. Are you deaf, or are all of you from the school of legalism deaf? Jiang Chen said coldly. His words caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone at the edge of the South China Sea was watching this scene silently. Jiang Chen was not only looking down on the school of legalism, he was looking down on the entire world. Everyone present felt a little suffocated. However, it was undeniable that this man was too arrogant. Some people could not help but think that this guy was only so arrogant because he had the support of the school of legalism. You're simply a bastard. Where do you think the school of legalism is? Xuanhuan pointed at Jiang Chen. His hands were trembling and his face was green with anger. If it were not for the fact that so many people were watching the show, he would have made a move long ago to kill this guy and avenge his grandson. However, he had to endure it now. He had to make the school of legalism give him an explanation. Mo Yundi, tell me, what do you want to do? A life for a life, a debt for a debt. It's only right and proper. Do you still need me to teach you more? Xuanhuan said in an aggressive manner. Facing Jiang Chen and Mo Yundi alone, he was not afraid at all. First of all, he is not a member of the school of legalism, so I can't control him. Furthermore, if you dare to touch him, the school of legalism will definitely come out and fight you to the death. Chapter 3764. Mo Yundi, is this the style of the Mo clan? Since you're so lax in your discipline, it seems that I need to restrain your subordinates for you. Xuanhuan didn't believe that Mo Yundi would completely fall out with him for Jiang Chen. If they were to really fight, the legalists would definitely not be able to gain any advantage. Moreover, this was the Mo clan's territory. Even the Confucians and Taoists might not choose to start a war with the Mo clan here. Obviously, this was not a wise choice. You're not worthy, Mo Yundi said in a deep voice. He was at loggerheads with Xuanhuan. Everyone around them was silently watching this scene. It seems that the Mo clan and the legalists have a grudge. It's hard to say. The Mo clan is not to be trifled with. Although the legalists aren't weak, fighting with the Mo clan in the Mo clan's territory is tantamount to courting death. That's right. However, Fa Tiancheng is the legitimate grandson of the legalist clan's leader. The legalists will definitely not let this matter go. Now let's see who is more unyielding. I'm very curious. Who is this person? Why is he making the Mo clan so nervous that they are willing to use all the power of the clan for him? Many people had the attitude that it was none of their business. If the Mo clan and the Mo clan were to really fight, they would definitely be happy to see it. Before leaving the South Sea, they could first divide the world into 3 parts. For the Confucians and Taoists, this was a good thing. If he's killed, then he's killed. What's there to be surprised about? Since ancient times, the legalists have always followed the true law. Since Fa Tiancheng killed and robbed people, there's nothing he wouldn't do. So what if I killed him? Isn't it right to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? I Jiang Chen have never killed innocent people. I only kill those who deserve to be killed, including the old, the weak, women and children. Jiang Chen immediately raised his blade. In an instant, everyone focused their attention on Jiang Chen, except for Mo Yundi. The Mo clan members all had a proud look on their faces. Only they knew Jiang Chen's identity. What the fuck? Is this for real? Is this guy really Jiang Chen? How is that possible? Jiang Chen is the strongest genius in the Central Plains Divine Land. His reputation has already soared and no one in the entire Central Plains can do anything to him. If this guy is really Jiang Chen, I'm afraid there will be a good show today. Jiang Chen's name was well known. Xuanhuan's face was gloomy. If he was the same Jiang Chen from the Central Region Divine Land, then today's matter would become much more complicated. You mean you're Jiang Chen? The Jiang Chen of the Central Plains. Xuanhuan took a deep breath. The legalists also kept quiet out of fear. Jiang Chen was someone who made the Mountain and Sea sect and the Baji sect submit to him. He was someone that even the Martial Dan Hall and the Slaughter Pagoda did not dare to offend. Jiang Chen's strength had already been rumored to be miraculous. He had even escaped from an Emperor Realm expert and defeated an Emperor Realm expert. But since there were such rumors, it meant that Jiang Chen's name had indeed shaken the Central Plains. However, whether it was true or not, it was hard to guess. So what if I am, so what if I'm not? Today you should have seen the relationship between me and the Mo clan. Without the Mo clan, you're just a pile of dog shit in my eyes. If you're not convinced, then come at me. When have I, Jiang Chen, ever been afraid of anyone? As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, the legalists became hesitant. Xuanhuan was the same. They did not expect the person who killed Fa Tiancheng to be so united. Jiang Chen of the Central Plains. No wonder the Mo clan wanted to protect Jiang Chen at all costs. It was obvious how terrifying this person's strength was. Kang Zhangyun and Zhuang Qixing looked at each other. Everyone present was shocked. The appearance of Jiang Chen would definitely make the Mo clan even more powerful. It seemed that today's matter would not end peacefully. Good. Since that's the case, I'll give face to the Mo clan head and the other clan heads. If you can take 3 of my palm strikes, then I'll forget about today's matter. How about it? If you can't take 3 of my punches, I won't pursue the matter any further. Life or death is up to fate. Success or failure is up to the heavens. Do you dare to take the gamble? Xuanhuan said coldly. If you lose, get out of my sight. Jiang Chen said. A gentleman keeps his word. We of the legalists have always been true to our words, and the experts here are our witnesses. Kid, take this. Xuanhuan yelled in a deep voice. He charged forward and lashed out with a palm strike that was accompanied by wind and thunder. Xiantian seal. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he lashed out his seal, colliding with Xuanhuan's attack. In the next second, Xuanhuan was knocked 10 steps back with a pale face, while Jiang Chen did not move at all. Clan head. The members of the legalists were terrified. Seeing Xuanhuan being knocked back, they all went forward to help him up. Xuanhuan harumphed coldly and waved his sleeves. His heart was in turmoil, which was more complicated than the waves on the surface of the sea. This fellow was simply a freak. Their strength was almost the same, but he managed to heavily injure Xuanhuan with a single palm strike. This was unbelievable. In fact, Xuanhuan could not even unleash a second palm strike because he was already severely injured. If he forcefully used the divine power in his body, he would definitely suffer a great loss. 2 more palm strikes. Clan head Fa continue, Mo Yundi said with a smile. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Xuanhuan had lost terribly. Although Jiang Qin seemed to be at ease, the earth-shattering seal that the two exchanged just now had given everyone a warning. Jiang Qin was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Let's forget about today's matter. The legalists admit defeat and will never mention it again. Xuanhuan swallowed the humiliation in front of the 10 clans. Although he was unwilling to admit it, if even he was not a match for Jiang Qin, then it was even more impossible for the clansmen behind him to defeat him. This bastard was able to establish such a great reputation in the Central Plains. It seemed like he was not just for show. He was a peerless, ruthless person. The legalists must be careful of him in the future. Xuanhuan did not even have the courage to unleash a second palm strike, which made these people even more respectful of Jiang Qin. The Mo clan was lucky and Mo Yundi was also very smart. Jiang Qin's name had shaken the Central Plains, and now he had arranged the entire Nantung Divine Prefecture clearly. The Mo clan was the biggest winner. Good. Since the head of the legalists is so straightforward, then we are not the kind of people who will not forgive others. Let's forget about today's matter. Brother Jiang Qin will definitely not hold a grudge against us. He will not take the matters of the legalists to heart. Mo Yundi's praise made Jiang Qin's status rise. If it was not for his face, he would have already said that even he was not a match for Jiang Qin. Even so, the legalists had completely behaved themselves and did not dare to complain. Chapter 3765. The azure sea and blue sky stretched as far as the eye could see. White gulls fell like rain, and the sky was dotted with stars. The surrounding sky was filled with clouds. At the summit of the southern sea, wild waves rolled and the wind blew. Jiang Qin walked on the waves, standing at the front. Even the Mo family's patriarch, Mo Yundi, was extremely respectful towards Jiang Qin. Kong Zhongyun and Zhuang Qixing did not dare to be negligent. The other 7 families also followed behind him. After all, the situation was worse than the person. Jiang Qin's name was well known throughout the divine world. Xuanhuan was defeated by a single palm strike, which showed how fierce he was. No one dared to continue challenging him. On the surface of the sea, the waves surged just like the hearts of these people. Jiang Qin was like a mountain in their hearts. Jiang Qin, who was carrying the crystal coffin, was even more evil, so they could not help but be on guard against Jiang Qin. However, as a member of the Mo family, it was not good for others to say anything. Jiang Qin's existence had undoubtedly shrouded everyone's hearts with a thick layer of haze. Of course, the Mo family was an exception. With Jiang Qin's help, Mo Yundi was like a tiger that had grown wings. He was full of confidence. When the crescent moon formed, an island appeared on the southern sea. On the island, purple light flickered, reflecting the light of the sun. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. The island was bottle-shaped, thousands of miles long. However, on the vast and boundless sea, it was just a drop in the ocean. Purple bamboos could be seen all over the island. The bamboos were all over the island. Some were even hundreds of meters tall. Such purple bamboos were really amazing. At the summit of the southern sea, stars surrounded it. The purple bamboo forest was the place where the spiritual energy was the densest. We're here. We're finally at the summit of the southern sea. Yeah, we can finally go and take a look at Avalokitesvara's place. Avalokitesvara no longer exists. The purple bamboo forest is now an ownerless place. We naturally cannot waste it. I would like to see if this mysterious place is truly as evil as the legends say. More and more people started to step into the purple bamboo forest. However, Jiang Qin discovered that this purple bamboo forest was filled with spiritual aura. Divine origin surged as if it was overflowing. However, this purple bamboo forest was filled with peace. It wasn't as unbearable as those people said. They said that as long as one entered the 9 levels of purgatory, it would be impossible to return. Looks like this place is different from the rumors. Jiang Qin murmured. However, this peaceful purple bamboo forest made him feel that this place was not as simple as it seemed. No matter what, I must find Avalokitesvara. Even if I can't find him, I must cultivate here and wake little you up. Jiang Chen's mind was solemn and firm. This is not a good place. I can feel an unusual aura. Jiang Chen, you must be careful. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen nodded silently. If the ancestral dragon emperor could feel something unusual, it meant that this was not a good place. Even if it looked peaceful, there might be something behind it. This purple bamboo forest does not appear to be anything special. I wonder what kind of existences are inside. Kong Zhongyun said in a low voice. He was extremely cautious. As the patriarch of the Kong clan, he would not be so reckless. There seems to be a layer of light covering this place. It looks like a formation, but there's something strange about it. Mo Yundi frowned and said. This purple bamboo forest made them all extremely cautious. They were afraid that there might be a trap. After all, no one had managed to walk out of this place for thousands of years. Let's go and have a look. There seems to be a group of palaces there. Someone suggested. At this moment, in the outer region of the purple bamboo forest, there was indeed a group of ancient palaces. The ancient palaces were filled with an ancient fragrance. There were countless incense burners and divine statues everywhere. However, those ancient palaces had already been completely destroyed. The walls were peeling, the ancient palaces had collapsed, and the incense burners were scattered all over the place. All of these made people's imagination run wild. Seems like this place has changed. It's no longer the purple bamboo forest that was full of incense. Even the dojo of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva has become a mess and is in a very dilapidated state. You're right. Seems like this place has been abandoned for more than 1,000 years. I can't help but sigh. Avalokitesvara is no longer here. That's why the purple bamboo forest is no longer as prosperous as it used to be. However, I wonder what happened to the deepest part of the purple bamboo forest. I heard that the dojo in the outer area was used to worship Avalokitesvara. The real dojo is in the deepest part of the purple bamboo forest. Let's go and have a look. The group of people didn't stay too long in the outer area of the purple bamboo forest because there was nothing useful in the dojo. Moreover, it was already ruined. It was useless to stay here. Therefore, they started to move deeper into the forest. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, chose to stop at this moment. Standing on the dilapidated dojo, he felt an unexpected sense of peace and shock in his heart. It was as if his mind had been calmed by someone after going through a great storm. Brother Jiang Chen, what's wrong? Mo Yundi looked at Jiang Chen, who had a wooden expression on his face in surprise. It's nothing. You go first. I'll be there soon. I want to have a look at this ruined dojo. Jiang Chen said. Mo Yundi didn't try to persuade him to stay. He believed that Jiang Chen would catch up. He also had to follow the group. Otherwise, God knows if he would disappear from the purple bamboo forest forever like his brother. Or if there was a great treasure ahead, he would miss it perfectly. Then I'll go first. Brother Jiang Chen, be careful. Mo Yundi followed closely behind him. Jiang Chen was the only one left in the dilapidated training hall. Jiang Chen stood on the ancient palace. At that moment, countless deafening sounds were transmitted into his mind. Jiang Chen felt an extremely terrifying deterrent force, as if it was going to devour him. Jiang Chen frowned and closed his eyes in concentration. He sensed the peace around him. However, there were too many terrifying and deafening sounds of thunder in this peace. They seemed to want to devour Jiang Chen's heart. He felt a piercing pain in his ears. Even his Emperor Venerable Realm soul couldn't resist this external impact. The thunderous roar shook Jiang Chen's heart and mind. No matter how hard he covered his ears or tried to resist it with his soul, it was all to no avail. The excruciating pain tore at the depths of Jiang Chen's soul. Damn it! What is this? Chapter 3766. 9 Heavens Echoing Thunder Sovereign. Jiang Chen roared. The god of thunder finally appeared and activated the 5 lightning decree, finally suppressing the terrifying sound of thunder and lightning. Jiang Chen's face was pale. The sound was too terrifying. Where did it come from? Jiang Chen had no idea. It's him, it's really him. The god of thunder said in a deep voice, his face pale. The young god of thunder looked nervous and frightened. Who is it? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. It doesn't matter who it is. Leave this place quickly. No one can leave this place alive. Before you enter the purple bamboo forest, Leave quickly. The god of thunder said in fear. He was extremely nervous. However, no matter how Jiang Qin asked, the god of thunder did not answer him. If that's the case, then I want to see who is causing trouble in the purple bamboo forest. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth. He did not believe that there was someone who could cover the sky with one hand. Sigh. The god of thunder sighed. He could not dissuade Jiang Qin, but his heart was extremely depressed. Even if you don't tell me who it is, I will find it myself. Jiang Qin vowed and sat down cross-legged again. The wind blew and the sound of thunder disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Jiang Qin looked up and saw the statue of Avalokitesvara. On the statue, brilliance was flowing, and it seemed to make Jiang Qin feel enlightened. Jiang Qin only felt that his mind was clear and his soul was enlightened. His soul realm rose again at this moment. Feeling the unparalleled spirit of the Avalokitesvara, Jiang Qin's soul strength broke through to the Emperor realm. At that moment, Jiang Qin felt that the entire purple bamboo forest was under his control. It was simply too wonderful. Ninth grade Emperor realm heavenly king bestowment, divine transformation with a thought. Right now, Jiang Qin's soul had already reached the heavenly king realm. He could even completely control Emperor realm experts. The terror of such a soul was simply too tyrannical. It was even more unstoppable compared to Emperor realm experts. Congratulations. Thunder God and Ancestral Dragon Emperor were extremely shocked. They didn't expect Jiang Qin to actually break through to the Heavenly King realm under such great pressure. It was simply shocking. An expert who had yet to reach the Emperor realm actually had such a high soul realm. What kind of talent was this? What kind of fortune was this? Rumble. At this moment, Jiang Qin saw the statue of Avalokitesvara not far from him suddenly collapse and turn into dust. The atmosphere in the bamboo forest seemed to become more austere and gloomier. The god of thunder didn't tell Jiang Qin what kind of existence was in the purple bamboo forest. He wanted him to retreat, but with Jiang Qin's character, it was absolutely impossible for him to do that. Asking him to retreat was tantamount to killing him. Knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain, he still went ahead. This was Jiang Qin's indomitable character. No one could stop him from moving forward. Avalokitesvara, are you still in this world? Perhaps only you can save Xiao Yu's situation. Jiang Qin murmured. At this moment, his soul realm had broken through to the Heavenly King realm. Jiang Qin felt unprecedentedly carefree, but he was also filled with disappointment. The fall of Avalokitesvara's statue wasn't a good thing for Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for the statue, Jiang Qin wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Jiang Qin calmed himself down and continued to head deeper into the purple bamboo forest. He followed the group because he felt that the purple bamboo forest wasn't that simple. The god of thunder's words had explained everything. There must be something wrong in the purple bamboo forest. Otherwise he wouldn't be so afraid. The sun was shining brightly and the spring scenery was perfect. Bamboo shoots were constantly gushing out from the purple bamboo forest. Flowers bloomed all year round, each blooming beautifully. In the depths of the purple bamboo forest, a jade stream was flowing. The stream water was incomparably clear, so clear that there wasn't even a single fish swimming in it. In the surrounding bamboo forest there was a podium. On the podium there was a lotus platform. On top of the platform, there was a snow-white lotus that seemed to carry an endless Buddhist charm. It seemed to take the world as its responsibility, and it gave off an aura of sacrifice that made people feel deeply comfortable. However, in front of the lotus platform there were hundreds of people. They sat in front of the lotus platform and silently gazed at the blooming white lotus. It was pure and untainted, pure and clean, yet not demonic. It was a graceful and pure plant. The white lotus contained an endless Buddhist charm that caused one's heart to feel relaxed and happy. It even contained an indescribable holy aura, causing those who sat before the white lotus to be unable to resist. It was as if they were listening to teachings, and they sat there in deep contemplation without any change in their expressions. In the distance, Mo Yundi, Kong Changyun and the others slowly walked over. There was a look of surprise in their eyes. Among these hundreds of people, there were disciples that they were proud of, there were also people that were close to them, and there were even some super strong cultivators that were once famous. Isn't that Zhuge Jin who dominated the divine land of Nantung 3 million years ago? Yeah, back then, Zhuge Jin could be said to be the most outstanding genius of the school of martial arts. But in the end, after entering the purple bamboo forest, he disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect that he was still alive. This is truly inconceivable. Yeah, it's really shocking. Isn't that Mo Yunchi from the Mo clan? Mo Yundi's younger brother, he's still alive. Zhuangzi from the Great Path of Heaven 8 million years ago. Back then, he comprehended the strongest mental cultivation method of the Taoist school, the Great Path of Heaven. Now it seems that he's also here. It's really something to be excited about. Haha, it's really a great fortune. These peerless experts are still alive. Looks like our Nantung divine land is really a gathering of heroes. Countless people were extremely excited because these insufferably arrogant geniuses all had the same dream, and that was to enter the purple bamboo forest to investigate. However, no one was able to leave this place alive, so this place became the death zone in their mouths. From the looks of it, not only were these people not dead, they were also quite strong. Just in terms of monarch realm experts, there were as many as 5 of them. Mo Yundi was very excited. His younger brother Mo Yunchi was really still alive. It was like a dream. Yunchi. Mo Yundi exclaimed, instantly igniting the whole crowd. The whole square of the bamboo forest was filled with great echoes. Big brother. Mo Yunchi frowned, his eyes were extremely complicated. He seemed to be hesitating, but he was also full of joy. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.